All right, chat. Dominic, what's up? And the first one here. I just want to get into this as quick as possible because we actually have a correlation coefficient drop. This storm has been on the ground. It has been on the ground. Um, so we'll get to that. Tornado warning for Cedar, Jones, and Johnson County. That will be in effect until, let's see, the one for Cedar and Jones will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities obviously show red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. One thing I do want to mention is that this thing has had a correlation coefficient drop on here. So there's been a tornado that has been in progress. The correlation coefficient has fizzed out within the latest scans, but still something here that people need to continue to monitor. Welcome to Saturday, everyone. Welcome to Saturday. If I show you all the Storm Prediction Center, the tornadoes, you guys are going to be like, oh, it's going to bust over here. Fret not. If you saw my thing earlier, Nebraska isn't going to bust, or at least it doesn't really look like it's going to bust. But tornado warning, as I said, for Cedar and Jones and Johnson County in Iowa, that'll be in effect until, give me a second, that'll be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hello, everyone. Did you get mod? I haven't looked at the application. I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't looked at it at all. So, but still, yeah, just tornado warnings across the board now. Nate, how accurate the RAP model? Just a quick question. It's decently accurate. It could be better, could be worse. What state has the warnings? Both of the, well, all three of these tornado warnings with these two separate cells are in Iowa. So there's one to the one over in Cedar, Jones, and Johnson, and then the other one is further to the east. It's Cedar and Clinton. So let's take a look at that one too. The velocity's pretty linear. You can see the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where it could be. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I do want to mention there is a tornado watch. In those in all of these areas, especially in Illinois. Illinois seems to be the area to watch at the moment. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. If I were to quickly, let's see. So this storm actually had some decent rotation on it. Now it's kind of fizzed out. But still definitely something to keep in mind with all of these storms. I want to take a look at this storm though. The one down here. Did I see boot tornado damage? It's pretty bad. EF2 to EF3. I haven't seen a report from National Weather Service Fort Worth yet, but I definitely will. Sorry I missed so many streams, just tired. That's fine. This is the biggest stream of the entire week. So, oh, you applied on Discord to get mod on YouTube? That's going to be a separate application. So yeah, I'll have a separate application that has mod for YouTube on Discord. But we'll get there eventually. Is this a candid stream or did you plan on streaming? No, I planned on streaming. From now on, from right now at this moment, I'm going to be streaming and I'm not taking any breaks. I might actually want to continue to get a bunch of things of water. Mainly because it is hot here where I live. It's really humid too. So I'll just have to continue to get myself drinks. By the way, this is still my pajamas, so if people are asking, why didn't you change? This is basically my pajamas. I've been in here all day, and I might actually just want to change eventually. But what's the cape looking like? Funny you should ask. You can't really see it all too well right now. Let's see. Here's the cape from GOES. So, there are some cape values that are actually ranging up into the, let's see, it seems to be 500 joules per kilogram in some spots. Due to the fact, this is in Kansas, by the way, there could be some spots even 1,000 now in Nebraska. So something to keep in mind that Nebraska is going to be starting to see stuff. But let's take a look at Illinois. Illinois is the hot topic right now. And then as that continues, that'll continue to increase. So 1,250 joules per kilogram in Illinois right now, just north of Bloomington. So those storms over there could possibly get some sort of instability and continue to move on through. So it's really interesting to continue to watch this as it goes into the night. Kirk, hello. Welcome from the UK. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Let's see. Yeah, last night was quite interesting, but definitely we have a big day ahead of us. In general with the two areas to watch. I might as well go ahead and tell you all what it's going to be like. So let's get into Illinois real quick just to show you. So here is the low pressure system that was moving through Nebraska. And as that continues to move on through, we also have, by the way, a report of a tornado. The Lisbon Fire Chief reported a tornado on the ground south of Sutliff. There are multiple reports and photos from the same area. So apparently there is actually photos. I actually do want to take a look at that, not to get off topic. But let's see. Sutliff. Let's take a look at that real quick. Okay, I don't see anything there. So let's just look up tornado and then the latest. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that boy be on the ground.
Tornado here, looking to the northeast.
What's really interesting is he's really close to the sun. It seems to be moving away from us, honestly.
Mrs. Farmstead ripped the roof off this
New tornado warning for Henry, Rock Island, and Whiteside counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Stuff's just kind of firing off right now at this point, so let's just continue to look at all of this. Let's see. So this was for Whiteside. So I believe it's this storm that has the tornado warning. So we might as well just go ahead and watch that as it continues to move on through. The green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that continues to move off to the north and east, let's get some timings out here for you guys. Show you all that this will be heading eventually to US 52 in about 15 minutes. So people near Wusong will be impacted right around that time. So if you live in those areas, take precautions when necessary. Apparently, this is the storm with the tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation, according to the National Weather Service. So, really interesting, but I can kind of see what they mean here. God, there's a scab that's killing my foot. There we go, finally. Killed my foot. Anyways, right here in Coal Valley, you can kind of see green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be as that continues to move off near Carbon Cliff around the State Route 5 area, as well as the Colonia Road area around State Route 84. People over there and even around Interstate 80, you guys need to also take your precautions, move into those areas, move into your safe space in those areas as well. Let's get some timings for this storm too. This area will be moving in past Interstate 80 in about 5 to 10 minutes. So around there, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. And then this will be heading off towards the Jocelyn area in about 20 minutes. So people need to keep in mind that these storms are tornadic and that there's already been reports of tornadoes from opposite cells. So that could very well do the same here. Let's see. Just a lot of tornado warnings here consistently been throwing at us. This storm down here looks pretty interesting, and it just fired up. It's already rotating, chat. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing starts to get its act together. It's already got that classic hook shape. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. That cells are already initiating, and they're even rotating. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Yeah, it's just these storms are just constantly rotating in and out. Actually, I do want to take a 3D of this cell just to see what it looks like. And you can kind of see it's already getting its inflow notch in and around that area, but still relatively weak at this moment. Hope everyone's staying safe. I hope so too, honestly. Let's take a look. This cell up here that's heading into Toronto, Iowa. This is still tornado warned until let's see, 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Cedar and Clinton counties. So people near Loudoun and Toronto and Massillon, eventually heading up into the Lost Nation areas. You guys need to take your precautions as that continues to move to the north and east. It'll be heading up around the Toronto area in about 10 minutes. Actually Toronto in about 5 minutes, and it'll be heading to the Lost Nature area in about 25. So people over there need to continue to monitor that, as that will eventually head into your general vicinity. I do want to mention here that there is a tornado watch. There's a good reminder as to what all we're dealing with. Tornado watch. This will be for eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, northwestern Indiana, southern Wisconsin, and then parts of Lake Michigan. Primary threats include several tornadoes likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible, scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour, and scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through as well. Yep, so as that continues to move on through into the evening, this will probably intensify. This right here is just the beginning. I do want to mention that. Due to the fact that the parameters out in front of this has been untapped and the energy is still probably going to be used in and around that area. So just something to keep in mind. Let's see. I do want to take a look at something. Yeah, I do want to take a look at something. I was running my IEM bot for a bit, but now it's just not working. Let's see. Okay. Turn a lot of this off. Who remembers Tri-State Supercell? Yeah. That thing would not die, I gotta say. I gotta pull up the meso analysis here. You can kind of see what all is going on here. So let's take a look at the surface-based cape. There's actually some areas at 2,000 joules per kilogram out in front of these storms. So I have a feeling that areas north of Bloomington could still be impacted in and around those areas. Definitely something to keep in mind. I mean, yeah, that is crazy. And then obviously there are some numbers South Dakota going into Nebraska that are starting to get up to 2,500 joules per kilogram as well, even in the 2,000 range. So definitely something across the board to where there's risks everywhere. Even if you're not in a main one, you can still get some sort of tornadic development. And it's not just going to be localized in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin. JMJ, hello. Welcome back. We'll go to Louisiana. We got some heavy thunder and lightning earlier. Expect to clear up, though. Some sun for the first time in about a week. Good, good. NWAR Coins, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yep, so just really interesting risk in and around here. Actually, give me 2 seconds. Do you want to talk about what all could be happening to? I do want to take a look at the HRRR. Seed number 1, if anything happens in Nebraska with this. So obviously we can see the cells start to develop, even the discrete ones out, even near Bloomington. Those could have tornadic potential. Let's see. And that'll even continue to go into around the 5 o'clock hours. So that'll continue to move on through and impact parts of Chicago as well. So something to keep in mind as we watch that. I want to take a look at the photographs for this. Brandon, what's up? Nate, there's still some uncertainty for Nebraska. I agree, but the HRRR is starting to say that stuff is happening, and the NAM is starting to trend to that as well. Which is really interesting. So, do you want to mention that? Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Whiteside counties in Illinois have expired. So that is some good news in and around there. New severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana. I don't have, actually, I wonder. Let's see. Cedar and Jones still an observed tornado on here, so that's going to continue to move on through. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop on here, so that might just be spotter reported. Indianapolis. So I got to add Indianapolis. That is IND chat. So I'm going to add that on there. I'm adding all the National Weather Service chats on here so I can give you all live analysis and stuff as they come in. So yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and less than 3/4 inch size hail for Hancock, Johnson, and Marion counties in Indiana. Do you think we could have an upgrade for the tornado risk in Nebraska? Yep, I do think so. I think you're going to see that expanded into central Nebraska. There's this one cell, or these 2 cells, I should say, that'll be really interesting. Are you in North Louisiana? No, I am not in North Louisiana. This is in Illinois and Iowa. But you guys might get some thunderstorms in and around for the next couple of days. Maybe even for the next week. Live streams. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. What do you think, Will Waukesha or Waukesha, Wisconsin will get these storms? Give me 2 seconds so I can time that out for you. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, you're near Milwaukee, so you can get these storms in and around. I'd say 7. You might even get some a little bit earlier, but 6 or 7, give or take, is right around where I'd expect you guys to get some stuff, in my honest opinion. Saw Twitter that of the storms had a large tornado on the ground. Yep, this one right here had the tornado on the ground. Doesn't seem to be on the ground right now per se, but they are continuing this warning until I believe this is 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you can still see the classic hook characteristic with the inflow notch kind of occluded by the other line of the storm, but red's moving away, green's moving towards, and right in the middle is where you'd see typically the rotation. So keep in mind that this thing has had a history of producing tornadoes, so definitely one of those things where because it's had a history, it may do it again. So Toronto, as I've mentioned, is going to be impacted by the storm. Classic hook characteristics on reflectivity, with the greens moving towards and the reds moving away. Typical rotation, stronger than its counterpart to the west. So definitely something there. I do not see a correlation coefficient drop at this time. However, that does not mean that it will continue to maintain its current state. It might either intensify or weaken. So it's just best if you guys over there need to just take your precautions as that moves on through your area in Toronto. As I mentioned, that'll also hit the Lost Nation area. So people over there along State Route 136 need to also take the precautions. as that continues to move on through. Braden, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Or welcome to the stream, but welcome back to the channel. There's been reports of quarter-sized tail, and it seems as if all of these tornado warnings are going to continue to be sustained as for now. Cold winter weather return for the south for early June, possibly, yeah. I do want to mention that we are, one thing that I didn't really talk about before, but the long-range forecasters, credit to Alter for this one, for kind of bringing it to my attention. We are heading into a La Nina season, and that's mainly one of those things where you guys can kind of see the severe weather has kind of plummeted a bit. May was not, May, so we are kind of heading into where when it's a La Nina, it typically isn't a lot of severe weather and more tropical systems. So that's something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. Uncle Tio, hello. What about Michigan today? Michigan's going to be seeing some things. Ooh, mothball size hail. Interesting. They're going to be seeing some things in and around depending upon where you live. And I also don't know if that's eastern or central in Michigan. I believe it's eastern. I'm not sure. But you could see something around 10 eastern, 9 central, in and around southern parts. But then as it continues to move on through into the evening, scattered storms still are there. But if you live, say, near Detroit or anything, you'll get some like scattered storms, nothing too big, in my honest opinion. But if you live in the southern part, you should theoretically be fine. Electricity went out twice early this AM, Carrollton, from these storms, tons of lightning. Yep, indeed. Definitely something in and around those areas. I did mention that there would be something. Will Kansas City get bad weather tomorrow? Probably. It'll be gusty winds. Maybe even a tornado. Hail is a good thing over there. Check southeastern PA. I do have to mention this, all right? Southeastern PA will probably get some sort of boundary moving through on either Friday or Saturday. I'm probably going to be chasing that, and I probably will be streaming that as well. So, some sort of boundary, whether or not it is interesting or not, definitely something Friday or Saturday. PA, Maryland, stuff like that, they'll be getting their money's worth. Not a big event, but it'll just be some sort of boundary that's moving on through. I do want to quickly take a look at Nebraska, see the consistency. 17Z. There's some storms forming again. Look at that. Still has the storms forming. The northern cell has a marginal tornado. The southern one, as we continue into the evening, sustains itself. And oh my goodness. Helicity is quite mental, I'm not going to lie. Any storms for Awatona? I will take a look at that in a second. Yeah, chat, that's just that's a really nice sounding. I'm gonna have to say there's probably gonna be something somewhere in southwestern Nebraska. Definitely something to where there could be 1 or even 2 discrete supercells forming in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. But I do believe that there is going to be something in southern Nebraska. So keep in mind about that. I'll take a look at Minnesota in a second. There's been a report of a funnel cloud relayed by law enforcement with a rotating wall cloud with funnel not touching the ground. So that is fresh out of Clinton County. Both of the a lot of these storms in Iowa producing stuff across the board. I can't find my mouse. There it is. South of Minneapolis. Okay, they might see something. Honestly, they might see something, but it's not going to be... I mean, they're going to be seeing some scattered storms today, but nothing too big for today. Is it an EF5 today? No one knows. That's not how you spell my last name, but you got the Nathan correct. Let's see. A boundary, you say? Interesting. Yeah, I know. It's going to be some sort of cold front possibly moving on through. So that's going to be really interesting. Let's see. I'm new on the learning about CAPE. I know some about it, but I don't understand it. Can you tell me how it works? Sure. So CAPE is the convective available potential energy. To basically oversimplify it, it's, as it says, is energy, but it's how much energy is in the atmosphere for either storms to develop or sustain. Um, so there's that. By the way, new tornado warning for Clinton and Jackson counties in Iowa. That's going to be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is radar indicated rotation, so nothing on the ground at the moment. But keep in mind that there is a new tornado warning for those areas. And there it is. It is actually that's in Iowa. Yeah, so Clinton and Jackson County in Iowa, I should say, not Illinois. Did want to mention. There's also a new tornado warning for Cedar and Jones County in Iowa. I'm assuming it's this one, and it is still observed. So they're saying that this is still on the ground. But something is going to be really interesting as it continues to move on through. Any chance for some action in Yorkville, Illinois? We have a watch for 3 p.m., 9 p.m. I was wondering why it's so long. Yeah, I do believe if it's where I think it is. Yep, you guys are definitely going to get something later in the evening. Right around 5 to 6, something like that is what I believe. You guys will possibly get something. So yes, I would say you need to monitor the weather, Drew. If you want, you can stick around for the stream, but right around that time is when you guys can expect some of the stuff to get worse. 4 or 5 is honestly right around when. So, definitely something that you need to keep in mind as that continues to move your general vicinity. So sorry for the name because the HRRR predicted this perfectly. I know, right? How do you spell it? It's SNYDER. That's my last name. Let's see. National Weather Service might be very wrong today, but we'll see. I actually do agree with the Storm Prediction Center in Illinois. Ironically, if you want to take a look at the positives and negatives of my prediction from last week, I said last week that there would be a 10% chance for tornadoes as a bold prediction. And I got that right. The issue is that it wasn't in the right place. So, there's been a new report of a tornado relayed by Cedar Rapids warning point of tornado on the ground and moving north. That is in Cedar County. So this storm is now back on the ground. Definitely something to keep in mind that we do have reports here. So that's going to be heading off just to the south and east of Morley, just to the and actually be heading off into the Olin area. So if you live in those areas along State Route 38, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. It's me from yesterday. My internet went out for a little bit. Very good live stream. Thank you, Robbie. I really do appreciate it. I'm very glad that you are up to date. Update for Rochelle and Dixon, Illinois. Yeah, right now they're going to be getting some storms eventually, probably within the next hour or two. You are in a tornado watch, and you guys could see some an opportunity, not really an opportunity, but like a window of opportunity for some sort of tornadic development. But as of right now, you guys aren't being impacted in any way, shape, or form. I do want to mention that this storm near Lost Nation now has a delta velocity of around 89 miles per hour. So that's something to keep in mind. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing attempts to go back on the ground or goes on the ground. There has been a report of a funnel from this as well. What software is this? You need it in the description down below is GR2 Analyst. You only have to make one payment of $250, and there is a 21-day free trial. And at the end of when it does expire, you don't actually have to pay for it right afterwards. So you could basically just use the free trial for free and then leave if you need to. But yeah, GR2 Analyst. In the description down below is when you'll where you'll find it. Let's see. If you are new to the channel, please feel free to subscribe. I do content like this practically all the time when stuff I feel is going to be impacting life or property. So if you guys do want to help me out, please feel free to subscribe, hit the bell if you want to see my my live streams every time I do them, and leave a like. Leave a like helps out with YouTube's algorithm. Thank you for that. Thank you for your all's time to come out to the stream, and I will continue to do all this. Today's dangerous. I agree. Is GR2 Analyst for mobile as well? No, it is not. We got missed from the tornado yesterday, but very close. Well, good for you, Robbie. At least you weren't impacted. Could they update it to a 10 sig for chance for tornadoes? Out here, they could, but I don't see anything that could heed that. But they could see something in there. Apparently, is there a tornado emergency in Montreal? How long did it take to master the software? I mean, after some time, it wasn't really something that you could master. If you can interpret basic radar data, you should theoretically be fine. It's just the other stuff that they add in, not really as complex, if you know what I mean. And I'll be able to show you guys what they do as the stream continues to move on through. Starting to hear thunder here in Lafayette, Indiana. Thanks for live streaming. Love your channel. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning out for Hancock, Johnson, and Marion counties, and that'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time in Indiana. So keep in mind for that. That does seem to be a discrete cell out there, so it's not really going to be impacting anywhere other than those areas as that moves off to the east. Let's see. Interesting rotation near his house. Oh boy. Not to try and, dox him or anything, but around where does he live? That storm's tight couplet. Yeah, this thing right here is really interesting right here near Lost Nation. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing would possibly be on the ground. Due to the fact that the spectrum width actually in this area, there is some sort of lowering. What that measures is the winds moving down from the top of the storm towards the surface. It also can measure turbulence too. So obviously hurricanes and tornadoes can cause a bit of turbulence. So in and around those areas, if you see some sort of like clutter, like a circle, if you will, that's right on top of the rotation, that could indicate some sort of lowering in the storm. What will tornado activity peak hockey? I mean, it's really hard to tell. Let's put it this way. You could see stuff in and around 5 central, 4-5 central, and then you can start to see stuff around 7 central. 4-5 is for Illinois, maybe even 6, and then 7 central is Nebraska, and that's when everything starts to pick off and stuff like that. So really interesting as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Getting reports of a barn destroyed from that confirmed tornado. Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly. Yeah. I mean, that's really unfortunate that someone's property was, obviously taken out. Illinois, the best near LaSalle County. There could be something around there, maybe, but it's... Hit the cell below, the tornado warning just went mental on the latest scan. Well, which one? There's a bunch of tornado warnings. I'm assuming it's this one, the one that I was talking about earlier. It's trying to get up there, honestly. Could see something in and around those areas. No tornado possible on those. It does seem to just be these cells for now. When will the South get more severe weather? Here's the thing. Depending upon where you are in the South, you probably won't see a lot. Let's see. Yeah, it's if you're in the deep South, like Alabama, Mississippi, and stuff like that, you guys probably won't see a lot of stuff for quite some time. Maybe some sort of like thunderstorms, but it won't be to the extent of all that stuff. As for Texas is going to see something tonight. They'll see stuff tomorrow too. Speaking of which, I do want to take a look at the convective outlook for tomorrow, see what all they updated here. Still 2% risk that extends all the way into Oklahoma. That's pretty interesting, to say the least. There was a 2% risk for tornadoes down here near Houston, but not anymore. So that's good. Let's see. The next time they update this will be in an hour and 30 minutes. So I'm going to watch this like a hawk as well. What place in the south do you think could get storms? I mean, everywhere could get storms, but as of right now, Texas is probably the only area that will get some stuff. Let's see. Is this a confirmed tornado? This storm over here had 2 confirmed tornadoes with this. I'm not sure if it lifted or not whatsoever, but we definitely have a confirmed tornado with this storm. It doesn't seem to be on the ground right now, but definitely something really interesting. Notice how the potential Kansas action gets delayed to Sunday. It doesn't really get delayed per se. Kansas doesn't get anything. It's too capped. It's all Nebraska, and Nebraska is what I'm going to be watching for quite some time. I'm going to take a look at the wrap, and actually, I think the wrap is better on College DuPage. Let's take a look at that. Well, we got 10%. Yeah, we do have a 10% chance of tornadoes in Illinois and Iowa. Do want to mention that, and the tornado watch that has been issued in those areas has the probabilities of 80% chance for tornadoes and a 30% chance for EF2 or greater tornadoes. So keep that in mind in and around there. Did you miss anything, King Isaac? Nope. I mean, there's been a singular confirmed tornado, which, by the way, does have a new tornado warning. That'll be for Jones County, Iowa, until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hail shouldn't be an issue for you guys, so that's good. The tornado warning for Henry County in Illinois has been canceled, but Rock Island and Whiteside will continue to be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But still, rapid fire tornado warnings from this, definitely something that you guys should keep in mind. Will OKC get severe weather this week? They probably could get something. They possibly could get something tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't seem likely in my honest opinion, but they might see some sort of like straight thunderstorm that appears. And then there might even be something today, but later in the evening tonight, but nothing really does anything. See you later, Robbie. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Yesterday was a 9-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado. Yep, that was crazy. Nate, I missed something important or nothing? You missed a tornado, but it wasn't really, it wasn't strong per se. So it was like, a weak tornado. But it was just a tornado. If you were looking for like the stronger ones, then you didn't really miss anything. This cell right here near Lost Nation seems to be kind of regenerating a bit, recycling if you will. So something to keep in mind. The velocity is going towards the radar. The velocity is going away. Still kind of broad, but if it tightens up, I wouldn't be surprised if something goes on the ground in that area. So something to keep in mind. The people around State Route 136 in Iowa, as well as eventually State Route 64 near the Maquoketa area around US 61. You guys need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. The severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock, Johnson, and Marion County in Indiana has expired. You still could see some stuff in and around those areas, but definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through out of the Indianapolis metro. Look at Twitter. There is a storm organizing very quickly near Peoria. I have a picture. I'll definitely take a look at that in a bit. This right here actually is what I was talking about earlier. This cell and how I was really curious with this as to what it was all going to do. Bodie, you're fine. You're fine. New severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. Yep, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings now going in and around. Let's see. That one that Ryan was talking about was for McLean, Tazewell, and Woodford. There'll be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail on that one. This cell right here is starting to get organized a little bit. You can kind of see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards. Something in the middle is where you could find some sort of rotation. Not a tornado warned yet, but possibly could be as it continues to move off to the north and east. Let's see. A lot of these cells are kind of disorganized at the moment, so that's the good news. But the bad news is that this is just the beginning, and that it could possibly intensify as it continues to move on through the evening. Starting to feel a little bit warm. As I said, my house right now is quite toasty. We do have air conditioning, but it is hot and humid outside here in South Central PA, and I do not enjoy that. So let's go bring in the fan. Get some air circulating in and around those areas. Let's see. Classic May supercells, yeah, it's starting to do its own thing in and around here. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Ogle County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind for Ogle County. There's a tornado possible with that, with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So do please monitor that if you are in Ogle County. Yep, so as it continues to move on through, still a lot of areas of rotation in and around these, all of these storms. Relatively weak at the moment, but that does not mean that that stuff could die out. So definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves on through. So there is the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible here in Ogle County. That'll be moving off, not directly towards Rochelle, but it'll eventually possibly be moving off towards the Rockford area. So people over there need to continue to monitor that, and that'll be impacting the town of Polo and eventually into Mount Morris. Maybe even to the north, or it'll be going just to the west of Oregon, passing off in and around those areas. But something to definitely keep in mind if you live near Oregon. Just got off work. Did you miss anything? A singular tornado that didn't really have strong rotation, but it did have a debris signature. That was in the beginning of the stream. It's supposed to get 90 today or tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Is it going to be bad storms for Peoria today? Peoria seems to be kind of out of the risk right now. Here's Peoria, and this storm is moving away. So I'm not sure if Peoria is going to get anything else, but I don't believe Peoria will get anything else for the rest of the evening. I mean, they might get something. I can't rule out a straight thunderstorm that does something, but even in and around, I don't think anything happens for you guys, so you guys should be fine. Let's see. RAP still says that there's tornadoes in Nebraska, so I do want to mention that. Even the RAP model says that there's going to be something in south central to southwestern parts of Nebraska. So something to keep in mind that as it continues to move off into the evening, it's not just Illinois. It'll be Nebraska. And even though there is a 2% chance for tornadoes around those areas, you need to continue to monitor that. The tornado warning for Clinton and Jackson will continue until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still radar indicated, they just adapted it to in and around those areas. Your mic input is pretty low, by the way. Well, then, here, let me just do that, and then let's put in a filter, shall we? Noise suppression. Let's add probably... What does the expander do? I don't know. We'll turn it up right there. Is that better for anyone? Let's see. The tornado warning for Rock Island and Whiteside County in Illinois has been allowed to expire. So people over there, granted you are out of the warning. That does not mean that you could continue to get storms that could produce tornadoes along the way. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. Let's see. Um. Oh boy. I do wanna show you guys something in a bit. Some lighter moments. There's the tornado warning for Jones County has also been canceled too. So there's that. Um, yeah, the tornado was in Iowa near the Mechanicsville and north of Morse and just to the east of Solon. I do want to show you guys something. What about the PDS torch sounding for Nebraska? Is it still on or not? I believe it's still on. Granted, the Storm Prediction Center has a lot of uncertainty. I believe that there could be some storms that could form out in front of the line and definitely cause some sort of damage. First things first, we got reports of wind damage, power lines down near Lake Road and 1,200 east in your 2 miles west southwest of Eureka in Woodford County, Illinois. So some gusty winds in and around there. Look at the simulation in Twitter. I can't show CM1 at all today because I had to factory reset my computer. But whenever I do get my new computer, that's going to be specifically for weather, and then this old computer will be for streaming. Then I'll be able to show you all CM1 soundings. But as for right now, I cannot do that for you. Do you agree that with all the severe weather in the area, that Charlotte, North Carolina needs its own radar instead of relying on Greenville, South Carolina? A decent amount of people are talking about it after yesterday's storm. I agree, but at the same time, even though Charlotte seems to be a hotspot most of the time, I do want to mention that if it goes right over the radar, you'll see stuff close to you, but then there's an area around it that's 10 miles in diameter called the most people call it the cone of silence. Um, but it's just an area where the radar can't see. So we do have to mention that you probably won't see anything if it's directly in Charlotte, but you could see something in there. You could see something. All right, I want to show you guys something. All right, let's read this warning box, shall we? Severe thunderstorm warning for Ogle County in north central Illinois until 2:15 p.m. at 1:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms was tracking to severe thunderstorms. The first was located near Polo and the other near Sterling. Both were moving northeast at 25. If any of you guys could understand a single word that the first sentence said, I will commend you. But severe thunderstorms was tracking to severe thunderstorms. What in the hell is this? I mean, good lord. Love Sassimo. Hello, hello. Where can you find this site with the radar? It's not a site, it's a program that you would have to purchase for $250. You can get a 21-day free trial and not be able to pay afterwards. It's called GR2 Analyst. Link in the description down below if you want to get it. But, I mean, crazy. Let's see. New tornado warning for Carroll and Whiteside counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be for radar indicated rotation and hail less than an inch. I don't understand the first sentence. Great grammar. Yeah, you're telling me. Can also somebody? I mean, I can understand. Are they all right? I gotta ask this then. Granted, there's a tornado warning right here for Carroll and Whiteside counties. I wonder if uh, Quad Cities is correlating with Chicago for a possible tornado warning on this storm too, as it heads over towards Polo. I want to say that, but that as that continues to move on through, that'll be really interesting. But yeah, as I said, new tornado warning for Carroll and Whiteside. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central. No. Correct me. 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I do wonder if Chicago is going to get a new warning on this cell. but definitely something to where rotation doesn't say a whole lot. Greens are moving towards, and then the red's moving away, but I don't really see a lot. I mean, I can see some greens and then a little red. That's really it. So relatively weak area right here. Could possibly stir though along the line, so people need to continue to take their precautions. These storms right here are starting to get a little interesting though, because they are starting to arc. Um, you know, greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. The classic signature that you would find for some sort of rotation in these areas. Um, could possibly go tornado warn along along these lines. Do want to mention that. Let's see. Um, Severe thunderstorm warning for Tazewell has been canceled. Still severe thunderstorm warning for McLean and Woodford County in Illinois. However, that will continue to go out until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. What has happened in the past 30 minutes? Nothing really. Besides the tornado from the beginning of the stream, nothing really else has happened. Just been repeated tornado warnings in and around the areas. Slight risk coming into Minnesota for tomorrow. Yep, indeed. Kate, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back. Glad you can make it. I gotta say. 2 seconds. Yeah, it's right now. It just doesn't seem to be at all organized. If anything, they should probably issue a tornado warning for this cell if I was Chicago. Greens moving away, reds moving towards the general rotation right here. Could possibly be high precipitation too. There's definitely some sort of precipitation in and around there. So if it juts out its rear flank downdraft, it could definitely produce some sort of tornadic rotation as it moves off. Storm should pick up later. Trust me. Yeah, I agree. When's the next SPC update? In an hour and 15 minutes, Kim. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream. Nice to see you again. But yeah, hour and 15 minutes, Landon, for the next SPC outlook. If you guys have any questions, by the way, feel free to ask them in the chat. I will answer them to the best of my abilities, as I typically do. So I'm easily approachable if you need something to talk about. Definitely something that I will approach you of, or at least I'm approachable. Let's see. Still, I'm just getting a frame of reference as to where everything is. Really interesting, though, I gotta say. Peoria is in the 10% for tornadoes, so that's still interesting. Feeling I might see my first tornado in Wisconsin today. You might. Hey, can I tell you how to say Tazewell County on VC? I mean, just sound it out. David has issued his perfected moderate risk for northeastern Illinois and western Indiana. Possibility of strong violent tornadoes through 10 p.m. He gave a 30% significant tornado with 15 winds and 5 hail. I'm going to inform you that that is complete blasphemy. No offense to David Schlotthauer whatsoever. By the way, Mark Sullivan, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I don't agree with that. I really don't. I'll tell you guys why in a bit, but I do want to mention the tornado warning for Jones, Carroll, and Whiteside counties have all been canceled. So now just the Clinton and Jackson cell reign at this moment. Can I check Twitter? Yeah, I can check Twitter now. I can check Twitter. Notifications, mentions. Let's see. I'm trying to find here Tornado Junkies. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. That's a really nice wall cloud here. Low precipitation base with the downdraft being wrapped into the actual cell. That's pretty cool, I gotta say. multiple chasers live. Yep, I would have to agree. Here, allow me to provide my evidence as to why this risk won't be anything abnormally large and destructive. Okay? I'm going to take a sounding here, and it'll say tornado, correct? Yes, it will. So you have really nice sounding here to where thunderstorms are guaranteed to form. Guaranteed. All right? But the main reason why nothing will happen is because of the helicity. And for those who don't know what helicity is, it's the differential between the winds in one spot and another, and it just measures the strength within those areas. So anything around 200 is good enough for tornadoes. 120 is not. The surface to 1 kilometer shear around here is 11 knots, which is half what I expect should be good enough for tornadoes. The surface to 3 kilometers is just 2 knots below, so I'll give that a pass. The hodograph, not good. Very skinny, very small, probably a weak tornado in and around those areas. And then even if we were to do this one's probably going to be worse. When it comes to the actual qualifications, if I can find one here. It actually seems as if it weakens as it continues to move off. So it seems as if this will just be, yeah. I wonder though. Okay, here's a tornado sounding. Here's another one, all right? The shear starts to get better as the night goes on, all right? So there's that much that's going. Helicity is still not good, all right? And the hodograph is not a classic, spin off to the side. It's a veering hodograph. It's a slow veering one, and it doesn't make that full transition. Doesn't seem to be anything too big right now. A lot of energy here, though. I will say, a lot of energy. Let's see. Tornado warnings still for Clinton and Jackson County in Iowa. That'll continue. By the way, all tornado warnings say impacts, flying debris, and stuff like that. I will say that, Kate. I will say that. But still continues for the tornado warning out in Clinton and Jackson. Hail won't be that much of an issue. It'll mainly be just the rotation, which is still there, by the way. The greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where it could be. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing, as I've mentioned before, could be having some sort of lowering. Take a look at the spectrum width there, chat. I wouldn't be surprised if it attempts to try and do some sort of lowering around Mekrokita in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move out towards the north and east. Chaser John Humphreys is closing on the storm. Oh, okay. NWS and Hastings said the storms appear likely to form along the North Interstate 80. Discrete storms form south. Those storms could produce golf ball sized hail, 60-mile wind gusts, and a brief tornado. I wouldn't be surprised in and around those areas. If you get hail with this storm, it's a moderate risk of 30%. A moderate risk of 30% for tornadoes. Well, that's 30% chance for tornadoes is a high risk, by the way. If you do a 30% significant. If it's just a 30%, then bleh. It's an enhanced if it's a 30% for wind and hail, stuff like that. How Ottawa, Illinois looking southwest of Chicago? Yep, I got you. Give me 2 seconds as I can get some forecasts out for you all. And if you guys need specific areas that I need to forecast for you all, feel free to tell me. Okay, so Ottawa's right in here. They're getting the edge of a storm, I will say. If you're further south of Ottawa along State Route 23, you guys will probably get some gusty winds and maybe some small hail. But other than that, nothing really too big for you all. You might get some severe storms later off into the evening as well. So keep that in mind too. But as of right now, it does seem as if Ottawa is kind of spared for quite a bit. They're just getting some rain showers with possibly some gusty winds. There might be some sort of tornadic rotation south of that, near Kegley, and actually heading towards Grand Ridge, I will say. So that's going to be something interesting to keep in mind too. Some general rotation. but nothing really too big, too strong at the moment. There might be something in back here too, some decent rotation back and behind the line. So I'd say people in Ottawa, you probably need to just continue to monitor the weather as that continues to move in. I'd say go ahead and get indoors. Um, so that you could take your proper precautions just in case if anything does get bad. I wouldn't stay outside. But yep, definitely something to where continue to monitor that. 2% chance tornado for me is possible. I mean, if he's going based off the SPC, then you can only go from 10 to 15 to 30. So maybe. It's firing up in Mississippi. Is it really? I'll definitely take a look at that as it goes down there. When is the next a major tornado outbreak? Like next year? I mean, it's very obviously it's hard to tell. Wait, kind of was expecting that today would do something interesting. So thunderstorms track other thunderstorms don't make no sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was what in the world is going on there? Yeah, it's crazy. Let's take a look at this storm near Eureka and El Paso in Illinois. I do want to see this. In trailer don't matter much. True, true. Um, you're not wrong there. Northern Plains states get lots of tornadoes in June. Oh yeah, they typically do. I wouldn't be surprised if this cell actually goes tornado orange relatively soon. It's got characteristics to do so. Nice updraft in and around here. Echo tops around 37,000 feet, which is kind of expected, but at the same time, it's doing something. If you don't get storms today, you're going to flip. You'll probably get some sort of storms, guaranteed, either or, whether it's tornadoes or gusty winds. Let's see. You check Mississippi? Yeah, I can definitely do that. I wasn't planning on covering Mississippi today, but apparently there's some sort of wind risk down there, so let's take a look. New tornado warning for Jackson County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Or no, not Illinois. Jackson County, Iowa, I should say. Why do I keep saying Illinois? I'm having a whale of a time, I gotta say. A new tornado warning for Jackson County, Iowa. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's see. The gusty winds in and around Mississippi. There is some. There could be even some with hail, upwards of maybe even an inch in some spots. But nothing really too interesting, to be quite honest with you. Some sort of gusty winds. Nothing tornadic, in my honest opinion. But let's take a look at the tornado warning. Basically an extension off of the other tornado warning storm for Clinton and Jackson. So that'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. As I said, velocities. If there could possibly be something that's starting to get its act together with the reds moving away and the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Do you want to take a look? Storm relative velocities and spectrum width say that something could be starting to filter into that area. So something to keep in mind that this storm might be trying to do something. Definitely a classic hook characteristic in here. I mean, take a look at that, chat. That is really nice. Classic supercellular look in that. So, granted, this isn't like particularly supercellular. This is relatively low cloud, low top, but definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Iowa versus Illinois kicking off. Yeah, that sounds about right. But then Nebraska shall enter the fray relatively soon. Let's see. Estimate Indiana might not get tornadoes, maybe just some rain and winds. That honestly sounds about right, in my honest opinion. I don't think that Indiana will be impacted exponentially, but they'll probably get a couple tornadoes, maybe a couple tornado warnings. Sounds safe to me. Depending upon where you are in Indiana, though, if you're in northwestern parts, you guys could definitely see some sort of activity in and around those areas. Um, but other than that, nothing really too much off of all that. New tornado warning. This is an observed tornado warning for Woodford County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's probably this storm right here. This storm has a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado on this. I really wouldn't be surprised. In and around here, I'm assuming this is spotter confirmed. To be completely honest with you all, but we do have a confirmed tornado here in Woodford, Illinois. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities indicate greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And even if we just go in and around all of these areas, this general red, and then the greens moving away, greens moving towards, right in the rotation right there is where I would expect. Let's see, spotters confirmed this tornado, so indeed, this was spotter confirmed. Do want to mention the spectrum width is okay in and around those areas, so there might be something. But let's go ahead and get some timing out for you all here. This does seem to be outflow dominant, so this thing probably won't sustain as that continues to move on through. But Woodford, Illinois, do have a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado moving to the north and west. So this will be impacting State Route 116 in about, I'd say, 5 minutes, and then the Flanagan area in around 7, and then that'll eventually head off into the Cornell area at around 20 minutes. So definitely something that people over there need to take their precautions, as this does have a confirmed tornado with this. So something to keep in mind as this moves off into your general vicinity. NWS employee reports the tornado on the ground in that area over there too. So this isn't just any sort of report. This is a National Weather Service actually stating that this was on the ground and that they could actually see it themselves. You're just east of Flanagan. So definitely something to where you guys will be getting a tornado warning relatively soon. If you're along these areas, even near Pontiac should probably monitor this. But in and around these areas near Flanagan, you guys need to continue to watch this. How long is this weather event? This will probably be ranging all the way up until 5 to 6, maybe even 7 for Illinois, and then that's when it will transition over to Nebraska. Nebraska will be seeing some stuff in and over there. So this one up in Illinois will last that long, and then the one over in Nebraska will take over. I won't be doing forecasts for Nebraska right now. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Woodford, so something to keep in mind as it goes over in there. Delta velocity on this thing, yep, indeed, I can definitely get you that. Just by looking at it, however, it doesn't seem as if it's going to be all too strong. Let's see, I'm seeing 58.2. That's 58.2. That's a 69 knot delta velocity, so 58.2 plus 21. That's 79.5 miles per hour. So definitely an okay delta velocity, but nothing really too big, too mighty in those areas. Let's see. Still severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Whiteside counties in Illinois. They do have a tornado possible on that cell, so something to keep in mind, that there is a tornado possible for those areas until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But yeah, it's definitely really interesting, especially since a National Weather Service employee spotted this actual tornado. So something to keep in mind, that a professional meteorologist actually spotted this. So either a brief spin up or a tornado in progress, something that people should continue to monitor as this continues to move towards Flanagan. So really interesting to say the least. But I don't see anything when it comes to correlation coefficient, so it doesn't seem as if it's spewing up all that much. But now there's the new tornado warning for, I believe this is Livingston County in Chicago. That's going to be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This does include Flanagan and Pontiac. So the person over who is just to the east of Flanagan, I would say you guys need to start taking your precautions. You guys do have a little bit of time, in my honest opinion. Um, about, I'd say, here, let's put a storm track to where this is going. This will be coming into your area probably around 15 to 20 minutes. So, just in case if this does continue to sustain, you're probably going to take your precautions, like get shoes on, get helmets, stuff like that, just in case if this does produce a tornado and it does impact your area. Rather have you be safe than sorry. Get helmets, shoes, pillows, stuff like that. Because you do have a tornado warning for your area. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Chicago tornado sirens are the creepiest sirens in the world. Yes, I've heard. Oh my goodness, they are absolutely terrifying. Tornadoes touch down like lightning nowadays. That's true, but there were a couple every now and then that could sustain for quite some time. Yeah, although in the city Chicago tornado bad derecho events, yeah, that's those over there are crazy. Severe thunderstorm warning, Texas. Yep, Texas is starting to fire off now. There's even a severe thunderstorm warning in Meade County in South Dakota. Risks across the board in all of these areas, even in Mississippi. That's more of a wind risk down there, but definitely something to keep in mind as that moves on through. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of a tornadic rotation in and around there. Definitely something to keep in mind as that moves off into those areas. Trailers are fun with storms, Lamau. I mean, you might want to just go into like a sturdy building. Sturdy building is probably a whole lot easier, rather than just sitting in a trailer. Some sort of sturdy building will probably be a whole lot better. Yeah, all this is pretty open, so you will be able to tell when the storm will be approaching. Definitely will. Is tornado in New York? No, it does not seem as if there is a tornado in New York, and I don't believe that there will be. Not today. This is more located in Illinois and Nebraska. Maybe Texas every now and then. Maybe Texas. As for right now, it does seem as if it's just Illinois and Nebraska. Yep, so this will be heading off towards Flanagan and Pontiac and around those areas. So really interesting to say the least. Really interesting upper level rotation. I do have to mention that. There is some sort of decent rotation. Chicago is looking up a bit higher in the sky. Two areas of rotation. I was taking a look at that myself. But then as I took a look at this scan, it just seems as if there's only one. Red's moving away, green's moving towards middle is where the rotation is. So in and around those areas. Seems to be the dice. Let's see. The tornado warning for Jackson will continue until 2:45. Let's see. Power pole snapped southwest side of your Eureka. So just 1 mile southwest of Eureka, there has been reports of power poles snapped. So definitely something to keep in mind. Is it heading to New Jersey? Nope. I don't believe anything will happen for New Jersey or anywhere on the East Coast until the end of next week. The middle of Indiana has a storm on it. Yeah, there's something in Indianapolis and Rush and Shelby counties where the tornado possible and wind gusts up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's definitely some really something in and around there in Indianapolis that people should continue to monitor. But definitely something here that people need to watch out for as we continue to look at it. I want to go back to the Lincoln radar real quick. Look out, Pontiac. Yep, Pontiac right now is about to get impacted by the storm. You can still definitely see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. No correlation coefficient drop as of yet, but that does not mean that it could not. It's not going to stay. It's not going to. It's not going to stay like it is right now. It could intensify, could weaken, but I wouldn't take that chance. Am I okay? Yeah, I live over here in South Central PA, my friend. So we're always okay. We never get anything. What's the delta velocity speed? At 3,600 feet up in the sky, the delta velocity, not gate to gate, seems to be 68 knots, so 15 miles per hour plus 62. That's 77 miles per hour delta velocity. It's okay. It's all right when it comes to wind speeds for it being extremely strong, but definitely a really nice presentation here on reflectivity. Something to keep in mind is that moves on through. It doesn't seem to be inflow dominant, I will say. It mainly seems to be kind of balanced, which you typically want your cells to be inflow dominant if you want it to continue to sustain. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Grundy, Kendall, LaSalle counties until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You could also get some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail in that. So something to keep in mind. You can see the meso on 3D. Can you really? If you can, yeah, you can. You can see an inflow notch. You can see a really nice inflow notch, actually. Look at that, chat. Hold up. Let's take a look at the ISO surface for this. Look at that. That's a really nice inflow notch. I mean, look at that. The typical arch that I would look for, where the inflow, that energy could be feeding the storm. And think of it as Pac-Man almost, where Pac-Man has a little mouth and it continues to eat a bunch of the little bits. This storm is eating the bits of convective available potential energy for it to sustain itself. So, definitely a really interesting inflow notch in that area, and a nice little hail core too. Really nice hail core. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So yeah. Why do you keep calling me Ethan? I'm not Ethan. But anyways. Really nice rotation here. When someone mentioned about the meso, weren't really joking. Definitely some sort of rotation in and around those areas. See you, Lexi. Thanks for coming out. Florida, by the way, is all right. But thanks for coming out to the stream. Let's see. Still tornado warning. Still tornado warning. A couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. Pretty nice. Report on the Leaf River storm. I don't know where the Leaf River storm is. Big hail in Texas. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Definitely a nice little 2% down there, but not to the extent of the 10% here in Iowa. I mean, Iowa and Illinois getting all the stuff. So really interesting as it continues to move on through. Let's see. 49 minutes until the Storm Prediction Center updates. I do want to take a look and see if there's a new HRRR model being ran. We're going to take a look at Nebraska for that. There's some cells that initiate on It's in central. What is this? It's just probably some severe storms. Okay. And then something seems to start firing up in and around northwestern parts of Kansas. That's pretty interesting. Um, let's see. New severe thunderstorm watch number 208. So that's something pretty interesting to continue to monitor. Um, let's see. This cell continues to do something. I'm really concerned for this southern cell right here on the border of Nebraska and Kansas. Um, as I've mentioned, I've been watching those areas, so that's going to be really interesting, but something to keep in mind. You're near Gillette, Illinois. Is the tornado near Peoria moving north to us? Give me 2 seconds to figure out where Gillette. I think that's Juliet. I think that's Juliet. I'm gonna be completely honest. Um, let's see. Okay, there you are. And it is over here. So the tornado warning storm is actually heading off to your south, but you do have another storm that could be impacting you all. Let's see, if I were to get a storm motion for you real quick, you probably could get the storm within about 45 minutes, get some sort of hail, maybe even a tornado. Can't remember if there's a tornado possible in this storm. There is indeed a tornado possible in the storm. So Joliet could get something in and around that area, but something to keep in mind that you do have something heading in your general vicinity. So hopefully you continue to monitor the weather. That's what I would do. Let's see. Penn State's obviously a great school, but what made you decide to major in meteorology there instead of schools in more prone areas like not Ohio, geez, Oklahoma University and Texas A&M? Mainly because um, I've already done a bunch of programs in Penn State and stuff like that, so I'm quite familiar with their system. Um, I also live relatively close to there, so it's just more one of those things where because there are some scholarships that offer um well, and also some tuition that kind of, appeal my liking rather than paying out of state for other areas like Texas A&M and Oklahoma University. um and I felt like that was the best place for me to go. Let's put it this way: in college you're always going to have debt when you come out of it. It's just how much. And because I've always liked Penn State, and I've always been used to their meteorological program when it comes to stuff like that, I decided to go there. Um, so yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing, studying meteorology for the next 4 years, and then hopefully, eventually, I want to go after my doctorate. If I could be like Dr. Nathan Snyder in meteorology, that would be pretty cool. That's gonna be really fun to say. Someone like calls me, is like, "Hey Nate," no, it's Doctor Nathan Snyder. Oh boy, Central Texas doing really good. Yeah, it's having a whale of a time down there. I gotta say, I will take a look at that every now and then. Um, let's see. Still, couple tornado. The tornado warning for Jackson County in Illinois. No, not Illinois. Iowa will continue to move on through. I do want to actually take a look at that storm real quick. I want to see if it actually sustains all the way through. Um, Penn State going to lose 4 times to Oklahoma State University in football while you're there. Yeah, I mean, Penn State is okay at football, I got to say. They're okay. Could be better, could be worse. Severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that too, and I was kind of interested to see what that all is about. Um, Still some sort of rotation here in Andrew, actually. Um, I don't see any correlation coefficient drop with a storm. Um, But still some really interesting rotation here in Andrew. You can kind of see the curly Q motion. New tornado warning. Sheesh, it just updated. So new tornado warning for Bureau, Henry, Whiteside counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The reflectivity shows a really nice hook characteristic in here with an inflow notch. Right where the hook is where the rotation would typically be. And you can even see that on velocities. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where that is. Correlation coefficient, I do not see one. That does not mean that something could not produce along the way. You definitely could get something as that continues to move on through. The tornado warning for Wofford County in Illinois, that has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning for Livingston, however, continues to sustain until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. And yeah, you have a PhD, nobody cares. I mean, yeah, that's true. A lot of people typically don't care, you know. But I feel like it'd be fun, just in retrospect to be like, hey, I got a doctorate. I've been studying for practically all this time just so I can get a title. Might as well use it. Watch in Texas likely 209, 210. I mean, there's actually a couple of watches here. So it's severe thunderstorm watch out in Nebraska. Let's see. Tornadoes are low apparently. It'll probably increase as that moves on through the evening. Might see something in around there. I do want to take a look at the probabilities. 20% and 2%. That'll probably increase, still be like 30%, but it'll be like a 10% for like significant tornadoes, something like that. Make more money with a PhD? True. Does look good on your application, doesn't it? Look at Indianapolis, nice sell there. Okay, I'll take a look at Indianapolis. There it is. Severe thunderstorm warning continues with a tornado possible for these counties: Hancock, Henry, Rush, and Shelby until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Actually, this is Eastern down over here. Actually, a really interesting hook here near Morristown. I'm not gonna lie. Really interesting in and around here. If it can jut out its outflow just a bit more, then it could possibly try and do something. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be all too organized. Not really that much of an updraft on it, according to the ZDR. And the KDP says a lot of rain with this. Typical gust front with the spectrum width going mental in front. So it should theoretically just be a gust front. It does have a really nice outflow boundary, though. I will mention that. Let's go back to the tornado warnings real quick. Do you think Lawrence, Kansas will get bad weather tomorrow or Monday? Tomorrow they probably could. Ah. Let's see. Turn this fan on. There we go. This cell over here near Anawan, not really too organized in my honest opinion, but it could, you could see something in and around there. How many confirmed tornadoes? I think it's 3, 4 reports today, something like that. So, classic winter storm seems legit. Is Oklahoma going to be affected today? They might, but it would be like westernmost parts of Oklahoma. So, what in the world is this? Expanded support combination of multi-cells and supercells given additional storms expected to develop along the dry line. and higher terrain in eastern Wyoming. Mid-level aspirates, subground, Bentley and Hart. So they're saying that's something, but this is the separate line. They're not saying anything when it comes to down into Colorado and Nebraska and stuff like that. So that leads me to believe that there's something different that they're looking at for over there. Not to discourage, it's wonderful having knowledge and wisdom, ecology and climate. Yep, I mean definitely. Indeed, indeed. Let's see. I do want to take a look. Yeah, meteorology is an amazing science. I gotta say. Can someone screen QLCS? No, no QLCS yet. No QLCS yet. Back any tornadoes so far? Yeah, a couple. This one's been reported by a National Weather Service employee. Doesn't seem to be all too much happening with that storm right now near Flanagan and Pontiac. So, I mean, there is something, but it doesn't seem to be well organized or as organized as it once was. So, that's good news. There's a hurricane in the Gulf in the GFS at hour 384. 384? That's like, what? How long from now? 16 days, as someone put in here. My goodness. I'd usually take anything past 200 hours with a grain of salt, but yeah, there could be something in there. Did you miss any tornado warnings yet? If you were here for the Livingston storm, there's a tornado on that reported by the National Weather Service officer. But other than that, nothing really too much. Let's see. Still severe thunderstorm warning for Grundy, Kendall, and LaSalle counties. That has a tornado possible and a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with a quarter-size cell actually on that until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So keep in mind on that. It does seem as if Flanagan and Pontiac might be. They're probably now going to get some sort of hail in and around that area, but it doesn't seem as if there's a lot of rotation on this storm. I mean, there is, but there isn't at the same time. Red's moving. Oh God, I drew it wrong. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. It's just disorganized at this point. There's some surging winds trying to flow in behind it. Nothing really. Oh wait, that's Chicago. Chicago's radar. Well, then that's different. Yeah, there's still some rotation, but it's nothing really too, crystal clear as to what all is happening there. 104 days of summer vacation. Seems legit. When will actual blank hit the fan? Probably a bit later. Where is this? This is in Illinois, central Illinois to northern Illinois into parts of Iowa. Storm Texas fire? Most of them are. Trilliet tornado alley. What do you mean? There could be seen some sort of severe storm, but maybe if it updates itself. But if it can actually update, maybe regenerate a bit, you might get to see some gusty winds and stuff like that. Maybe even a possible tornado. I'm not going to lie. So, guess we'll find out as that continues to move on through. Pretty interesting. Let's see. El Nino has a chance to be the strongest on record. Woof. Now the Midwest have a lot of rain. Oh yeah, Midwest has continuously had a flooding risk quite some time. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Ogle, Winnebago counties until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hazards would include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and inch-size hail. As I've mentioned with the tornado possible, so something to keep in mind. Oh boy. We'll be back. Going to take a shower. Okay. Sounds good. Just a little windy when it passed over Ottawa. Okay, so that makes sense. There was some reports of some nickel-sized hail as well as downed trees, I gotta say. Thomas, hello. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Kind of just relaxing a little bit. No yawning. Yeah, seems legit. Just so happens that my father woke me up relatively early this morning. Let's see. Would I call this an outbreak? Not yet. I can't call anything an outbreak yet. Let's see. New tornado warning for Carroll and Whiteside counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and also a new tornado warning that has been observed for Joe Davies and Jackson County. Joe Davies in Illinois, Jackson in Iowa. That'll also be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's take a look at these two new tornado warnings. This one has been reported by weather spotters. I said that this could possibly do something along the line, and it does seem as if it has done that. So really nice rotation on that one. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So this is going to be kind of paralleling State Route 62 towards Bellevue, and eventually to the border, heading off towards the US 20 area in Illinois. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Also, the tornado warning down here on reflectivity, really nice presentation with a little hook and a mini outflow boundary. So right in there is where the rotation would be. Obviously, on velocities, kind of weak. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in there is where the rotation would be. The correlation coefficient doesn't seem to be all too big, in my honest opinion. There isn't really a tornado on the ground, in my honest opinion, but there is some sort of rotation in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as that moves off towards the north and east. So people around State Route 88, you guys also need to continue to monitor this storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. Yep, so I think that's Bellevue, Jesus. I think that's called Bellevue, not Bellevue, whatever I said. Now that I think about it, that's probably Bellevue. Probably. Do you think the tornado watch could get extended further east into Indiana? I believe it is extended into Indiana. I'm not going to lie. It depends upon how far east you're talking about. If the Storm Prediction Center could load, I will be able to tell you all. There you are. The tornado warning does extend into Indiana in those areas. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, so I'm going to take a look at that too. Let's see. Yeah, it continues to move into Indiana, but it doesn't go all the way into I believe that's what, Lafayette, something like that. Once again, I don't know geography that well. Yeah, Lafayette. So it doesn't go all the way into Lafayette. It's just the counties like for DeMont. Probably from Remington on I-65 up north, so something like that. Towards the middle of the state, no, I don't believe that there will be a tornado watch for the middle of the state. So, if anything, you guys will get a severe thunderstorm watch. But other than that, nothing really too much. Will the Great Lakes help destroy these storms when it goes over? Yes, it will, Jacob. Mainly because of how cold these waters are compared to the surface temperatures on land. So these storms will kind of be demoralized a little bit. But if you want some, if you're on like the southern edge, like St. Joseph, Niles, Centuryville, maybe even South Bend, you guys could start to get some stuff as it goes into the evening. Some scattered storms that could possibly continue to transpire out into the evening. There has been a report of a tornado. Train spotter reports a tornado on the ground 1 mile northeast of Andrew. So this storm right here has been observed by a spotter. That'll eventually head off towards the Coletta area. So people over there along Coletta and State Route 88, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. As I've mentioned, get into your safe space. Either that's underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. So, to repeat, a tornado has been reported with this cell, and people need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. This will be going near the Coletta area in about 10 minutes, so people over there need to monitor that. And the thing about it is that you guys are going to be getting all the rain, and then right when that is done, you're going to be able to get the tornado right then and there. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Something to keep in mind. So just take their precautions. You should definitely just monitor it as it continues to move on through. The tornado warning for Jackson County in Iowa has now been allowed to expire. So people over there, you guys are now out of the risk for now. But there could be still some thunderstorms that could initiate and all that such, even in behind that. So something that you guys should take into account, that there could be some stuff that could be meddling with your day for the rest of the evening. Let's see. South Carolina won't get anything today, Colton. You'll be fine. Any storm chasers on these rotations / tornadoes? They could be. If you go on stormchasers.com, there could be something. Malaus, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Do you think this year we'll see a lot of named storms, tropical-wise, like hurricanes, tropical storms? Named storms, I've already predicted 17 to 19. So it's not as large as what people say. But 17 to 19. There might be a little bit more. That was in the beginning. But obviously, I'm willing to go down with the ship, as I always go through. Let's see, Janesville, Wisconsin going to get bad? Give me 2 seconds. I'll figure that out for you. Still tornado warning for Carroll, Whiteside counties. Still an observed tornado in and around that area. So something to keep in mind. That will continue until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's see, Janesville, Wisconsin. You guys could quite possibly see something along the line. You got some scattered storms right now out in front of you, but something right now, it's not an imminent threat for you guys. So definitely something to keep in mind. YouTube Brixie, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. Add you to my subscriber collection. So I really do appreciate that. Let's see. I do want to take a look at this cell because it does have a tornado possible, and it did catch my eye. But the cell that's going to be eventually heading towards Winnebago and towards the west of Rockford does have some general rotation, so I wouldn't be surprised if this goes tornado warned along the line as well. So something that people should definitely monitor as that moves on through. What about Mundelene? Give me 2 seconds as I try and figure out for that. Let's see.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Great coverage as always. Watching from UK.
Chippy Neal with the 10-pound super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You don't know how much it means to me. You know, to all the people who have even supported the streams, I would just want to let you guys know that you guys are amazing. So, thank you so much for doing that. Especially Chippy Neal. I appreciate the 10-pound super chat. Let's see. You're in Rockford, so I would monitor this storm to the best of your abilities. There could be something, depending upon where you live in Rockford. If you live on the western side, then honestly, I would say you guys need to get into your shelter. If you're in the east, you guys should be okay, but I would still monitor that cell just in case if it decides to shift in any sort of way. Let's see. You asked for Mundaline. Give me 2 seconds. By the way, if you want me to do specific areas for you guys as well, I can definitely do that. Mundaline will probably see something later in the evening, in my honest opinion. So, but other than that, as of right now, should be okay. Anything in PA near Lancaster that you should worry about? As of right now, no, I do not believe that there could be anything for you guys. But Illinois, for Mundaline, you should be okay until a bit later. You guys are not in an imminent threat. But definitely something that you guys should take into account. You guys are around Libertyville, and you've got some sort of scattered storms moving into your general vicinity. Let's take a look at the tornado warnings now across the board. This one actually is intensified just by looking at it on reflectivity. It's starting to wrap around its downdraft, and that's starting to scare me a little bit. Could quite possibly continue to intensify, and maybe one of those situations where people need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. We've got a new tornado warning for let's see, Livingston County. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Just by looking at the velocities, I'm not really the greatest radar for me to take a look at them for. So let's take a look at a new one. Let's see. If this would load any quicker, I would be able to show you all. Let's see. Just want to pop in real quick and say hello. Congrats, Nate, on getting over 1.5k subs. Proud of me. Thank you, Becca. I really do appreciate it. You know, it's really everyone else here that's, helped me. So in turn, we all should be probably thanking them for doing so. Which, by the way, if you are new, feel free to hit that sub button. Help support my channel and allow me to grow and possibly gain more people. So that would be great. Ohio have a chance next week. Honestly, it's they're okay. You could see something, but something in and out around there. So yeah, Rockton, Illinois. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out for you. The rotation near Pontiac, you can definitely see the greens moving towards kind of discrete grays moving away, or right in the middle around Pontiac is where the rotation would be. Nothing on correlation coefficient as of right now. The base reflectivity does have a really nice hook with this thing, though. So people along Pontiac, even around State Route 116, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Even around Sonneman, in and around State Route 47, you guys also need to go take your precautions. So if you know anyone who lives around there, tell them to go ahead, get into their safe space, or even show them the stream. I'll continue to do live analysis for all of these stuff. So that would be appreciated if you guys would tell them that they are in oh my goodness, I can't say anything, imminent threat to a possible tornadic rotation in and around those areas. Watch 209. I'll take a look at that in a bit. Watch number 209. Oh. That's a lot of hail, but not a lot of tornadoes, I will say. Low chance of producing at EF5, around 5, though. So it's higher than what they were saying up in Nebraska. But that'll probably get updated relatively soon as that goes into the middle of the night. So something to keep in mind there. Let's see. Still got plenty of areas. I'm going to take a look at the storm in Iowa, about to cross the Iowa-Illinois border near Bellevue. This had a history of producing a tornado. Probably a brief one, if I would have to say, but something in and around those areas. People need to continue to monitor this. Any tornado possible for tomorrow on the 25th? Yeah, there could be some. Tomorrow, stuff ranging from Iowa down to Kansas into Oklahoma, and even Missouri. So stuff like that, people can take a look at that. Maybe even parts of Texas. And then as that continues to move on through, Monday, there might be something in Oklahoma, something like that. So definitely something to keep in mind. Yeah, as most of the people in the chat have mentioned, I do have a Discord server. If you do feel like you want to join, link in the description down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. So if you want to join the community that I have, even talk to just other people like you're doing now, and even communicate with other people who are as knowledgeable in weather as myself. Definitely the place for you guys to be. I really do recommend the Discord server. So, let's see. As I take a look on through here, the tornado warning for Carroll and Whiteside will continue until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Has been updated a little bit, but still one of those things where, people need to continue to monitor that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Grundy and Kendall County in Illinois. That does have a tornado possible on that. However, the LaSalle part of the warning has been allowed to expire and or cancel. So something like that, where people need to continue to monitor in and around those areas, as well as the tornado warning for Joe Davies and Jackson. That will continue until 3:15. So nothing new there. They still believe that there is some sort of rotation. And there is. The reds are moving away. The grays are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. The correlation coefficient doesn't show anything, which means that, in my honest opinion, this isn't on the ground as of right now, or it isn't lofting any debris. Spectrum width doesn't show a lot in that area too. There is some sort of lowering, but nothing really too much. So definitely something to keep in mind as you all need to continue to monitor that if you live in those areas. So it'll be crossing over Bellevue, US 52 in those areas, and US 20. You guys need to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north and east. Let's go back to the cell over here. This is for, what is this? Carroll and Whiteside, I believe. Yep, this is Carroll and Whiteside. That'll still be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the velocities, as I take a look at this, grays are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So something to where people over there still need to continue to monitor this event. It has passed over State Route 88. That'll eventually be moving off to the Polo area around US 52. So something around those areas, you guys need to continue to monitor that. The cell over near Rockford that I told everyone to mention does still have that little hook on it. I wonder if it could still produce, but something in and around those areas, people need to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north and east. There could be something in and around those areas. Sheesh. Storm Central is in the description down below if you want to join it. If you feel like you need to. Let's see. Still, new severe thunderstorm actually for Ogle County in Illinois with a tornado possible. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Winds can go up to 60 miles per hour, and hail could be 1.25 inches. Can you explain what nothing on the correlation coefficient means? So what I look at for the correlation coefficient is this kind of lowering. There's a scale on the side right here towards the left, and the correlation coefficient measures the density, the density of the rain in a specific spot. So if there's not a lot of rain, then it will measure as a low correlation coefficient, which is the reason why there is a bunch of blues in and around this area. If there's a lot of rain in that area, then it will measure as a high correlation coefficient. And then if it measures to the point where it starts to get larger density, then it will go back to a lower correlation coefficient, which is the reason why in some spots right in and around here, you can see, if I go to the reflectivity, you can see this hail core right in here. There could be some hail in around that. And if I go over to the correlation coefficient, it's all like green and yellow. That's all showing the hail in there. Well, if I was looking for a tornado, there would be its own correlation coefficient to where it would be this little ball, if you will. And so whenever I see a ball right within there, that could indicate a tornado debris signature, and that could indicate an actual tornado on the ground and in progress. But as of right now, nothing in there is nothing that I could see based off of the correlation coefficient. So something to keep in mind. Good question, though. Good question. Rotation Texas. I haven't taken a look at that for myself, but I definitely will take a look at that in a few. You need to do a base field tornado radar analysis. I did that after the actual events. I did that later in the week. So if you want to take a look at that, you guys can. It was on my live stream. I typically live stream a lot. Is it going to be worse tonight than now? When it comes to the amount of tornadoes, probably not. But when it comes to the intensity, probably will. In my honest opinion. Chicago right now is not being impacted directly. There's a couple severe storms that are moving in and out of those areas. But definitely one of those things where if you're in Chicago, you're going to want to monitor this. Especially the person in Joliet. You guys could be getting some gusty winds, maybe even some hail. And the possible area of rotation in and around that area is there's a tornado possible tag on this cell too, so definitely something to where if you live in those areas, especially the southern side of Chicago, in and around the areas that I've called before, you need to continue to monitor that. Yep, all across the board, there's just plenty of thunderstorms that'll continue to funnel to channel through these areas. When will McHenry County, Illinois see severe weather? 2 seconds. I will be able to get some sort of forecast for you. You guys will be impacted. You guys are kind of getting some thunderstorms right now. Quite honestly, you guys could see some stuff within a couple hours from now. This event's supposed to range all the way until 6. So you guys could be seeing some stuff around that time too. But from right now until later in the evening, you guys could be seeing some stuff. Let's see. It's funny, I know right where the storm is going to start, if they're going to hit me. Yep. Or at least I'm going to try and provide that information for you all. Will Oaklawn get hit by a tornado? That's kind of hard to say, specifically because tornadoes are very hard to predict. So definitely one of those things where, you might get some thunderstorms, but it's very difficult for me to tell you if you're going to get a tornado. But I'll say this. You'll have a chance. Like everyone else in northern Illinois, there is a chance for some sort of potential tornadic activity. Let's see. Thank you so much. Excellent. Your PhD in combination with media talent. I predict a great future. Thank you, Thomas. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words. Is this boom or bust? When it comes to Illinois, no, specifically because there are so many cells that could continue to produce across the board. When it comes to Nebraska, yes, it's a boom or bust for Nebraska. Let's see. Yeah, bunch of rotations across the board. There's storm near Bellevue in Iowa about to cross into Illinois. Still has some general rotation. You can see how the reflectivity wraps around. By the way, this is just the general rain. And then the velocities show the red's moving away, the green's moving towards still. So some general rotation in and around those areas. It does seem to be weakening, though. I will say that. Correlation coefficient, as I would mention, there would be some sort of lower correlation coefficient in here. If there's a debris signature, I do not see that whatsoever. So I do believe that this is not on the ground as of right now. Let's see. Oak Lawn is below Chicago. Look at the map. Is it really? Hold up. Yeah, it is. It is below Chicago. I didn't know that. Oak Lawn could be impacted by a severe thunderstorm not relatively soon, I should say. They'll probably be impacted within the next 45 minutes, something like that. 45, 50 minutes. So definitely people around there need to take their precautions. Smiley face, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, people can say the B word today. I'm going to be, because it's a 10% risk, you guys could theoretically do that. It's just for 5% risk is when I'm just like, don't do it. It's a 5% risk. New Mesoscale discussion for the Tornado Watch 207, so I'm going to take a look at that. I'm in one of the thunderstorm warnings in Chicago area. You'll be safe. Good. I'm glad that you're taking your proper precautions. I really am happy for that. Let's take a look at this tornado warning still. Apparently there's still been confirmed tornado by weather spotters. So this is still kind of ongoing in and around this area. Nothing really too strong as of right now, but the reflectivity does wrap around, show you a classic hook signature with the inflow quite open. I actually do want to take a 3D on this cell because this has been showing some really interesting stuff. By the way, I do want to mention for all the people who do say bust, if you guys remember the last time someone said bust, the stuff would something immediately exploded last night. Easter outbreak. So don't do that. Definitely something in and around there. Where I hope you guys will take your precautions. Right here, I'm looking at a specific reflectivity to where I'm seeing how much rain. And this can actually dictate if there's an inflow notch in here. And you guys can kind of see an arch, if you will, to where inflow, the energy could be passed through and fed into the thunderstorm to possibly sustain it. If I were to take a look at the rotation moving up and into the storm, you can definitely see some sort of rotation spanning up to almost 20,000 feet. So something to keep in mind that this does have some decent rotation, not too strong, but definitely something that could continue to sustain itself as it moves on through. Monster discrete tornadic supercells. I mean, it is boom or bust. It is boom or bust around there. Yeah, but definitely something that people need to continue to keep in mind. New supercells developing along the dry line in Illinois. What do I think? Could those become tornadic? Definitely. I do believe so. Believe that these could become tornadic, which is the reason why I was saying that the I can't remember what county someone asked for this. What county this is, but these cells could continue to form and they could push in through into Illinois. So I wouldn't be surprised if those form and possibly become tornadic. So something to keep in mind. It's basically a 1-2 punch within all these cells, which is the reason why I'm concerned about these cells along the line here, but it's not really as big as what I feel is going to be along the dry line with those forcing and those supercells developing in and around those areas. Oh my goodness, what have you all done? I can't even read chat anymore. Let's see. What do you think, Northern Indiana? We're gonna get anything? Depends upon where you are in Northern Indiana. If you're in northwestern parts of Indiana, you guys could probably see something. Everyone else, probably not. You guys will see some thunderstorms with some gusty winds, but other than that, keep an eye on Kale on for me. Yeah, I will definitely do so. Give me a second so that I can figure out where that is. Kale on. Chicago. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye on Chicago in general. Let's see. It's always waves of storms here. Yep, indeed. History, August 90, Plainfield, Joliet, EF5, first EF5 in the Chicago area. Live in the... He's going to check out Tom Sterling's documentary. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check out that. That's really cool. Not to bring back recent memories, but there could have theoretically been another one within the past decade. Another EF5. It wasn't in the Chicago Metro. It was a bit further out to the west. But Rochelle was a 200 mile per hour EF4. And just so happens that if it was 1 mile per hour stronger, it would have been an EF5. So something that Oaklawn. Okay, yeah, Oaklawn. Yep, I'm definitely going to watch that for quite some time. Let's actually go over to the Chicago stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at all these. I do want to take a look at the one over here in Rockford. I still believe that this cell possibly could be something. Definitely something in here where there could be some sort of rotation near Winnebago, and that could move off north to the north of Rockford. So Rockford should be fine. Still some sort of tornadic potential in and around those areas. Let's see. Convective outlook has been updated. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. Still says enhanced in and around those areas. I'll take a look at that. Let's see. My goodness, what is going on? Can you take a look at the Newcastle, Indiana thunderstorm? Need to know what direction that storm is moving. Yep, I definitely can take a look at that for you all. Let's see. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning for Joe Davies and Jackson County will continue until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep that in mind. Let's see. So these cells out in Indiana will typically just be a lot of gusty winds. Maybe some spotty hail. Maybe even the potential for a tornado just to the south of Strawn heading over to the Milton area. But definitely some gusty winds. It's moving off to the east. If I were to get a track for you all, just for the gusty winds, south of Milton, around State Route 1, be impacted in about 15 minutes. And then as that continues to move on through, Connorsville will probably be impacted in 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more, and stuff like that. Can you check the velocities of that storm moving into Joliet? Yep, I can definitely do that. Give me 2 seconds. I'll definitely do that. Reports of a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust from Morris Washburn, Illinois. That is definitely some really nice winds in and around there. So some definitely around severe parameters for all those areas. New HRRR updates has a PDS for South Nebraska with SIG supercell for tonight. Yep. So as I've mentioned, probably going to be doing some stuff in and around those areas. It'd be really interesting. Is the cell in Rush County, Indiana, developing a hook or a hail spike? I believe it's developing a hook in and around those areas, but it is along the gust front. So something to keep in mind. Could be relatively interesting. This cell right here, I said, could possibly produce a tornado, and it's now got a hook in here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this turns tornadic in and around here. That'll be heading off into the Joliet area. So honestly, this is where I don't even take a look at the National Weather Service as to what they have to say. This could potentially produce a tornado, chat. So people in the metro for Chicago, southwestern metro near Joliet, around those areas, someone wanted a delta velocity. I'm seeing some velocities in upwards of 60 miles per hour in those areas. But a delta velocity in and around these areas, let's see, this was 60 miles per hour. This was 18. So 78 mile per hour delta velocity in those areas. Definitely something to keep in mind. I'd say you guys need to go ahead and get into your shelter as if you weren't already in that for the severe thunderstorm warning. There could possibly be something in here that could be tornadic. So something that you guys need to continue to keep in mind. I do want to take a 3D. This, by the way, this is just the radar. It can't see anything above this. So that's the reason why it looks wonky. I did want to get that over with. But look at that inflow notch, chat. Really tall inflow notch and a really well-defined inflow notch based off of the 3D imagery right here. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. And then you can definitely see, because these clouds are hanging, this is the updraft holding everything up in place. And then when the updraft gets weak enough, the rain kind of just dips down. That is the downdraft. Rotation here shows definitely something. There's a nice vertical column of rotation in that. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Might even be rotation higher than what we're seeing right now. So definitely something to keep in mind as that moves into Joliet. Something like that. I do want to mention the tornado warning for Jackson County in Iowa and Joe Davies County in Illinois. Something to where you guys need to take your precautions, though the tornado warning has expired. So just keep in mind with that. Spectrum width, I do want to see something here. There is something around there, but nothing really of a lowering. Can you talk about Pontiac, Illinois? Yeah, Pontiac, in my honest opinion, is out of the risk. They did have a tornado warning, but as of right now, in regards to the system, here is Pontiac, here is the cell, and it is moving to the east. So this cell will be out of your hair, and you guys should theoretically be fine. But as of right now, the line is now starting to kind of form. There could quite possibly be something. Take a look at that, chat. Really nice hook there on reflectivity. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to ramp up a bit. You can see some velocities in upwards of 67, 68 miles per hour in that. So definitely something to keep in mind with all of that, that there could be something in and around those areas. I will mention that because it is getting closer to the radar, some of the velocities and reflectivity returns are going to be a bit obscured. So something to keep in mind in and around those areas. There it is, tornado warning for Cook and Will County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I've been saying stuff about this storm for quite some time, and there is the the tornado warning in and around those areas. Definitely a classic hook supercell in and around the line there that's moving off towards the Roxdale area. So if you live around the junction of I-55 and I-80, in and around the Roxdale area, the Joliet, the Idleside area, the Ingalls Park, Ridgewood, Fairmont, Crest Hill, Cherry Hill, Preston Heights, if you live in those areas along State Route 53 and US Route 52, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornado. I will say Joliet will be impacted within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So for retrospect, you guys need to continue to take your precautions as that moves off into your area. Definitely a classic hook. This is indeed in southwestern parts of Chicago, moving into the Joliet general vicinity. So something to keep in mind as we continue to look at this. And actually, take a look at the delta velocity returns. This is looking up 542 feet up in the sky, so I do want to mention that. The delta velocity for this is 86.4 knots, so 24, let's say 25, and 75. That is 100 mile per hour delta velocity in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind, that this could be more tornadic and around a 100 miles per hour delta velocity. So that is one thing where people over there need to continue to take their precautions. Let's see. We do have the tornado warnings for Carroll and Whiteside have also been canceled. So people over there in Illinois are fine. But take a look at this hook on reflectivity with the inflow notch quite prevalent in there. Definitely something that I'm going to want to continue to monitor. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop that has to do with the velocities. Green's moving towards, the gray's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation, and right in that circle should be some sort of correlation coefficient. And there is a little bit. I would treat this as if this is on the ground. It could quite possibly be on the ground. But this right here is something that I do not want to see, and that is the ghost train. That is the rear flank downdraft being pulled inwards. Train spotter reports a brief touchdown southwest seems legit. Southwest of Midgetville, which I have no clue where that is. That's in Quad Cities. So there was a tornado that was reported over in Illinois on the opposite side. There's also a new tornado warning for Joe Davies County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But this storm right now does not seem to have a tornado debris signature. There is some sort of lowering of the correlation coefficient due to the fact that there is some whirling winds in those areas. But definitely is one of those things where, as that continues to move towards the Joliet area, they're going to want to continue to take their precautions as it moves on through. Let's see. I don't see any reports as of yet for tornadoes. But that does not mean that as that continues to move on through, there could be something along the way. So definitely one of those things where you need to take your precautions. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for Grundy and Kendall has expired. But still this thing, I mean, take a look at this, chat. You can even see the normalized rotation. That's just the algorithms that GR2 has where you can see velocities touching. Usually when you have a higher normalized rotation, it indicates a lot stronger rotation. And in and around that area, there is a normalized rotation of over 1. So something that people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves on through. Definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move into almost even parallels I-80. So something to keep in mind in there. Let's see. Yep, you're going to want to take your precautions. If you're in any of these tornado warnings, in Livingston, Cook, Will, Joe Davies, definitely want to go ahead and take your precautions as it continues to move on through. Tornado in Pontiac. Was that reported? Because there's just a tornado warning near Pontiac with the hook right in there. Decent rotation still. There's still decent rotation. Grays moving away. Greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. That'll be to the north of Saul Newman. That'll be crossing over the State Route 47 area, eventually heading to the south of Emmington to the almost into the Kempton area. So if you live over there, go ahead and take your precautions. Please do so in that. Let's see. Definitely something in here that you guys need to continue to take their precautions. If you're in any of these warnings, you need to just do so. I do want to take a look at the tornado warning up in Joe Davies County in Illinois. There was a report of a tornado way back when. Is this heading near the United Center? I have no clue where the United Center is. All I know is that that is where the Blackhawks play. So I know it was outside. I know it's outside of Chicago. I know that much. Nope, the United Center is up north. So United Center is fine. So definitely something to take their precautions with all of that. By the way, as I've mentioned, this is a program. This is called GR2 Analyst. Link in the description down below. You do have to make one single payment of $250. But you can also just go ahead, if you feel like you don't really want to just buy it, you can play around with it. There's a free trial for 21 days. You don't have to enter your credit card or anything like that. You can just play around with it for 21 days and then be done with it if you really need to. Definitely some sort of rotation still. Here on reflectivity, you can see the classic hook signature with the inflow notch just to the south of Hanover, just to the south of Elizabeth, and that'll be eventually heading off towards the area of Elizabeth in and around the United States 20 area. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions. This has had a history of producing tornadoes, so something over there, some people over there need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for Boone and Winnebago County. It's a new one with a tornado possible, so they still believe that this storm could possibly produce. But as of right now, there's a lot of range folding in there, so I can't give an accurate description as to what all is happening up there. But something in and around those areas where you need to continue to monitor this. You came back. What did you miss? We currently have a tornado warning that's going to be heading into the Chicago metro area that I'm going to be covering now to the best of my abilities. This will probably be the priority as it continues to move through into a populous area. I'll check in the other storms every now and then, but this will be the one that I'll be taking a look at for quite some time. If I were to take a look at the higher velocity scans, yep, it shows that there is definitely something. I want to see a 3D of this. I honestly do. I won't see a lot because it's basically cutting off the area, but there it is. Really nice inflow notch, actually. My goodness. I'll try and see if I can take a smaller 3D and look at that, chat. In its detailed glory, you can definitely see the inflow notch with this little gap right in here where all the energy can just go into the actual storm, feed it, and possibly turn tornadic. So definitely something that people need to take their precautions with as this continues to move on through. Base velocities show it is definitely some sort of inflow dominant. I want to take a storm motion from this actually to see for myself. But definitely something in and around there to where there could be some sort of inflow dominance. Storm relatives show that it's okay, but it's nothing too strong. Inflow and outflow dominant in and around that area. Definitely something to continue to take their precautions. But yeah, definitely a really nice inflow notch in and around here. I won't see a lot on the rotation when it comes to spanning up, but you will see that it is quite tilted, which kind of favors robust, not really robust updrafts, but it just one thing to keep in mind that the front of the storm is actually starting to gust out a bit more. Might turn into a gusty wind threat more as it continues to move on through. But definitely something that people should continue to watch as that moves on into the town of Joliet. Let's see. Look at Texas. All right, I'll look at Texas for a brief moment. I'll look at Texas just to see. This is out, not really being impacted by anyone, but I'll take a look at it for a couple seconds. These cells, a lot of gusty winds, might be a couple areas of rotation. Might see one in here. This storm doesn't really have rotation, my honest opinion, so it's mainly just this one up here. That'll be eventually heading off towards the US Route 285 area. So some people over there need to continue to monitor that. Monitor that as it heads just to the south of Fort Stockton. There's been a report of a tornado in Kendall County, Illinois. Tornado spots. Tornado looking north from I-80. So there is indeed a reported tornado from this storm heading into Joliet. If you are in this polygon, or if you know anyone who lives in this area, be sure to tell them to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. If you know anyone who lives in this area and might want to just take a look at some live analysis, send them my stream or something like that. But otherwise, please tell them that there is a tornado that has been reported, and it became rain wrapped as that moved off across I-80. So there was indeed a correlation coefficient drop in and around the intersection of I-80 and I-55. Something to definitely monitor as that continues to move on through into a populous area. And there indeed is the correlation coefficient drop from the past. I was kind of skeptical, but I did say that there was quite possibly something in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that moves off into Joliet. So still, people need to continue to monitor this. There's the tornado report. Spotter reported a tornado looking north. And let's see. There's the new tornado warning that I've been mentioning for Winnebago. That will be in effect, Winnebago County, Illinois. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I've been mentioning that this storm needs to be monitored, and it indeed has now been tornado warned. So people around there, just to the north of Rockford and Winnebago, you guys need to continue to monitor that as a tornado warning has been issued for your area. You can kind of see the velocity show the reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So definitely something that as it continues to move over towards the north and east, people need to continue to monitor that. So let's get some timings here for this storm real quick before we go back to the Chicago storm. That'll be crossing off across State Route 2 in about 25 to 30 minutes, south of Rockton in about 30. So something that people over there, if you know, when it comes to geography, if you're north of the Rockford, if you know anyone that's in there, please go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. As I've mentioned, that there has been a history of tornadoes across the board, so this storm could potentially produce one as well. If you are in a tornado warning in any of these counties, you need to just go ahead and respect what the National Weather Service has been issuing for all of you. You need to go ahead and take your precautions either way, whether in your severe thunderstorm warning, a flash flood warning, tornado warning. Take your proper precautions. Better have you safe than sorry. There has been a tornado reported in Wisconsin in Grant County. Let's see. I did not get informed of this because I don't have LaCroix on my IEM bot. But let's take a look at that. Report of a tornado by weather spotters in Lancaster County. So let's go ahead and take a look at that on here. Definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Yep. So definitely report. They will say that the tornado is lifted according to the IEM bot report. but around Lancaster, there is definitely some rotation. Green's moving towards and the reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that continues to move off to the north and east, or the north and west, I should say, eventually towards the Mount Hope area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, because this has had a history of producing a tornado. This is moving relatively slow, I will say that. So if you do live somewhere in between State Route 81 and not State Route, US Route 18, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as that moves on through. Let's see. Oak Lawn seems to be going to be hit by some gusty winds, but other than that, not really anything tornadic. It's just really the cell that's just to the south of Joliet that seems to be kind of gusting out, in my honest opinion, but there still is some sort of general rotation. When I was looking at the 3D, it does seem as if the southern part, or not the southern, the lowest area of rotation on the normalized rotation was a bit more out in front, jutted out, than the actual updraft and downdraft characteristics. So it did seem as if the southern part of the storm was actually gusting out a bit more, but nevertheless, still a tornado warning with a reported tornado just to the south of Joliet. So something like that, something in and around those areas. If you live there, near Preston Heights, New Lenox, even around US 52, it's about to cross over State Route 53. If you live over there, now it's your time for you guys to go ahead, take your precautions, and get underground, get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Something to continue to monitor. If you're over in New Lenox, Frankfurt, Marley, you have a bit of time to where you guys can get pillows, footwear, helmets, stuff like that, before you can go ahead and take your precautions. So definitely something to keep in mind. Let's get some timings now for you all, and New Lenox will probably be impacted in about 10 minutes, as well as Marley in around 15 to 20, so something like that where you guys need to go and continue to monitor that as that moves on through. Let's see. I did want to take a look at the convective outlook because that did get updated about 20 minutes earlier, but something has kind of piqued our interest. So we do have multiple areas of rotation, and I am going to continue to sustain my position over here in these storms. So let's take a look at these storms now. This is moved off across Pontiac, now affecting the Emmington area. This is for Livingston County. So Livingston County is under a tornado warning. That'll continue to be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You guys will definitely be getting some large hail in and around those areas, and the gusty winds are kind of there. You have classic hook characteristic, but the inflow, or should I say the outflow, is not as strong as it once was. The rotation follows suit to that. Is Tinley Park at 179th Street good? Give me a second. So I can try and get some of that for you all. Let's see. So you guys are actually in the path of this, according to my storm track. So you guys will probably get some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, and potentially a tornado. So I would say you guys still have a bit of time. It says it's going to be about 25 to 30 minutes until you guys will be getting some tornadic conditions. But other than that, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Let's see. As I've mentioned, there is still a tornado warning for Cook and Will counties in southwestern metro of Chicago, and that'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I also want to mention that there has been a report of a tornado with this prior to it becoming a rain wrap, so something to where you guys need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. Definitely something that you guys need to take seriously, especially with how much populace is in this area. If this does indeed intensify in any sort of way, I'd rather have you guys safe than sorry in any stretch of the imagination. So one of the things where you guys need to do, heed the warnings of the National Weather Service and myself. and respect the polygon. Let's take a look at some of the other tornado warnings. Let's look back at Winnebago County. Take a look and see that, because I know we have a couple people in here from Winnebago County. So let's go ahead and take a look at all this. Take a look and see the specifics of these storms across the board. Still, tornado warning will continue for Cook and Will until 3:45. Hail up to 2 inches now. So it's not just it's not just the small hail. It's now starting to get even larger in those areas. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions. One thing I do want to mention with the Winnebago storm is that you do have some really nice rotation. This is from the Milwaukee radar. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. You can see some sort of general rotation in that general vicinity. Nothing on the correlation coefficient right now, but you can definitely see on reflectivity a classic hook signature right within there, the inflow notch unimpeded whatsoever. So something like something around those areas could be potentially be tornadic. Let's get some timing out for you all. Let's see, remove the marker, and let's get storm motion from warning. So let's get a timing out for you all. Rockton will now be impacted in about 20 to 25 minutes in and around those areas. And then it'll be crossing just to the south of South Beloit in about 30 minutes. So people over there, if you know anyone who lives near State Route 2 or State Route 75 in Illinois, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions as well. I'm going to take a look at this tornado warning over here in Joe Davies County just to see if there is anything based off of that. By the way, the tornado warning for Grant County in Wisconsin that was observed, that continues until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I did want to mention that for the people who are in those general vicinities, that it is not going to expire until 36 minutes from now. So you live in Lockport. Will it hit you? Give me 2 seconds. I will continue to look at this. Lockport. It seems to be going just to the south of you, in my honest opinion. So you should theoretically be fine, but I'll have to take a look at that. Rotation here. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where it would be. It'll be eventually heading off into the Stockton area. So people around, as I've mentioned, US 20, around Stockton, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Get into your safe space, as I do say, for these storms. Let's look back at the storm in Chicago real quick to take a look and see if anything in and around there could be relatively new. Still a classic hook on reflectivity. I mean, take a look at that. Really nice, even though there are some reflectivity pixels that have been a bit obscured due to the fact that it's too close to the actual radar. But still a classic area where you could see some rotation in the supercell. You can even see the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where it would be. I don't see anything that could be indicating a tornado on the ground per se, but definitely some gusty winds that could be impacting anywhere in and around those areas. So people around Cherry Hill, Lockport is just going to be getting some gusty winds at the moment, possibly some large hail. There is reports, not reports, but the National Weather Service says that you guys could get some 2-inch hail up to the size of 2 inches. Someone asked if it was visually confirmed. It was. It was visually confirmed as it moved off towards Manuka before it became rain-wrapped. But as of right now, nothing confirmed on the ground at the moment. That does not mean that you guys should let your guard down whatsoever. The people near Lenox, as I've mentioned, you guys would be impacted within 10 minutes from when it was over near Preston Heights and Rockdale. Now you guys are going to be immediately impacted within the next 5 minutes. So people over there need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Marley, you guys will probably be impacted in around 10 minutes. Mokena, 10 to 15. And then Arbory Hills, in and around there, you guys will be impacted in around 15 to 20 minutes. This will be kind of paralleling I-80 as that continues to move into more of the metro complex in Chicago. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions as that moves on through. This storm definitely is showing signs of being tornadic, so you're going to need to continue um, to um, to definitely just heed our warnings. Let's take a look here. It does seem as if the tornado warning will continue for Winnebago County until 4:15. That is still radar indicated. Nothing on the ground over there quite yet, according to the reports. So you guys should be still being impacted by that storm. But according to IAMBot, nothing is on the ground right now. That does not mean that won't change, though. It could get worse, could be better for you guys. I'd rather have you all be safe than sorry, though. So go ahead and get into your safe space over in Winnebago. You're in Rollingbrook. When will be hit? Give me 2 seconds. I try and figure out where that is. That is north of Lockport. So you guys are getting hit by some storms, but it won't be anything big. So you beat Danube, you should be fine. Yeah, you should be fine, but you're going to be getting some really nice. You're going to be getting some rain relatively soon, in my honest opinion. I still don't see a correlation coefficient in and around here, but does not mean that they could not produce a tornado along the way. Let's see. The LaCroix, the storm in Grant County, Wisconsin, no longer is observed. It is now radar indicated, so that does mean that it is not on the ground. I did mention that I wouldn't have been on the ground due to the report, but still one thing to where if you do live in Grant County, Wisconsin, there is a tornado warning for your area, and you need to take your proper precautions. Let's see. The tornado warning for Livingston County, that is to the east of Pontiac, that has been allowed to expire. There's now severe thunderstorm warning for over in that area. That is for Iroquois, Kaneki, and Livingston until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still a tornado possible with that, though, so definitely something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that as that moves on through the night. Chicago storm is tornadic, plus there's a bunch of cells forming behind this. Indeed, there is the dry line in and behind this, and actually, I do want to show you guys the satellite imagery real quick. I am curious to see for myself as to what all is happening in and around those areas. That is not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Illinois storms. Yep, so there's the thunderstorms that are billowing up and about in a line. And here's actually what people were talking about. Another line of storms forming in behind this. This could be a second wave that pushes in through, and that could be impacting the same areas that have already been impacted in Illinois. So something to keep in mind. There could be storms across the board. You can get the first wave right here, and then there's going to be possibly a second one that forms in behind this. I do want to take a look, see if there is any CAPE. There is an area of 2,000 joules per kilogram up to the north, so I wouldn't be surprised if something decides to form up and around here near Dixon and Oregon. So something to keep in mind. But as of right now, it does seem as if the major risk right now is the storm near New Lenox with a really nice reflectivity hook right in here. Some general rotation, if I do say so myself. But still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. How does Tinley Park's 179th Street? They're going to still be kind of impacted to an extent. It seems as if the actual tornadic rotation might be going further south, but still you're going to be getting some gusty winds. So I'd say you need to still take your precautions, even though you're not in the warning box, if you live in those areas. What about the tornado warning for Chicago? Still on or might expire something. This is the tornado warning for Chicago. That will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and they'll probably issue another tornado warning when it gets closer towards the expiration date. So something to keep in mind. The velocities can't really tell as to what all is happening in and around here. But still, you can kind of see how the greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Some general rotation as that continues to move near New Lenox down to the McKenna area and the Frankfurt area. So this will be eventually crossing over United States 30 in about 5 minutes. I've already mentioned that New Lenox should have been underground, so I'll go ahead and allow them to fend for themselves because they are now immediately being impacted. But as this continues to move over into the McKenna area, the Arbory Hills, and the Frankfurt area, you guys are now the next in line. So I'd say you guys should excuse me, probably should get some water relatively soon. You guys should definitely go ahead and take your precautions and get to your safe space now, wherever that may be, whether it's underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. So Joliet, the Joliet area is now getting impacted with gusty winds. They're about to be out of the risk now. They did have, they're probably going to actually update this tornado warning if I had my best guess on this. They're going to update it and probably exclude Joliet probably within the next 5 minutes due to the fact that it has moved off now to its south and east. But now almost directly east with a really nice reflectivity scan on here. Still an unimpeded inflow notch. If I were able to get a 3D on this, I'm actually curious to see if I can get that. You can kind of see the inflow notch, but at the same time, it's kind of got a bit obscured. So let's see if I can see on a smaller scale. I'm not able to see it fully. Let's see. The tornado watch for Buchanan, Cedar, Clinton, Des Moines, Jackson, Johnson, Jones, Lynn, Louisa, Muscatine, and Scott County in Iowa have been expired, and Henderson, Henry, McDonough, Mercer, Rock Island, and Warren counties in Illinois have been canceled. So people over there, you guys are out of the risk as of right now, but everyone else is still in a tornado watch, so definitely something to keep in mind. Inflow notch is still prevalent here on reflectivity. Trying to take a good enough 3D for you all to see, but you can kind of see this kind of arch right here. The arch is kind of actually lowered quite some bit, which tells me that it's becoming a bit more outflow dominant, if you will, and more of a gusty wind threat. But still something tornadic in with that area. Inflow notch right within here that tells you that it's still eating up a lot of the energy out in front of it. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But something to watch and to notice is that this has kind of died out a little bit when it comes to its actual characteristics. Still some sort of rotation in and around here. Not as high as you typically can see, but at the same time, you couldn't really see a lot to begin with due to the fact that it is relatively close to the radar, and the radar can only see so far high up when it's that close. So definitely something to keep in mind. Something in and around there could still be active, but as of right now, nothing that you can really see from that close and that far high up. Still really nice reflectivity scan. This almost reminds me way back when in October when I was looking over the Dallas EF3 tornado. Similar characteristics as to how that looked on reflectivity, and just the fact that it's impacting the metro area, similar to how Dallas was being impacted in those metro areas. So something really interesting. Can I check the storms in Texas? I'll take a look at that in a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if that Juliet area tornado touched down several times. I wouldn't be surprised either, honestly, especially since it has already been confirmed as rain-wrapped. So the issue with that being that there could quite possibly be something within there. You wouldn't be able to see it due to the fact that it's already high precipitation. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Still continuations for those tornado warning. That tornado warning in Wisconsin. One thing I do want to mention is that you are south from McKenna down to Frankfurt and down and around to the south of the intersection of US 30 and US 45. you guys are going to get some really gusty winds from this. So something to continue to push off through into Frankfurt. You are going to get some gusty winds. So may not be anything tornadic, but at the same time, you guys are going to get some extremely gusty winds. Probably in upwards of 50 miles per hour in some spots, maybe even 54. So definitely keep in mind that. Home was damaged in the night of October. Dallas tornado, crazy night. Yep. Is it on the ground at the moment? No, but it was reported on the ground prior. Still PDS soundings, and you think we could get SBC upgrade for Nebraska? I haven't even seen the SBC yet. I do actually want to quickly veer at that. I haven't seen the convective outlook for those areas. Let's see. 1Z. You probably could see something in and around those areas. A emergency update or something like that. So maybe. But I will mention that as soon as these storms do pass by Chicago, they will be deficient unless if you are looking at the storms further to the south along the line, the ones near Pontiac and stuff like that. That'll continue to move into Indiana and possibly produce some stuff around there. All right, fine. I'll take a look at the storm in Texas. I'll take a look at the storms in Texas. I'll take a look at that real quick. Did you check Winchester, Indiana? You're there. I'll check that in a bit. I'll actually look up where Winchester is to begin with. I'll take a look at Texas. Texas isn't supposed to get a lot, though. I will say that. Winchester probably won't see a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. Is the Crest Hill area in the tornado warning? 2 seconds as I look up where Crest Hill is. We are getting some discrete cells forming along the area. There are some cells that could be producing hail, maybe even a tornado every now and then, but nothing of the sort on a larger scale down there. Crest Hill isn't going to be impacted by the tornado warning anymore. They probably should update that relatively soon, but I do believe that they won't be getting anything in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind for you guys over there. My goodness, so many climate reports. There could be some sort of rotation to the south of Fort Stockton, but other than that, nothing really of interest, in my honest opinion. Let's go back to the tornado warning in the southwestern parts of Chicago. Let's see, anything remotely the area south of Richmond. Yep. Just anywhere basically along I-80 is where you will probably see some impacts. So if you're around there, or if you're even around US 30, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm. And if you are out in front of this, then you probably should get to your safe space. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the east. Let's get some more timings out here. I did mention that Mokena needed to go ahead and get to its safe space. Arbory Hills is probably going to be impacted within the next few minutes. This will eventually cross over I-80. If there's anyone who lives around State Route 43 or even US Route 45, you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions, and get to your safe space. Tinley Park, you guys have about 10 minutes. So as that continues to move on through and it gets closer to you, that's when you should probably take your precautions. But as of right now, Moneca is going to get impacted, Arbory Hills, Frankfurt, all of those areas, some gusty winds, possibly a tornado within that area. You need to continue to monitor that. Will Illinois get tornado warning? Give me a second to look at where that is. 2 seconds. Let's see. This is... Oh, okay, I found it. It's, it might, but I guess we'll have to see. Honestly, it'll do something. Stop it with this storm and look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin storm's not on the ground right now, according to LaCroix. There was a report of a tornado. Actually, no, it is back on the ground now. So I do want to take a look at that real quick. There's been a report of a tornado seen by 4 spotters. I do want to take a look at that. Mokina. Okay, Mokina. Thank you for the correction. I really do appreciate it. Um, I do live on the East Coast, so I don't really understand. uh, eh, not really too impressive. The storm in Wisconsin is fine. We'll take a look at that. But Mokina, definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. You guys are getting impacted as we speak. Arbory Hills, as well as Tinley Park, Fernway, in and around the State Route 43 area, as well as the 191st Street area. You guys need to go ahead and start taking your precautions. This will definitely get into your area in about 5 to 10 minutes. So, you know, definitely something to where you guys need to take your proper precautions. Is there any damage from the tornado? I do not know for sure. There has been reports of a tornado from this, but damage is uncertain at this time. In Tinley Park, remodeling the house today. Can you check? Yep. Tinley Park is right here, and here's where the rotation is. You can see the storm track right here indicated in the white line. You guys will probably be impacted within the next 10 minutes. So I would say this is where you need to start. Go ahead and take your proper precautions. The Chicago still need to take precautions. Downtown Chicago is fine. Anywhere from US Route 12 and north is fine from this tornado warning. Everyone else in the south still need to watch this. So Oak Lawn, you're kind of on the border, but definitely something to where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. There's a 47 supercell composite with a PDS tour South Nebraska for tonight, also with 4 significant supercells. My goodness. Is O'Hare shut down? That I have no clue. I don't believe it is due to the fact that it is just encountering some sort of some general thunderstorms. But I do believe Midway. I don't even think Midway is being impacted either. But let's see. Is Gage Park safe? Give me 2 seconds to figure out where that is. Let's see. Yes, you guys are fine. You guys should be fine. So Gage Park should be fine. But still continue to monitor the weather. You guys are going to be getting some gusty winds in and around that area. You think O'Hare shut down because of COVID? I have no clue. There are some airports that aren't shut down, but guess we'll see. This fly around my room is annoying the crap out of me. I have to say, I will probably just kill it with a fly swatter. But yeah, something to continue to look at. This tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It is now 3:45. So let's see whether or not this will continue as a tornadic cell is the real question. It does have a classic hook characteristic, I will say that, but the velocities have indeed kind of died out a bit. Back at 500 feet, we're taking a look and we're seeing it's not as strong as it once was when we were looking at it 500 feet up near Shorewood and Minooka. So something to keep in mind there. But still, tornadic cells moving into the Chicago metro area. People over there need to continue to monitor that. Let's take a look real quick. I do want to see. We're getting more reports here. Continuing the tornado warning until 4 Central Daylight Time for Grant in Wisconsin. That has been producing tornadoes off and on all throughout. So something to keep in mind there. When does the warning end? There are no more warnings here in the Chicago metro area. However, there could potentially still be something near Arbory Hills, just to the south of Fernway, just to the south of Orland Hills. So something to keep in mind. This could still be tornadic as that moves on through. I do want to look at the storm in Winnebago real quick. I do want to take a look at that. I am relatively curious as to what all happens in and around there. How many tornadoes today? There has been a plethora of some. I think there's what, 5, 6 now? 6. I said way back when, kind of as a meme a little bit, but I said Saturday we could possibly get 18 reported, 18 separate tornadoes. So, be pretty interesting. Okay, so taking a look at this storm near Rockton. Still some decent rotation. Greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. That'll be heading off to the South Beloit area, eventually heading off into the, I think that's Beloit area, the South Beloit area near the Beloit area as well. General rotation, there is a little bit out here and another one in behind near Rockton. So there's 2 areas of rotation, but I think the one near Rockton is the one that is the strongest one out of the 2. So people around there, you guys need to continue to take their proper precautions as that moves on through. And if there is another tornado warning in Wisconsin for Beloit, you guys need to take your precautions as well. Let's see. As I take a look on through here, rotation intensification in Texas, I'll take a look at that in a second. This area down here near Cabaret, I had the cell from Pontiac, still seems to be attempting to try and reorganize itself. Obviously, the Reds moving away. Wrong way. Reds moving away, Greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. There could be something that's moving off to the south of Herscher and Irwin. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. The people over there definitely could be getting some sort of hail, probably around half an inch, maybe even almost a full inch in and around those areas. Rotation in Texas. Yep. All right. Let's take a look at Texas then. You all are asking me to look at Texas, so I'll take a look at that for a bit. The cells over here, these cells don't seem to be doing a whole lot. This cell right here could possibly be forming some sort of rotation right here. This one heading just to the north and west of Post, just to the south and east of Lubbock. This area right here could possibly get some rotation, so I will continue to monitor that as that continues to move north. Chicago cell seems to be spinning back up. I'll look at that in a second. I'm just going to scan through these cells in Texas real quick, due to the fact that Chicago is a lot more populous than these areas out here. Orland Park get hit bad. I'll have to take a look at that in a bit. I don't have answers for you exactly. Get that real quick. Get this real quick. Let's see. New tornado warning for Ford and Iroquois County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be for radar indicated rotation and 1 3/4 sized hail. There could be some rotation south of Fort Stockton, but it's not going to be too interesting right now, in my honest opinion. So this cell all the way down here near Ford and Iroquois, that has a tornado warning. We'll take a look at that in a second. Somebody asked for Milwaukee. Milwaukee isn't getting anything right now, but that does not mean that they won't get anything later. They're probably going to get some cells as it moves on through the evening. Probably around 6 or 7, something like that, of that nature. I do want to take a look, see for myself. I'm going to use the Lincoln radar for this. But as I said, Orland Park seems to be just getting some rains and winds. Nothing really tornadic at the moment. This cell over here near Gibson, though, maximum expected hail size of over 2 inches. So something to keep in mind with really intense rotation. Look at that. It is looking up 3,600 feet up in the sky, but the oranges and yellows moving outbound, the grays moving inbound, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live just to the south of Gibson, around State Route 47, or even in Gibson and State Route 9, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to do some timing out here for you. Gibson will be immediately impacted within about 5 minutes, Elliott in about 10 to 15, and it'll be crossing over State Route 9 in about 5 to 10. So people over there need to continue to take your precautions as that moves on through. I do want to take a 3D of this cell just to see if there is a relatively nice inflow notch on this. And there kind of is. There actually is a decent little inflow notch. You can see the kind of arc right here where the inflow could actually feed into the storm and allow it to grow. As I've mentioned kind of in the beginning of the stream, if you think of it like Pac-Man, it kind of looks like that on reflectivity, where you have the little mouth right here, and it kind of just feeds in the little dots instead of it just being like the little pixels. It's the energy, the convective available potential energy for it to continue to grow. So that right there is something that I'm going to continue to monitor. The rotation actually is pretty decent. If you take a look here, this spans up almost to 40,000 feet. So definitely some sort of tornadic rotation in there. Nothing quite towards the surface quite yet, but something that will definitely continue to monitor as that moves on through. There's been reports of power lines down along Black Road and at the intersections with North Ann Street and North Larkin Avenue. So definitely something that is some gusty winds that have ravaged the areas over there near Joliet. So something that you guys need to continue to monitor, that this has continuously produced some gusty winds in and around those areas. You asked if Oak Lawn should take proper precautions. They're going to get some gusty winds, but they're not going to get some relatively intense gusty winds. There is still some area of rotation near Tinley Park, so as I've mentioned before, you guys need to take your precautions now. In my honest opinion, the storm has now indeed went over your area, or it is going over your area. But I will say the inflow notch is starting to collapse on itself. You can still see the arc in and around this area, but it wasn't as high as we saw it. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. The reason why all this has an arc like this is because the updraft kind of holds all of these all this precipitation relatively high so that the inflow can filter in. But it seems as if the updraft is collapsing on itself, and so it'll be turning into more of a gusty wind threat and maybe even a bit of a downburst. So people over there out in front of this could be experiencing some gusty winds and upwards of probably even 60 to 70 miles per hour once the storm does fully collapse. So something to keep in mind. And I do want to mention this storm has kind of turned into a bit of a bow echo, pushing off more into these general vicinities. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was 60 mile per hour wind gusts across the board moving out through this. So as far south as Peatone, Wilton Center, Smearton, as well as Beecher, and as far north as even main part of Chicago, LaGrange, all the way down, could be experiencing some gusty winds from 50, 60, even 70 miles per hour in and around those areas. So nothing right now on the ground, in my honest opinion. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning right now with a tornado possible for Cook County, Illinois. So there's what I've been talking about, just along the area for across the board for some really gusty winds. But as of right now, it does seem as if the tornadic rotation might be collapsing on itself. You still see some gusty winds, the reds moving away, greens moving towards right where they intertwine with each other. Just to the south of Tinley Park is where the rotation would be. And as it continues to move towards the Country Club Hills, those areas probably will need to continue to be monitored as that moves on through. Let's see. Yep, so just a lot of wind damage in and around here. Could possibly be on the ground, but I don't see a correlation coefficient drop in and around here. But still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So yeah, Tornado warning for central Grant County in southwestern Wisconsin. Yep, that has had a history of producing tornadoes every now and then, relatively weak ones, but still tornadoes nevertheless. So people over there need to continue to take their proper precautions as well. Let's see. Velocities have now started to increase a bit on the cell near Gibson. Definitely one of those things where if this starts to wrap around its downdraft, it could definitely become tornadic and become one of the strong tornadoes that the National Weather Service has mentioned in its watch earlier. So definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. If we take a look for ourselves, we can see the tornado watch number 207. The probabilities 80% to 30% in and around those areas. And you can indeed see several tornadoes likely with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. So this may be one of those intense tornadoes that people need to continue to monitor. New tornado warning for Grant County in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until 4:45, I believe, p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is radar indicated. So people over there need to continue to monitor that. This may become a hook on a velocity. If it does, this could be a tornado. Yep. All this cell right here in Gibson could quite possibly become a tornado relatively soon. But what I see right now, when I typically look for the for my correlation coefficient drops, you can kind of see all this blue right here, and you would think that would be a tornado, correct? Well, if I go to the reflectivity, you can kind of see that all of that is actually the inflow. So the inflow is actually showing up on correlation coefficient, and something to keep in mind that this could continue to move on through into the Elliott area. So as this continues to move on through, people in Elliott need to continue to take your precautions as that moves on to the north and east. These storms are starting to look more tornadic in nature. Yeah, I agree to an extent. It depends upon which storms you actually look at. But the cell over here, as I've mentioned, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Cook County, and it does seem as if the storm has kind of collapsed on itself. You can see how the inflow notches indeed became really much so obscured in rain, and so this will mainly turn into a gusty wind threat with a possible tornado possible in here, moving into the Country Club Hills area, eventually into the University Park and East Hazel Crest. So if you live over in those areas, you need to definitely go ahead and take your precautions. If you live in the severe thunderstorm warning, you probably should go ahead and take shelter as that continues to move in through those general vicinities. So definitely something that you guys are going to want to take your proper precautions as that moves on through into the evening. What about Paxton? Give me a second to figure out where Paxton is. Paxton, Illinois. Fly is just making me want to just... Can I kill it, please? This thing is going crazy. Let's see. Paxton, Illinois. This is... Ooh, hold up. You guys might be getting impacted. Let's see. In between Kanaki. Yeah, Paxton definitely could be getting something. In and around that area, they could be getting something. If I were to bring out a timing for you all, storm motion from warning, Paxton could be getting something within the next 30 minutes, something of the sort. So, maybe 25 minutes, honestly. I think 25 minutes is more realistic. So people around in Paxton, if you know anyone who lives in there, tell them to kind of start taking their precautions. Tell them that they're in a tornado warning, number one, and if they want to see live analysis, send them my way to the stream so I can give them some accurate data. Is Northern Illinois under the threat for an additional wave of severe storms? Yes, they are. As to whether or not that will continue to move on through and increase in nature, that is a real question that I will continue to ask myself. But as I take a look at surface observations, there does seem to be some instances where there could be some storms that could form in and around those areas. So I wouldn't be surprised if something tries to. But definitely something that I will continue to monitor. I do want to take a look at this. This is the area that I've been watching for quite some time. I can't see what in the world is going on. All right, well, let's just look at Nebraska then. It seems as if the CAPE has been increasing from 2,000 joules per kilogram to 2,500 joules per kilogram. It has been increasing in size, and I do question as to whether or not there could be something in and around those areas that could be relatively interesting. Tornado near Shannon. Where is that? If I may ask. Illinois. Let's see. I don't see any reports of a tornado on the ground at the moment. But there could be something. Oh, so that was over there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There was actually a report of one in and around that area. So, look, Texas. I'll look at Texas after all of this. Give me a few minutes. Some really gusty winds still around the country club hills, but there could be some sort of rotation in and around there heading into University Park. But honestly, as of right now, it seems as if it's more gusty winds moving into the southern parts of the Chicago metro area. So definitely something to where, definitely need to take your precautions, but that's definitely going to continue to increase in nature. The cell near Konechny looks like it could drop. Tornado warning cell rotation developing, although radar resolution isn't very good. I mean, it could possibly. I need to look where Konechny is first. Yeah, there could be something in and around there. This has had a history of possibly producing a tornado, I believe. Yeah, I believe this has had a history of producing tornadoes, so I wouldn't be surprised if this thing does. But the velocities on this aren't really too good. Still got that classic Screaming Eagle, though. So, something to continue to monitor as that moves on through into the general vicinity of Interstate 57. So, yeah, definitely something to monitor. If you guys are new, by the way, feel free to hit that subscribe button. I kind of picked my spot so that I wasn't talking during the where I thought the tornadoes could be potentially at its worst. So right now, I feel like most of the areas are kind of not as strong, except for this cell down here in Elliott. But I did want to ask if you guys could please hit that subscribe button. If you do enjoy my content, like the video as well, so it would help me with YouTube's algorithm so that we can go ahead and outreach towards more people. And then share the video with friends and family if you feel like that they would like to either continue to watch this stream, or even after I upload this stream, if they would like to see what all happened live and how I covered the analysis. That'd be greatly appreciated. Do you even gaming? Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I really do. How's the cell near Elliott? Yeah, right now the rotation on this thing is really nice. You can see the orange moving away from the radar, the green's moving towards, and right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. We've got a new tornado warning for Rock County in Wisconsin. That'll be just the extension of the warning from Winnebago County in Illinois. So we'll take a look at that in a second. The upper level rotation on the storm. I actually want to take a 3D of this near Konechny, or Kankani, however you pronounce that. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at this. I want to take a 3D of this cell just to see if there is a decent inflow notch on here, and there is. There is a relatively interesting inflow notch. With a nice little downdraft. If I didn't know any better, I would have said that that was a tornado. Because typically what you look at for debris balls and stuff like that, you'd be able to see a tornado on the ground. So that is the mesocyclone trying to reach down into the ground. Definitely something to where I'll definitely watch that. But that is the mesocyclone actually going down into that general vicinity. Katie Gonzalez, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that as well. Kane Kunke. It is what it is. I don't know. Joliet tornado photo and hashtag media for Storm Central. I'll definitely show you guys that. Give me 2 seconds. Ooh, there it is. There it is, chat. There is the nice little tornado that we guys had. I mean, obviously no tornado is nice, but it looks really that is as classic of a little funnel as you can get. That is pretty nice. Got to say. There are a few storms starting to fire in Colorado. Yep, I'm going to definitely be taking a look at that. That's going to be pretty interesting as that continues to move on through. The tornado warning for Ford and Iroquois in Illinois has been canceled. Still an area down there that I think could possibly be tornadic, but Ford and Iroquois has been canceled. Let's see. This I'm assuming is Ford and Iroquois. Yep, there still could be some sort of rotation here in Elliott, but it does seem as if it is weakened below parameters of the National Weather Service. So, something to keep in mind. But let's go ahead and take a look at the tornado warning that is for Rock County in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until... Oh, yeah, I don't have Milwaukee's IEM dot on here either. Probably would have been nice, wouldn't it? Milwaukee, there it is. Let's see. So radar indicated rotation until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yep. Don't forget to click the notification bell if you are new and you do want to continue to look at my live analysis for any time there is some sort of severe weather in the United States. I will definitely be covering that to the best of my abilities, unless if I have some sort of complications in which I can't. But I will probably be covering it. How's the weather in south of the border of Texas, Maverick County, Eagle Pass? It's getting cloudy and windy. Yeah, you guys are supposed to get some severe storms relatively soon. I'm not going to lie. One with decent rotation that I've looked at. So something in and around that area. Definitely you guys need to continue to monitor that. I'll look at Texas in a bit. I do want to quickly take a look at this cell over here. Okay, this cell should probably die out relatively soon. My honest opinion. Let's see. A lot of severe thunderstorm gusts and stuff like that. All right, let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings out and around in Texas. Now I got some stuff to go down in South Dakota. Yep. So you can kind of see how this line of storms are starting to kind of just form, and then they'll probably march into the general vicinity. If I had a timing on it, probably would be within the next 3 to 4 hours, because they are moving relatively slow to the east. But still definitely something that you are going to want to monitor as that goes on through the night. Do you think the tornado threat will go on through the night? Yep, I do believe so, especially in Nebraska. Nebraska seems to be the place to be, which, by the way, I haven't taken a look at the latest HRRR model yet. I do want to see what they say about those storms. What is this? What is this in Kansas? A bunch of cells start to form. Okay, yeah, there's going to be something in northeast or northwestern Kansas. So as I've mentioned, there's probably going to be something in and around there that I'm going to continue to monitor. Another Joliet photo. Yeah, I looked at all of them. I indeed looked at all of them. Let's see. Oh, media. Okay, there it is. Yeah, there's your tornado. That is definitely definitely a tornado. Quite the chunky one too. I wouldn't be surprised if that was around probably 1/16th to an eighth of a mile wide, something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised in and around those areas. Let's see. I want to see something. A lot of cloud cover in and around those areas. Tornado warning for Winnebago is now expired. Let's see. There's now another report of a tornado in Grant County. Another one. This was confirmed by weather spotters. Storm has a history of producing funnel clouds and brief tornadoes. Sounds about right, not gonna lie. So yeah, definitely some brief tornadoes in and around those areas. Nothing really too much, but definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor this. Let's see. Report relayed from broadcast media: damage to trees and farm outbuildings, possible tornado damage in Johnson County, Iowa. So that might have been some tornado damage. Oh, and also wires down and damage to a home, shingles off the roof, possible tornado damage as well. In Whiteside County, Illinois. So that's really interesting too. But yeah, there's been constant reports of tornadoes in here. Mount Hope, as I said, that this storm is moving relatively slow. So Mount Hope will probably see something, next hour, maybe two. Coming away in South Carolina. South Carolina doesn't seem to be getting a lot of stuff. They got some yesterday, but today doesn't look like it. There actually still seems to be this tornado warning in Ford and Iroquois. So it's still there. Huh. I mean, the rotation has kind of died off a bit. The grays are moving towards, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation could be. I don't see a whole lot in there. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible in Ford and Iroquois counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's see. I want to see something here. Any questions for any of you who are in here? I'm easily approachable too, so you guys could definitely continue to ask me all sorts of questions and stuff like that. Train spotter reports quarter-sized hail in Livingston County, Illinois. I might go downstairs and get something to drink real quick. Spam, go to Hockey Boy and H stream. What do you mean? Don't spam. That's probably would be nice. That would definitely be nice. Is Joliet good? Yes, Joliet is good. Where'd you get that image from? Joliet, Illinois? I got it from my Discord server. I got a bunch of people that are in there that talk to me. So, if you want to join my Discord server, link in the description down below. It's Storm Central. Great community that I have over there with my community. So if you do want to, if you do feel like that is good enough for you guys, feel free. Feel free to join. Feel free to join. Bad rotation in Texas, not on my screen. Texas doesn't get a lot. That one doesn't get a lot of bad rotation. Chicago good. Chicago itself is getting some gusty winds, especially down and around I-90 and actually I-94 as well. So down and around there, they're gonna get some gusty winds. But if you're around I-294, near I-294, and you're near like US 45 and stuff like that, you guys should be fine. Other than that, should be okay. Can I like punish viewers? They're promoting my stream and yours. What are they doing? Who said what? Who said who? Red Deck Bob, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. You can always hide them too, I will say that. Who said who? Voulez-vous? If you could, Stewie, that'd be appreciated. They're coming into our streams promoting. You need to take care of this. Well, first off, you can also hide them. Number two, please tell me which ones are doing so, and I will talk to them myself. We got about... What about Austin, Texas? Okay, give me a second for you guys. Austin, Texas seems to be out in front of what exactly is happening. Still betting on this storm right here, as I've been mentioning for a week and a half. More reports in Chicago. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, including one for I can't say this again. Kankakee, Illinois, something like that. 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely one of those things where you guys are going to want to take your proper precautions. Austin, Texas. Is it Stewie? Stewie. Alright, well, you have my permission to hide him, and I'll talk to him because I know how to. I have a DM with him. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Austin, Texas should theoretically not be able to see anything for the rest of the day, according to the HRRR. If I take a look at the NAM 3K, ooh, a really interesting line that pushes on through. But it doesn't seem as if Austin will really get anything. Maybe some sort of scattered thunderstorms in the morning, overnight hours into the morning. And then they could see something on Sunday night into Monday. But other than that, nothing really too big. Nothing really too mighty. Let's see. New tornado warning for Joe Davies County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This has a report of a actual tornado on this one. So let's take a look. Whatever radar is the closest. I do believe that is the Quad Cities area over there. Kankakee. There you go. Seems legit's doing it. Yep. All right. I'll tell him about it too. I'll talk to him about it. Thanks for bringing that to my attention as well. Let's see. Be back later. Yep. No problem. Now I got 92. Why is everyone liking? Probably because other people are self-promoting my channel to other channels. So, but that's okay. I really don't. I mean, I'm just here to do my job. I can't really control what other people do. I can let them know. But as of right now, nothing really much that I can do besides inform based off of what all is happening here. Spectrum width is actually decent. There might be some sort of lowering here in Warren, kind of supporting the thesis that there could have been something on the ground on here. Public damage, oh my goodness, public tornado from here. So there could be something. A little bit of a correlation coefficient drop in and around that area, I gotta say. But it is lagging behind a little bit, so I question as to whether or not it is a strong tornado. But at the same time, still have to mention that it is still a tornado that has been reported on the ground. People near Gratiot need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Even though you're not on a tornado warning, you probably will get into a tornado warning issued by La Croix. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. What time will the worst for tornadoes be? Either right now or as it continues to move on through into into the evening into Nebraska. But as of right now, it's doing its own thing. Just joined Discord. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at Texas. Texas is not doing anything right now. I feel like you guys have to understand that Texas is not going to be doing anything. Near Bloomington, Bloomington right now actually seems to be kind of in the clear. But Texas isn't doing anything right now. So it's just a lot of hail and wind, not really a lot of rotation. So if I were to take a look at that myself over there, then I'd be able to say for myself that there's just be a lot of hail. There isn't a lot of rotation. And if you're looking at off a radar scope, you also do have to realize that they don't de-alias their oh my goodness, their velocities correctly. So I do have to say, it could quite be messed up for quite some time. The likes keep going down. I wouldn't worry about it, chat. I'm gonna be completely honest. They help me with YouTube's algorithm to an extent. So 86 to 2, or even just stuff, it's fine. All right, it's fine. Don't need to do it. I'm still gonna do my job. I could really care less about the actual stuff, if you know what I mean. There's now an observed tornado in Lafayette County in what seems to be Wisconsin. So there's a tornado that has been reported in Lafayette. Let's see, there it is. Yep, so there's the extension that I've been talking about. That's been issued by actually Milwaukee. That's actually there's jurisdiction out there. So tornado warning out there for until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely something that I'll continue to monitor. Thumbs still blue. YouTube likes to play games. Yeah, I've seen as time goes on. It seems as if YouTube loves to play games with me. But to all the people who have, I just want to tell you all thank you, and that you all are really appreciated. Let's see. Tornado watch for DeWitt, Marshall, McLean, and Woodford County in Illinois has been expired. Everyone else still in there. Let's see. The tornado warning in Grant is now no longer producing a tornado at the moment, but it could very well do so as it continues to move along. Let's see. The software isn't really working on the gaming rig. It only shows the maps, and that's all. How do you use it? So what you would have to do is, and I'm going to draw an arrow to it. Actually, I'm going to draw a black arrow for you. Go up here. There should be this little computer with a little Earth signal thingamabobber in there. Click that, and then you'll start to see some stuff happen. So there you go. You do your job well, Nate. That's what I watch. Yep, thank you. I really do appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I don't really care about the politics and the drama and stuff like that. I'm going to continue to do my job. Yeah, still some gusty winds. Possibly some sort of tornadic rotation down around near Loda. Just to the north and east of Elliott, just to the north of Paxton. Definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move around. So, something to keep in mind as it moves over to Loda. Let's see. Can you check Plano, Illinois? Yeah, I definitely can. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, that new observed tornado. I'll take a look at that as well. Let's see. This is all the way up near the thing. All right, it's north. All right, so where the heck is? Okay, so there's Joliet. It's out over here somewhere. I hope. Yeah, there's Plano. It should be fine. There's gonna be some sort of thunderstorms that'll be pushing off into your general vicinity, but definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. don't think there's going to be anything big for you guys per se. You'll probably get a couple of severe thunderstorms, but nothing too big and tornadic, in my honest opinion. Let's see. Travis Murray, hello. Anywhere in Waukegan, Illinois, caused out of nowhere. Started raining so hard. My mom getting notifications of a tornado maybe coming to put the area. Give me 2 seconds as I look up to where that is for you. Okay, so that's north of Chicago. You guys should be fine. It's gonna be you guys are gonna get some really you guys are actually right over here. You guys are getting a really interesting cell over here, but nothing tornadic in my honest opinion. So you guys should be fine. There was a tornado warning that was down to the south, near Joliet, but to the north over near you guys should be fine. So I would still say stay indoors because you could see some areas with lightning, maybe a little bit of hail, but definitely some gusty winds. And you should be fine. Wish I understood these shapes and colors. That's why I need you to explain it to me. You're fine. You're fine. I try and explain it to the best of my abilities, or at least I will try to, as it continues to move on through. Let's see. You seem better than most meteorologists in the area. Sorry that I missed out on English guest language. Oh, okay. Well, that's quite impressive for a second or third or fourth language. It's always hard to learn a second one, but yeah. Let's see. Yep, bunch of the stuff seems to be kind of dying out a bit. In that general vicinity. Bad weather coming to Ohio, not recently. It probably won't be recently for quite some time. Glad I'm present in this world. Thank you. I really do appreciate the kind words, Kate. I really do. Check Watertown, Wisconsin. Indeed, I shall. Oh, this is... Okay, it's over here somewhere. There it is. Watertown right now isn't directly impacted by anything. They probably will get some severe storms along the way, probably later in the evening. So, by the way, the tornado warning for Rock County has been canceled in Wisconsin. So there's that. But yeah, it does seem as if Watertown will probably get some severe storms later in the evening. Nothing really too big per se, or at least I don't believe there's going to be anything too big. But you still could see something along the lines down in there. Let's see. Do you want to take a look here? How many tornadoes were there today? There's been plenty of reports, I will say that. Let's go into the reports, actually. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into the storm reports. There has been 9 tornado reports today. There's been one in North Carolina today, or South Carolina, actually. Storm Survey reported an EF1 tornado that began in Cherokee County, passed through Kings Mountain National Military Park in York County. Huh. Interesting. Really interesting. Let's see. I do want to take a look here. All the cells do seem to be, granted they have tornado reported on here. They don't seem to be all too strong in my honest opinion. There is some areas of range folding here where I can't see anything, but definitely not exactly, too strong. Yeah, so I guess we are in a little bit of a break right now. Just a little.
Police!
Oh!
Police!
Go get a $5 box meal from Taco Bell on me. You've earned it. Love you, no homo.
Oh boy. Cautious Observer, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. And then Redneck Bob, thank you for the subscription. I may not have said it earlier, so I did want to say thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. And to all the people who have supported my channel, I really want to tell you all that you guys are amazing, and I hope that you guys have fantastic days. So I just really want to tell you all that you guys are amazing. You guys help continue to make this stream, better every single day. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, it does seem as if there's only the one tornado warning now in Lafayette now. Yeah, it's still doing its thing. Oh my.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Here you go, bud. I share the same enthusiasm for weather as you. I hope Elkhart, Indiana gets some good storms tonight.
Ooh. I mean, I'll definitely take a look and see what Elkhart, Indiana, has in store. But Dopest Dreams Gaming, I really do appreciate the $10 super chat. My goodness, I really do appreciate that. So to you and to Cautious Observer, I actually do appreciate you guys. So thank you so much. And I hope you guys have a great, not just a great day, a great week ahead of you all. There does seem to be some sort of severe weather that will be impacting you all later tomorrow, so it might. Watching the Rochelle storm, yeah, there is something that's kind of interesting based off of this, but whether or not they initiate, that's the real question. So let's take a look, see what Elkhart has in store for us. So Elkhart, oof. If the NAM would love to load, that would be great. Seems as if the NAM just doesn't want to load, so let's just go ahead and look up the HRRR. Fun things. Now you can get 3 $5 Taco Bell meals. I really could, honestly. I really could. Either that or I could put them to the quality of the stream, which is probably what I will do. Elkhart could get some scattered storms in and around 7 Central, 8 Eastern. And then as that continues to move off, you guys could also get some stuff. But definitely something in and around there. You guys could definitely get something. So you might get some sort of thunderstorm activity. Some sort of activity. I do want to take a look real quick. I'm curious. What is the NAM gonna say for the event in Nebraska? Oh, what in the world is that? Oh boy. What is this? Okay, so the NAM's now saying that there's possibly a cell in southern Nebraska. So, and there's the NAM is even saying that there is going to be a risk in Kansas. Probably gusty winds, in my honest opinion. Oh my.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Here's for more Taco Bell, smiley face, or to the stream, whatever you want.
Becca, I hope you know you're amazing. I hope you know you're amazing. Becca Lynn, I really do appreciate the $5 super chat. My goodness. I hope you guys know you all are awesome. I hope you guys know that. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I just so many Taco Bell stuff now. I'm all by myself tonight. My parents and my little brother are out with my grandmother. Because I've been helping out with my grandmother, I was allowed to stay home. So, cover this event. I also basically called this day and like a week and a half in advance. So, oh boy. Let's see. Storm south of Lubbock, Texas has a hook. All right, I'll take a look at that one. Let's see. I know somebody asked, is this weather event a bust? I don't believe it's a bust specifically. The one in Illinois is not a bust. That one had a lot of different, tornado warnings and stuff like that with a bunch of different tornadoes and stuff. Definitely not a bust, I would say, in my opinion. Let's put it this way. We haven't had a tornado event in quite some time. Not that I'm hoping for any more tornadoes, but I would definitely not constitute the one in Illinois as a bust. Especially the given size and the sheer magnitude. There wasn't supposed to be strong tornadoes. There was just supposed to be general rotations with little, spinny boys in general. So, something every now and then. Let's see. Let's take a look at this storm down here. People were saying that this thing had a hook, and it kind of does. Let's see. Okay, so the radar's over there, so the reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. There could be some sort of rotation in and around here. So I guess we'll have to see. But definitely a nice little hook, I gotta say. Nice little hook with a lot of hail in that. You can even see some stuff in 1.5 inches, almost 2 inches in some spots. There is a flash flood warning in that area. I did mention that, the plains from the south, southern, central to north could all see some flood risk due to the fact that there is a plethora of rain, just storms in general, across the board. So, definitely one of those things you guys need to continue to monitor. Oh my.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Nate for 2030.
2030? What?
Police!
What? I didn't even get up!
Police!
I couldn't get up! What is this?
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
I'm in your streams quite often. If you ever need any more mods, keep me in your thoughts. I'd love to be able to help your channel grow. Save more lives.
Honestly, that's not a bad application right there. I'll think about it. I definitely will think about it. Dopest Streams Gaming. And that's the goal right there. Save more lives. That's me informing everyone. I'm going to continue to do that to the best of my abilities. But Anish Patel with the $2 super chat, and Dopest Streams Gaming with the $10 super chat. I hope you know both of you are amazing. Yeah. I already said that, Dopest Streams Gaming was amazing already, but you're amazing again. And Anish Patel, you are amazing too. So I just want to tell you all, thank you for the generous donations. As I've mentioned before, you guys are, I hope you guys have a pleasant day ahead of you. Are the storms over in Illinois? They kind of are. The risk has now kind of died out below the levels that you would typically need. So, can you go back and check Wisconsin? Yes, I can indeed do that. I do want to mention real quick that this cell down here in Texas, just to the south of Lubbock, as someone mentioned, does have some really nice rotation. And it, the inflow notch is definitely there. As well as the fact that you can definitely see reds moving away and the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where that typically would be. So there could be something that's trying to spin up in and around that area. Going to continue to monitor that to the best of my abilities. KG Invest, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm going to take a look at the cells back over here in Illinois. Someone said that he wanted me to check in Wisconsin, so I'm going to take a look at Wisconsin real quick, and then I will get back to look at the loop it is weekend. I will definitely take a look at that in a bit, but it does have a really nice hook and a really nice inflow notch. Definitely something that I will continue to monitor going in through the evening. You're in Janesville, Wisconsin. Let me get a kind of mini forecast for you. Let's see. Okay, so you're north of. Okay. So you guys could be getting some rain within the next couple of minutes. Maybe even a bit of hail. I don't think you guys would typically get some hail though, from this storm. Might be going a bit more to your south. There is a little area of rotation here near Beloit, or Beloit, I should say. So something pretty interesting there that I gotta continue to monitor. Um, let's see. And then yeah, that does seem to be basically it for Illinois, in my honest opinion. Granted, there are some of these storms that are forming in behind, and they could turn severe, um, with a lot of energy out in front of it. I do believe that these storms have kind of cooled the atmosphere in and around this area, making it unfavorable for thunderstorms to continue to produce. So, um, still something I'm going to continue to monitor, as always. But as of right now, it doesn't seem as if anything's going to continue to be doing anything. But Beloit probably will see some stuff. Janesville will be doing some stuff. Um, eventually.
Police!
Oh my!
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Poured a glass, packed a glass, and now I'm enjoying the stream. Taco Bell rules.
Cautious observer. Thank you for the $5 super chat. My goodness. I really do appreciate you all. I really do. Oh boy. You guys are crazy. You're insane, cautious observer. I really do. I gotta say, thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh boy. Yep. Oh, let's see. Climate report. Chicago Midway reports. Um, let's see. High 81, low 55. No precip. Okay. So that's not bad. Buy a mansion? I'm not gonna buy a mansion. I'm gonna continue to improve the quality of the stream. Except for food. I probably will buy food. I think people are donating because they want to hear the police help. I know, right? It's a pretty nice little ringtone there. Play hockey and I love storms so much that many people think I'm weird. Love your channel. Bailey, I know how you feel. Trippy Pingle Row, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I know how you feel, alright? I've lived in West Virginia for practically my entire life, and I moved over to Pennsylvania for Penn State University. People over there thought I was weird. So I know how you feel. Wholeheartedly, from person to person, I know exactly how you feel. I actually claimed that I had the title of the weirdest West Virginian. The weirdest West Virginian here. So definitely something to where I know how you feel. I really do. But thank you for the kind words, Bailey. How many confirmed tornadoes today and any strong? There was one that was strong that was heading into Juliet. Or Joliet, yeah. And let's see. Let's see how many reports there has been. 10 tornado reports now. So we're up to 10. I said that 8 was the magic number a couple days ago. And I said that if I got that correct, I'm a wizard. So, be pretty interesting. You're from Kentucky? Okay, so both you and I can actually, sympathize for each other because Kentucky and West Virginia aren't places for hockey. But yeah. It's pretty interesting. By the way, I just want to say, if people, don't like you for what you enjoy and stuff like that, let's put it this way. People, they're going to bug you and all this such and all that. if you keep your head held up high, kind of like how I did, because if you believe that you're going to, if you're going to go far, and if you continue to pursue, weather and stuff like that, you'll be just fine. You'll be better than all of them, and not doing anything back to them means that you hold yourself into higher standards than they do for themselves. So if you continue to just keep persevering, pushing through, and all that stuff, you can do whatever you want, my friend. There's going to be the people that are going to, not like you for what you do. I'm pretty sure I have my haters. You have yours. But if you keep persevering, you'll be fine. There may not be some people who are religious, but I'm a little bit. I'm kind of religious. All right, I'm religious. I'm not openly religious on here because obviously, God has a plan for all of us. That's my belief. Tornado Lover, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Apparently, the tornado warning for Lafayette County still continues because there's apparently it's still observed in and around that area. So definitely one of those things where the people around there need to continue to take their proper precautions. Possible tornado on the ground in and around those areas. Let's see. Your wizard Harry seems legit. He's gone for a while. Well, I mean, at least you came back, I gotta say. What's my favorite NHL team? The Columbus Blue Jackets. It was the Washington Capitals. But about 5 to 6 years ago, I changed to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Oh my.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Take me home, country roads.
KG Invest.
Police!
What?
Police!
Whoa!
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help!
Oh my god.
Police!
Someone said your donation total equaled $36. Let's make it to even 50.
You didn't have to do that, Dopest Streams Gaming. You didn't have to do that. I would have been fine with just the 36. But KG Invest with the $2 super chat, and Dopest Streams Gaming with the $14 super chat. Oh my goodness, you guys are insane. So thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. 52 is not that bad. For a person who loves the Baltimore Ravens, 52 is quite the number. So I'm okay with 52. 52 is fine. Mine's the Blackhawks. Blackhawks are pretty cool. Patrick Kane is a thing. Jonathan Taze is starting to get back to his older form. No. It's not necessary. Yeah. There's been reports of a tornado just north of Warren. Train spotter relayed from County 911. Oh, interesting. Let's see. No. Why is everyone saying donate? Just stop. Alright? This is not me, trying to mooch people off for money here. This is... They can do their own thing. They can do whatever they want. Did I not mention that there could be something near Beloit? There could be something. A damaging tornado confirmed by the public here for Beloit. So tornado warning for Lafayette County. That'll be in effect until, let's see, 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can also get hail up to size of quarters with this one. So something that you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. Let's see, it's not really the greatest radar to look at this, so I definitely am going to continue to look at that. Alright, there we go. We got a new scan in here. Actually, the velocities were relatively nice going into this. Look at this. Green's moving away, red's moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Same thing with this one back here. Wouldn't be a bad idea to say that there could possibly be 2 areas of rotation on here. So something to continue to monitor. But definitely right within here, nice little hook with an inflow notch with characteristics, possibly tornadic. This was reported by the public that there was a tornado on the ground with this one. So the people over here near Beloit, if you aren't already in your safe space, please do so. Get underground right now. Get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible if you don't have a basement. So people over there need to take your precautions. Oh my goodness. What?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Who is ready for Juice WRLD's album?
Police!
Not a bad idea.
Police!
Oh my god, what are you guys doing?
Police! Help! Help! Police!
Keeping you fed with Taco Bell doesn't come cheap.
That is honestly true, though. That is true facts. What Cautious Observer just said is true facts right there. But Anish Patel and Cautious Observer both with the... Oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Yeet, keep it up.
I'm going to continue to keep it up as best as I can. Cautious Observer, Anish Patel, and Caden is Beast, all with $2 super chats. You guys are going mental. I hope you know that. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, all of you. New tornado warning in Garza County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's been reports of a funnel cloud on this one. And look at that, chat. That is some really nice rotation right in there. I'm pretty sure what Lubbock issued this, so I'll get Lubbock's IEM bot on here. Yep, there we go. We got Lubbock on here, so we can get some live data from this. But look at that. That is some classic supercellular activity in and around that area. You can definitely see on reflectivity the classic hook characteristics in here with the inflow notch. Almost impeded by some scattered thunderstorms, so there might be something in and around there. Could be blocking off the inflow, but still something that people need to continue to monitor. You can actually kind of see the bands swirl into the actual supercell. And the echo tops actually go up to almost 52,000 feet. So really interesting as we can continue to watch this. Even some maximum expected hail size going up to 2 inches. So something to keep an eye on as that heads towards Augustus, Justusburg, and Post around the US 84 area. So something like that, something around those areas will probably experience these tornadic conditions if it sustains itself. So Augustus, oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Having a whale of a time.
I am having a whale of a time, but I'm also not having a whale of a time.
Police!
What?
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Kevin Sana donated $20. Yo quiero Taco Bell.
See, mas. Oh my god. KG Invest with the $2 super chat and Kevin Sana with the $20 donation. What are you guys doing? Good lord. I really do appreciate the donations, both of you. Oh my god. I can't. No, I'm not doing a diss track on... I'm not getting into any sort of drama with anyone. Let's see. So yep, characteristics in here. I do want to take a 3D of this right here. Jeez, you guys are insane. KG invests $2 super chat. Kevin Santa with the 20. Oh my goodness. I probably should make it so that the different sounds, it's $20 and up for like the different sound, because it is $25. Because I do want to hear not just the fact that, you know, police is nice and all, you know, but, you know, I feel like the standards are too high for different sounds. So we'll definitely get there, but take a look at this, guys. The inflow notch is relatively prevalent on here. You can see the classic arch characteristic here, where the energy could go into the actual thunderstorm and continue to feed it. So as that continues to go into the evening, people need to continue to monitor this. Classic supercell with a really nice updraft, if I do say so myself. You can kind of see how it's kind of diagonal a bit. All of that is being held up by an invisible updraft. So in and around that area, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Oh boy, yeah, that's a really impressive cell, if I do say so myself. And then the rotation even spans up. If I were to quickly take a look for myself, I need isosurface. There we go. Yeah, so take a look at that, chat. The rotation spans up relatively high in itself. You can kind of see how the rotation spins in and around, and it actually goes up to almost 50,000 feet, if you will. So something to keep in mind, that this storm really is interesting in and around that area. Correlation coefficient, I don't see anything as of right now. Inflow notch, if I were to circle this, you can kind of see how nothing really is in there. But some stuff is really in there, so it's kind of interesting. Let's take a look at the tornado warning back over in Rock, though. This has a confirmed tornado in Rock County, Wisconsin. Oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Caden is beast with the $1 super chat. My goodness, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. I hope you guys know that. This storm over here seems to be kind of paralleling I-43. That'll be eventually heading up to the Clinton area. So people over there need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. The tornado warning in Lefty. Oh my! I can't even speak.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Can't donate more or it'll be broke.
Dopest Streams Gaming with the $2 super chat. That is honestly a mood whenever I go buy stuff. You know, like I look on Amazon and just like start looking through things, start buying stuff, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm gonna be broke. Either that or like food in general, like, oh, I'll have that, and I'll have that. If I have that, then I'll probably go broke. You know? And then Caden is beast with the $1 super chat. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing. I hope you know that. Yeah, this is crazy. There's still some sort of rotation in over here near Beloit, but honestly, nothing too big. So, you know, could be potentially doing stuff along the way. Tornado watch 211. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got a new tornado watch. What is this for? Northwestern Indiana, southwestern lower Michigan, Lake Michigan. Okay, so Michigan and Indiana now have a tornado watch. Yeah, there it is. There's the tornado watch right there. Whoever was in... Watch out for the police. Yeah, anybody got time for that? Kevin Santa, thank you for the $1.87 donation. That's a bit peculiar. That's a first. Not exact. I've never had a $1.87 donation before. Oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
We're just making you do sit-ups to work off all that Taco Bell.
You're telling me, for the love of God. You're in Hammond, Indiana? Yeah, you're probably in a... I'm not sure if you're in a tornado watch, but... Cautious Observer with the $5 super chat, and Kevin Santa with the $1.87 donation. My goodness. So yeah, definitely something happening in around Indiana. Could potentially see something in and around those areas. Let's see. What jurisdiction does that start to get into? Still Chicago. Still Chicago. So that's good. Quad Cities I probably don't need anymore. Indianapolis I probably will still keep. La Croix I don't need. Funnel Cloud with the cell in Beloit. So this still is kind of tornadic down over there near Beloit. So something to keep in mind, especially with the hook characteristics of it right now. You know, really interesting as that continues to move on through. It'll basically be paralleling Interstate 43, eventually heading off into the Clinton area. Oh my.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Can I send you food instead of money?
I mean, you possibly could. I mean, I would appreciate that. Damaging tornado in Post, Texas. Oh, guys, good call. Good call right there. I love you all. There's a reason why you guys are part of my, Oh, boy. It's not on the ground yet, but good call, everyone. Good call. The fact that, this thing is currently doing something. My goodness. This is a PDS, damaging tornado, radar indicated, large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yep. So this is on the ground right now, according to the National Weather Service. Good call, everyone. Let's go ahead and make this into our priority as of right this moment. Tornado warning for Garza County in Texas. This will be in effect until, I believe, this is 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. By taking a look at our reflectivity, take a look at that. That is an absolutely mental hook and a half. With actually, the last time I seen these little spikes and stuff like that was down in Basefield. What this is the inflow is actually so intense to the point where it is actually showing up on reflectivity. So you can see these little spikes in and out of this area. Obviously, right where the hook is where the rotation would be, the inflow surging inwards. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, nothing right now that I can see. Maybe a little bit of a debris signature right in here, but something to continue to keep in mind as that moves on through. So something to monitor as that continues to move on through. But accordingly, this is a large and dangerous tornado that moves, or that's going to be moving eventually into the Augustus area. Raiden, thank you for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate it. It's some good content, so I thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. But definitely something that's really intense in and around those areas. Latest scan came in. You can still see in and around right here, this is the inflow notch, so nothing on correlation coefficient quite yet, but there could quite possibly be something that could be producing relatively soon. So something to keep an eye on as that continues to move on towards the north and west, or north and east towards Augustus. So let's go ahead and get some timing out here. Augustus will probably get this in about, I'd say, maybe an hour, maybe a little bit less than that. The one thing I do want to mention is that luckily it is over some rural areas. There is some areas of roads out, down and around here. It doesn't seem to be a lot of housing developments, but still some sort of strong PDS tornado that we actually haven't seen a PDS in quite some time, but still one of those things where really interesting as it continues to move on. So if you know anyone who lives in Augustus, Post, Justusburg, stuff like that, you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. Yep, that is the first time I've ever seen PDS on IEM bot. this entire time. So definitely one of those things where you guys should probably take your proper precautions. David said tornado emergency. I don't believe that there would be a tornado emergency at this time, but I do believe that there is some sort of major rotation in and around this area, particularly dangerous situation to say the least. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through towards the north and east. Just by taking a look, you can obviously see the rotation right here. Red's moving away, the greens and brighter greens, even into the blues in some areas. Need to take your proper precautions as that continues to move on through. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. So keep in mind as that continues to move on towards Augustus. As I've mentioned, this is a PDS, and this does have some really intense velocities in and around here. If I were to take a delta velocity for you all, I'm seeing some in upwards of 113.6 knots, which this is 57 miles per hour. This is 74. This would be in and around 130 mile per hour range, something like that. Give me a second as I actually try and do math. So 57, 73, 60. That'd be 131 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So definitely something to where people are going to have to take their precautions. Oh, I just saw 77 mile per hour one. Yeah, that's 134 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. Definitely something that people need to continue to take their precautions as this moves on through towards the north and east. So, granted, it's in the middle of nowhere right now. This is a relatively intense cell. If there were any storm chasers in and around this area, I hope that they do take their proper precautions in and around this area. I will go back to the tornado that's been reported with the funnel cloud. Multiple reports state patrol of an ongoing tornado moving near I-90 and I-43. This has a report of an actual tornado on the ground with this possible debris signature in and around this area too. So something to keep in mind that there is a tornado in progress, basically paralleling the I-43 area. So people need to continue to go ahead and take their proper precautions because this does have indeed a tornado on the ground here in Wisconsin. So people need to continue to take their proper precautions with all of this moving on through into the general vicinity of Clinton. So if you live in Clinton, I would say you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. One thing I do want to mention is that as I said, it's paralleling I-43. It'll probably be impacting the Clinton area, maybe not directly, but more to the north of it. So if you live north of Clinton, same thing with you guys. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Janesville, I know someone lived around Janesville. They won't be directly impacted by this tornadic cell, this one specifically, but you might be getting some supercells, or not even supercells, some thunderstorms in and around that general vicinity. One thing I do want to mention, the tornado warning has now been corrected in Garza. It's no longer a PDS, but it is still a radar indicated rotation with 2.5 inch size hail. So something to keep in mind. It's no longer PDS. So this is indeed the cell that we are going to be monitoring for quite some time. And we might actually have some sort of correlation coefficient drop in and around here. So something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. We got a new report of a brief touchdown 4 miles west of Clinton. So we're getting more reports as it goes on. Ongoing tornado near the I-90 and I-43 interchange, and that seems to be continuing to filter on through as it basically parallels I-43. So definitely something that you all need to continue to take your precautions. As I mentioned, people need to continue to just, heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Someone asked for Watertown. Watertown is all the way up here. This storm is going to be moving off just to the south of them. the south and even the south and east of them. So they'll be fine. So this storm right here continuing to show some sort of intensification with these recent greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, and right in the middle is where you can expect the rotation to be. So something in and around that area where if it even wraps around, it is low precipitation at the moment, but if it wraps around a bit more, you can quite possibly see some sort of debris signature. And it might even have one right now with some of the pixels being green in and around there. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. I'm going to continue to hold it there. Could we see some tornadoes in Nebraska tonight? We can see some in northwestern Kansas and into Nebraska. It's going to be really interesting tonight, boys, so buckle up. The event's not over. It may be for Illinois, but now we've got more stuff, and stuff is starting to kick off in other places, including Texas, and eventually going into areas over in other spots. What I may need to do real quick is I may need to open a bunch of GR2 things over here. I can basically I can have one over here. I can have this in Wisconsin. Have that focused on this storm, and then I can have this one over here. This one could be focused on the Texas storm, so that I'll be able to have constant radar data for you all. Let's see. And then this one over here we'll just have on standby. But as of right now, we do have the storms over in and around these areas. I'm actually going to put this GR2 over here just so I can have two different scans. If you guys can actually look on my perspective, I've got so many. I've got one radar right here, one radar right here, and I almost feel like I'm like in the National Weather Service or something like that. So that's kind of cool because I've been to some of their stuff, some of their programs every now and then. New velocity scans showing that rotation's ramping up on the Texas cell. If I quickly take a look, oh yes indeed, I would indeed say that it might even be recycling. Here, if I were to pull this over real quick, you can kind of see how the rotation really strong with these teals, and the oranges started to move away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. No correlation coefficient drop as of right now, but still something in and around those areas where you could see something. Back over to the storm with the confirmed tornadoes, multiple tornadoes with this actually, that has just been cycling on through and through. So something to keep in mind as that moves on with all of that. Read. Give me a second. There we go. Let's see. I was gone for a little bit. What did you miss? We've got multiple storms. This one over here in Iowa has been consistently producing a lot of well, not Iowa. This one in Wisconsin has been cycling through tornadoes. Just been. I mean, you didn't really miss a lot. You may have missed the storm over down in Illinois and Chicago, but other than that, just been definitely some tornadoes all across the board. They reissued the PDS. 2 seconds. Yep, there is the PDS right there. I am curious to see what all is happening with that again. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet, but I will get to that whenever it goes through. How could you get your base reflectivity color table? If you join my Discord server, I'll put it in the general for you all. I will indeed do that. But yep, definitely some gusty winds in and around that area. New tornado warning. My goodness, cautious observer.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Sun's coming out. Bye for now. Live Mars.
Yep, cautious observer. I'll see you later. Thank you for coming out to the stream. And once again, thank you for the $2 super chat. My goodness. I really do appreciate what you guys have been doing for me today. So thank you. Let's see. There seems to be... Okay, I see that. So the storm down to Garza, Texas is PDS. There's a new tornado warning for Rock County in Wisconsin. This has consistently been producing tornado after tornado in and around that area. Let's see. Let's take a look at the spectrum width. I don't see any lowering as of right now. There could have been a lowering previously, but I don't see a lowering at this moment. There might be something in and around right here, so there might be another attempt at a lowering. If I circle that, yeah, there might be some sort of lowering in and around that area. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing could possibly cycle through, put another tornado on the ground in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I do want to take a 3D of this, be able to see the inflow notch, and there is indeed the inflow notch. You can kind of see the kind of arch here that I typically look for. So the inflow to where the storm can continue to eat up all the actual inflow, all the unstable air mass that is around it. So something to keep in mind as that continues to funnel cycle through. I do want to mention real quick, granted this is a particularly dangerous situation, I want to mention that this storm over here in Texas, not only is it out in the middle of nowhere, but it's moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So something to keep in mind. Can I check on Twitter? Yep, I'll definitely be able to do so. What are these clouds looking like? Hold up. What I could probably do for you is show you what's happening out and around in those areas. Definitely the clouds looking really interesting. 2,000 joules per kilogram in some other spots. There might even be this line right here might begin to initiate. And there's even another storm that initiated even in behind this. So there's a couple more rounds of cells in behind these. Oh yeah, that's pretty interesting in and around there. So yep. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But still, this cell right here, with the possibility of producing multiple tornadoes, it has actually produced multiple tornadoes as they cycled through. So definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to, take your proper precautions. Let's see, as I take a look, more severe thunderstorm warnings. We got hail reports up to the size of golf balls, 1.75 inches in and around those areas. So definitely something where people in and around, this was in Rush County, Indiana. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors. This could possibly be doing something to impact your area. I need some water. One thing I do want to mention with this Texas cell is that there is now a debris signature or some sort of correlation coefficient drop. I mentioned in the beginning of the stream that you can find these with a lower correlation coefficient, and in and around the base velocities, you can kind of see that matches up relatively perfectly with one area right inside the inflow notch. So correlation coefficient right here shows that there could possibly be a tornado in progress in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through to the north and east at 15 miles per hour. Continuing now, we're going to take a look, continue at the storm, but I also want to take a look at this cell down here. This thing has popped out, and this thing has popped out of nowhere. So a bunch of different cells that could be forming across the board in Illinois. Please check Watertown, Wisconsin. Watertown, Wisconsin, it's not being directly impacted by anything at the moment, but you guys could be seeing some severe storms within the next couple of hours. So Watertown should theoretically be fine, in my honest opinion. Thank you for taking the time to do this. Very much appreciate it. No problem, Hope. No problem. So let's take a look at these cells. These cells seem to be just having a whale of a time, in my honest opinion. There even could be some that this one actually has had a history of producing tornadoes, and it still is surviving as it moves into Indiana. But the risk over here not really is too large. You could see something every now and then. I know there's someone who lived in an Elkhart, but definitely something to where it's not to the extent of its counterparts to the east, or to the west, I should say. Let's see, I do want to mention, Yep, I do want to take a look at something real quick. Nothing on my screen shows that Yeah, it still seems to be on the ground over there in Texas, so nothing really too much over there. Still one of those things where this storm over here near Avalon is continuing to cycle on through. So if you're over near Avalon, if you're up and around State Route 140 or even US Route 14, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. And there is the confirmed tornado report. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado, so there actually is some weather spotters here on this cell right here in Texas. I do want to mention real quick that there is the debris signature right in here, so something to keep in mind. All this low correlation coefficient, by the way, all of that is hail. So there is a lot of hail with this storm, and definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions. I don't see, per se, there could be, that is some really intense inflow winds, I gotta say. Stuff almost in the hundreds, that is crazy. Look at that, chat. Even some of the blues, reminiscent as to what happened last night, definitely something that people need to continue to take their precautions. So, geesh, what's the worst, in your opinion, the worst tornado ever? El Reno was pretty bad. Bridge Creek was pretty bad. El Reno is not as big as everyone thinks it is, though. But that is absolutely crazy in and around that area. The blues going up into 116, 114 miles per hour. If I were to go ahead, take a delta velocity of that just from gate to gate, that's 142.8 knots. That's 148 plus 116. That is 164 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So definitely one of those things where you guys need to go continue to take their proper precautions. Everyone you live in, definitely one of those things where people over there need to take their proper precautions. I'm going back to Wisconsin right now to show you all what exactly is happening over here near Avalon. Just to tell you all, nothing really is happening. It's kind of weakening a bit, but there still is some sort of rotation in and around here. You can definitely see the gusty winds, the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle, somewhere in and around here, could be where the rotation could be. I don't see a correlation coefficient in and around this area. And I don't see any sort of report from stuff in and around there. But let's see. Let's see. Observed. Port wind gust. Okay, so I don't have any reports here of the tornado in Lubbock, but I do still want to mention that that is a PDS and that is confirmed. So that'll be another one that will add to the day. Jarrell was actually pretty it was a pretty bad one too. I honestly gotta say Jarrell was pretty nice. Not nice when it comes to the damage, but it was pretty strong. Yeah, this cell over here near Avalon, kind of struggling at the moment, but still has the classic bird wings characteristic. So if it wraps around its outflow, it could definitely do something in around there. So the rear flank downdraft, obviously still prevalent in and around that area, but kind of a weak cell right now that's moving into Avalon. Whether or not it does reproduce, I guess we will have to see, but you can still see the inflow notch still relatively prevalent as it heads into the actual supercell. The supercell could actually continue to eat as much inflow as it can get from the storm. Where is this at? This is in Rock County, Wisconsin. This has a couple reports of tornadoes in and out of the storm. So, as a matter of fact, there's actually a couple here near the intersection of I-90 and I-43, as well as a brief touchdown 4 miles to the west of Clinton. So it'll be in and out around those areas. Moore 2013 was pretty bad too. I gotta agree. Joplin was pretty bad. That one was pretty bad too. Those tornadoes were pretty bad. But in and around these areas, still something to keep in mind. The tornado warning for Garza County in Texas continues to sustain itself. I do want to mention, however, that you could see some gusty, some 70 mile per hour gusty winds, and maybe even 3-inch size hail from that. So people over there, if you're near Augustus, this is starting to track towards you. So people need to kind of start taking their proper precautions as this continues to move on and around. I do want to show you guys the normalized rotation from this, and I also want to show you all a 3D from this cell as well. Normalized rotation goes above 2 in some spots, as you can see. But I'm going to take a look and show you all the normalized rotation in and around here. And just as you guys can tell, here it is, guys. Here is the normalized rotation. And you guys can see how that spans up relatively high in the sky. You can kind of see how the winds continue to rotate up and about into the upper levels of the supercell. So definitely one of those things where this is definitely a serious situation with a really intense supercell in and around this area. Massive inflow notch, I'm going to be completely honest, but I think there actually might be 2 areas of rotation, one right here and one right here. Other than that, they might all be just the same inflow notch in and around that area. So something to keep in mind with this cell as that continues to move on through. There might actually be 2 areas of rotation, and it is quite linear, but the pixels are touching right next to each other. There might be another one down to the south of that. So something to keep in mind as that continues to cycle on through. Back over to the cell over here in Wisconsin. It does seem as if the downdraft has weakened significantly. However, there still could be some gusty winds over near Avalon. There could even be some sort of tornadic potential in and around there at the same time. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move there. This tornado warning for Rock County will continue to sustain until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time, unless the National Weather Service in Milwaukee says otherwise. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, that inflow notch in the other storm is absolutely mental, gotta say. So yeah, that is absolutely crazy with all of these storms today. I just hope that everyone in the town of Avalon, eventually into U.S. Route 14, as well as State Route 140, definitely take their proper precautions. Definitely don't want to be impacted by all of that whatsoever. Let's see. I'm just getting reports of what other streamers are saying and stuff like that. Just so happens that I may or may not have a couple people who pay attention to other streamers and stuff like that. So gotta make sure, that we all know what we're talking about. But other than that, as of right now, it does seem as if there's a lot of gusty winds on this cell. Doesn't seem to be organized whatsoever. The spectrum width does say that there could be something around Avalon, but as of right now, it does seem to be gusting out, in my honest opinion. If I actually took a 3D of this, I wonder. Oh yeah, that's collapsed. The inflow has completely collapsed. Granted, there is still some there. The downdraft has not wrapped around to its fullest potential, so it does seem as if the storm has kind of collapsed, in my honest opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if, it was the beginning of the end for this cell. So, something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I do want to quickly take a look at the cell in Lubbock, or just to the south and east of Lubbock, just by taking a look at the velocities across the board. I mean, just look at this, chat. Definitely something here, more than something around here. It's definitely doing its own thing. So, obviously the teals and the toothpaste moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, right in the middle in all of these areas could be an area of rotation. There's the latest scan for you. As I said, there's possibly 2 areas of rotation, and it might have actually completely cycled off. I'm going to be completely honest. This has successfully cycled off, and it is now a new meso hook handoff. This right here is a classic rotating, a classic cycling supercell, if you will. So if you take a look at that, the velocities with the oranges moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards right in the middle where there's a rotation, and there's another one out to the north. So something to keep in mind as these cells continue to cycle on through. Not really moving all too fast, but continuing to move off to the north and east at 15 miles per hour. So something to keep in mind, that this thing continuously shows some strong rotation. Got to keep in mind with that. So as this continues to move off to the north and east, people need to continue to monitor this in Augustus and Justusburg. You guys could not only be getting some large hail, but even some really intense rotation in and around that area. So something to keep in mind. Good thing is that it's in rural areas right now, but yeah, that's very good. And actually, take a look at that. The inflow notch. Look at how far it goes back. Actually, right here is where the start of it is, and it goes just for reference. Just take a look. There's where the inflow notch starts. This is where it ends. Absolutely large inflow notch, low hanging base. We'll say that, but a really interesting inflow notch. Large arch here, where enough inflow could be surged in for all of these cells. Definitely something to where people need to continue to take the proper precautions. As my chat has mentioned, not really as much of a CC drop, or at least none that I have seen. I mean, there might possibly be a little bit on this cell if you circle in and around here, and then you see the CC. There's a little bit of a low correlation coefficient, but nothing really too much. And that tells me that there is anything to sustain, or to tell me that there is one currently on the ground. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Really intense rotation there in and around those areas. So, definitely something where people need to continue to monitor this. Just by looking at this from a research perspective, it looks absolutely, it looks really nice. So something to keep in mind. I do want to continue to take a look at this cell near Johnstown Center, all the way until this thing is completely collapsed, due to the fact that this has more populous area than the one down in Texas. As a matter of fact, I don't believe anyone lives in that tornado warning, so something to keep in mind in and around that. But still, tornado warning continues for Rock County. That'll be in effect until 6 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Any pictures yet? I don't believe so. I hear back. Know if any of these storms going to hit to Bowie. I don't believe they will. If I take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's convective outlook, you guys might get some sort of marginal risk from that, but nothing really too interesting, in my honest opinion. Something across the board, but nothing too much. So you guys should theoretically be fine. No chasers there. I do want to take a look at Twitter. And if you guys could also take a look at Twitter too, Tornado, Texas. Take a look and see. This is south of Post, and look at that. There's the tornado right there, chat. There's 2 wall clouds, actually. There is one right here with a little funnel, and there is another one with an ongoing tornado in and around that area that's actually rain-wrapped. So keep in mind there, chat, that this is high precipitation-based. So keep that in mind. Definitely on the ground in and around there. Thank you, Vortex Chasers, for the pictures of that storm. So yeah, definitely really interesting as that continues to move on through. I mean, that is crazy. In and out of those areas. So, but really nice area of rotation, and a really nice presentation there on that picture. So, do want to mention real quick that this thing is kind of attempting to form a hook again. The spectrum width is kind of scattered though, however, so whether or not this thing will become tornadic again is the real question. But as this crosses over US 14, people near Johnstown Center just to the south and east of that, and then people in State Route 89, people need to continue to monitor this. Granted, people on State Route 89 in Wisconsin aren't in the actual tornado warning box and polygon, but they have to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. Really interesting inflow notch here. There's actually a small area of rotation right here, so there could be another area to where it could form. Anything is a possibility with these storms, so something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. It does seem as if it has performed a meso handoff and that storm in Garza. I'll show you guys what I mean by that. The northern cell, the northern part of the rotation actually is dissipated. It was relatively strong up to the north, and then there was a new rotation that formed down to the south. That performed the meso handoff where the actual first meso died off. The new one formed down to the south. So definitely something in and around there. People need to continue to take their precautions. New tornado warning. I don't know where this is for. I think this is the Midland and Odessa, so I have to add this on here too. I have to add that IEM bot on. Midland to Odessa. This will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Obviously, the velocities are there. They're saying that this storm is stationary, which I would have to agree. It seems as if these cells have just been merging with this overall supercell. I wouldn't be surprised though if it starts to die off because of all of this merging. But definitely, if it starts to move south, it'll potentially impact the US 80 area near Gale. So anywhere around this tornadic rotation, you guys need to just monitor the weather because it can go anywhere. Train spotters report a tornado on this from the Midland, not the Midland, the Milwaukee-Sullivan storm. So the storm in Wisconsin continues to produce rotation, continues to produce tornadoes in and out. So definitely one of those things where the event up here is not over yet, and we will continue to monitor this to the best of our abilities. But report of a tornado on this cell up in Wisconsin. So people need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. Reports of ping pong ball and quarter-sized hail south of Lubbock, southwest of Lubbock, and east of Lubbock. So all those areas up and around definitely need to continue to take their precautions. New tornado watch that has been issued. I'm going to be taking a look at that relatively soon. So something that we'll continue to monitor. But I mean, goodness gracious, definitely something that we're going to need to take our proper precautions in and about in all of these storms. So it does seem as if the rotation is pretty broad now. I will mention that. There could be something around there, but honestly, as of this moment, nothing does seem to be on the ground down in Texas. Let's see. A bunch of flash flooding, a bunch of hail, a bunch of stuff in general. So yeah, definitely something that we'll continue to monitor into the evening. Let's see. Video of a wall cloud in Wisconsin. Ooh.
Police!
Oh.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
I sent you a DM on Discord about a video can use.
Oh, okay. So this is what it is then. Okay. Here. What I'll do then real quick is do that. 7-minute video of a nice interesting wall cloud here actually. Definitely a lowering base in and around here. Might be scud, but it still looks really interesting. By the way, Lions Are Cool 02, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'm just making sure that I take a look at all of this data. Oh yeah, that's rotating. That is definitely rotating. Yeah, that storm is definitely doing its own thing in there. So thank you so much. He says it's about 3 minutes old. So really interesting. I'm going to ask him where this is. You know, just so I'll be able to... But my goodness, this is crazy, isn't it? Let's see. I do want to take a look. Where is this? This is in Wisconsin. This is just to the east of Janesville. This has continuously produced rotation after rotation with possible tornadoes. We also want to continue to take a look at the cell near Garza in Garza, Texas. This right here is continuously produced tornado after tornado with quite large rotation. You can see the teal and the toothpaste moving towards the radar, the reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be in general. Could be one in here, could be one in here, could be one down there. So across the board, plenty of stuff in and around the area. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, I'm just getting words. I'm getting words that the tornado watch is the area that I was talking about. So, chat, I hope you guys know. I want to take a look at this. Current watches. There's the tornado watch right there, chat. Tornado watch for the area that I've been looking at for the entire time. I predicted this a week and a half out. I feel so great, but at the same time, I don't feel nice because it could impact people's livelihoods. Okay, let me explain myself. Okay, so from a research perspective, this is amazing for me because I'm improving my craft. And people who said that I can't, forecast far out, I just proved them wrong, and I also forecasted better than most other people, including the SPC for today. Okay? Also, a lot of people were also doubting me completely when it comes to this entire event, and now the SPC says that there's going to be a tornado watch. You kind of see how I'm, from a research perspective, I'm feeling amazing. I am high as a kite right now, chat. Not, my enthusiasm right now is high as a kite. So just, I hope you guys know that this stuff, I'm going crazy on this stuff. Now there's been a report of a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on this, so another tornado in from this cell. I think this might be from spotters. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado, so another tornado here in Post, Texas. It's going to continue to cycle and cycle and cycle. The good news is that it isn't impacting anyone's livelihoods. It's moving extremely slow, and it may even be stationary. So definitely one of those things where, granted, it is completely stationary, it still could be impacting people, including chasers, if it does start moving. And it could be moving completely, really quickly. So people need to continue to monitor this. But, as of right now, I'm feeling exceptional. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take the precautions. So yeah, let's go back over to the cell over here and jeez, I'm feeling, you guys don't even know right now. I'm feeling so happy. With all there is left is to see if there is a tornado warning that spawns from the tornado watch in Kansas. So there's a cell in your target area. Great call. I'm getting better, chat. For the people who were there from the beginning, I told you all that you'd be along for a ride. I'm getting better. I predicted a week and a half in advance that there could be something southern part of Nebraska, northwestern parts of Kansas, southwestern parts of Nebraska, northwestern parts of Kansas. El Reno will be at your door tomorrow. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Let's put it this way. I am feeling exceptional right now. I may sound like a radio host, but let me tell you this. It feels so good to be the only one to predict it, and so far get it right. Let's go, chat. You and I did this together. You and I did this together. I love you all. I hope you know that. And let's continue to grow. Let's continue to get better. All of us together. I believe we can. So anyways, still a large and dangerous tornado here. Manuel Paraguay's, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Update on McHenry County, Illinois. I'll take a look at that in a second. Take a look at that. Train spotter reports tornado. I'll definitely take a look at that in a second. There are chasers on top of one of the cells in Kansas already. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, if only you all saw. My face is going crazy. Just my enthusiasm is through the roof right now, chat. I hope you guys know that. Let's see. Marco Zucconi, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. By the way, to all the people who are new, let's put it this way. It would help me greatly if you subscribed, and if you do enjoy my channel, please do so. Also, hit the bell just in case if you want to see my live content. You know, I seem to be at my best when I'm live, and you know, so if you guys do enjoy that, feel free to subscribe, hit that bell. Also, like the video. Be able to help me out with YouTube's algorithm, so it'd be really appreciated if you guys did that. And then make sure to share it with people who feel like they would enjoy my content. I provide really good forecasts and exceptional live analysis for anyone. So if someone needs something, put it in the chat, contact me on Discord, or even go ahead and you know, leave a comment, stuff like that. You know, I'll continue to talk to you guys. And if you guys also want to join my Discord server, description down below, Storm Central. So that'd be greatly appreciated. You're on your way to Abilene. Oh yeah, Abilene seems to be having a whale of a time. I'm not gonna lie. Luckily, this is off to the north and west of that. But yep, definitely a large cell that's in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as that continues to push off to. Actually, it doesn't even push off anywhere. It's stationary. I do want to mention that the tornado warning in and around that area in Wisconsin has now expired. So what I do want to do is move this over, and we'll actually keep this down for now. We can see if we can get anything. But let's see. Let's do a 3D of this cell. Let's do a 3D of this cell. We'll be able to get something from here. And take a look at that. The inflow is still rather prominent. You can see the arch that I've been talking about with the inflow of how the storm can continue to consume energy as it continues to move on through. So definitely a thing where this will continue to consume energy as it moves. Well, it actually is quite stationary. So something to keep in mind and all that. Really interesting here. The rotation I do want to see. Oh boy, look at that. I do want to take a look here. Definitely a rotation that spans up. I mean, just look at that. There's even some velocities that are missing right in here. So something to keep in mind, that there could be stuff that doesn't even register here on the radar. But you can kind of see how the rotation spans up higher and higher into the sky. Really interesting as that continues to move on through. I do want to take a look. This is inflow dominant just by looking at this. Not even close. It is inflow dominant all the way to across the board. So definitely one of those things where the people around need to realize that this storm will continue to sustain itself for quite some time as it continues to move off. Somebody wanted a delta velocity. I'm going to do a delta velocity. This down here, by the way, is de-aliasing, so this is incorrect. This is incorrect wind speeds. This right here is the realm that I am looking at. So this could be something in here. 66 miles per hour and 30 miles per hour. That is 96 miles per hour, mile per hour delta velocity. If you wanted to actually, you know, do a bunch of stuff, then you can go and say 103 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So definitely one of those things where it still is rather intense in and around those areas. But it does seem as if the rotation is quite broad right now. You can see the kind of blues and greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. A large gap in between all of that. And so doesn't seem to be on the ground right now, in my honest opinion, but it could very well do so, even if it is high precipitation in and around that area. Eve, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. How high are these cloud tops? Good question. According to GR2, it's 56,400 feet. Reed has footage of the tornado on Twitter. Let's take a look at Reed Timmer then. Let's take a look at my boy Reed. Where the heck is he? There's Reed Timmer. Give me a second. Yeah, stovepipe tornado. That is crazy.
Get down, backside of the storm.
No, I'm not gonna ever hear him talk when we're looking at this. He overhypes a lot of this stuff and sounds like a freaking buzzkill. But definitely prominent rotation in and around that area. Really nice tornado in and around there. Wouldn't be surprised. That is pretty interesting. How tornadoes do you estimate will touch down tomorrow? I haven't even focused on tomorrow. I'm going to be completely honest. I've been putting all of my effort into today and making sure that my predictions were correct. And stuff like that. I'm still pumped that I got that tornado stuff in Kansas and Nebraska. Got that. That happened yesterday, did it? Did it really happen yesterday? No. This is today. This is indeed today. Gale, north of Gale, Texas. Give me a second. Yeah, north of Gale, Texas. That's definitely where it's at. Definitely something in and around that area. Could be something that's producing at the moment. Let's see. How's Atlanta doing? Atlanta's fine. Clark C. Weather and stuff. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Told you all that Saturday would be chaos. So if you want to continue to ride this one out for me, then that would be great. What I may do actually is I may go downstairs, get myself a glass of water. So because I've been talking for 5 hours straight. Been streaming more than any other streamer today. Definitely want to do that. Want to take a look at a couple stuff. But yeah, in and around that area, definitely something that people are going to want to continue to look at. You know if there's going to be any severe weather in Minnesota? My friend lives there tonight and this morning. Depends upon where in Minnesota. If it's southern, southeastern Minnesota, you guys could quite possibly be seeing something in and around those areas. So, really interesting. Hey, will there be a few hours? Will the next few hours be pretty bad? Depends. Hello from Germany. Well, hello. Can I attempt to pronounce that name? I'm going to. No offense if I butcher it. No offense whatsoever. Unwetterbeobachtung Chris Utterland. Thanks for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. I tried my best. Yeah, I mean, in and around this area, definitely high precipitation, I will say. Now there is a lot of precipitation in and around that area. Rotating storms in Kansas. Oh boy. Oh boy. Eve, thank you for subscription. I really do appreciate it. Southeast Texas hardly sees severe weather. Yeah, that's true. Anything right now for Wisconsin? In my honest opinion, it doesn't seem as if there is anything in Wisconsin. So you should be fine. Storm has multiple tornadoes, I believe. I would have to agree for that general vicinity. Alright. You ready, guys? It's time to continue to bear witness to what all is happening. Where's the thunder? There's the thunderstorm. It initiated. It blew up. I'm going to put a radar up there just to monitor that progress, and I'll show you guys if anything happens. But as I've mentioned, Kansas is going to be interesting. Let's see. Eve, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Oh, Goodland. Goodland has a radar, and it's right there next to the storm. That is crazy. Yep, the storm is already popping off, and it's already got tails. Chat, get ready. Where is this at? This is in Texas. This is south. This is not south, actually. This is west central Texas, just to the south of Lubbock. So, definitely people need to take their proper precautions. Let's see. There we are. Possibly, there could be some sort of emergency update from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm not gonna lie. But take a look at this still, chat. Inflow notch with a nice little hook in there. It might be collapsing on itself due to the fact that it is quite stationary, but still something to keep in mind. This could continue to try and intensify in and around those areas. It might actually be even on the ground right now as we speak. So something that people need to continue to take their proper precautions. Just got here. What did you miss? Anything big today? Yep, there was a tornado that went into the Chicago metro area, and then a couple other tornadoes that spanned across from Iowa into Wisconsin and into Des Moines. Not even Des Moines, Wisconsin and into thingamabobber. Illinois. There it is. Can I get an update on McHenry County? Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I got it. I got you. McHenry County is going to be fine, in my honest opinion. I'm actually going to take a look at that area with my other GR2 profile. But it does seem to be kind of fine as of right now. So we'll have that up for everyone. But it does seem as if that is doing its own thing. This one's confirmed. Yep, indeed. This has been stationary and it's been producing tornadoes on and off every now and then. It is currently fighting with itself. Might even be collapsing a little bit. But it does have a really nice hook with a really interesting inflow notch in and around that area. In Spiratical, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. As I said, continuous rotation in and out of this area. With a really nice inflow notch. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing continued to form, continued to attempt to produce, I should say. Spectrum width in and around that area, quite mental, but nothing really too organized, in my honest opinion. So something's interesting. This afternoon's just crazy. So many storms, radar scope. In Germany, we only get small hail and lots of rain. Oh, wow. That's really interesting. I might actually take a look at that for myself. I may purchase radar scope on my computer just to get more products. If you know what I mean. Video stovepipe tornado in Lubbock. Yep, indeed. That was actually really interesting watching that video. So one thing I do want to mention, chat, is that in order for this thing to sustain, it needs to equally have some equal input when it comes to the cooling. So it needs to bring in its downdraft, and then it needs to bring in its warm moisture into the cell too. So if you have that equal component, then depending upon what, then specific stuff can happen. If it's inflow dominant, then the cell could continue to sustain for quite some time. If it's outflow dominant, which the outflow just so happens to be the rear flank downdraft, then it will continue to choke itself off, and it'll be short-lived. But as of right now, really broad rotation, just in general in this general vicinity. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. And we will continue to monitor that into the evening, if I do say so myself. Somebody asked for McHenry County, and there's actually a couple of cells that are forming in and around that area. McHenry County will probably see, might actually see some rotation, chat. I'm not actually going to lie here. I might not sugarcoat it. Right here is McHenry County, and there might actually be another cell that could be forming a possible tornadic rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually goes tornado warned. But definitely something that people need to take their proper precautions. You can definitely see the hook here on reflectivity, the inflow unimpeded whatsoever. So something of the sorts in and around that area. Definitely some really intense rotation. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, and right in the middle is where it could possibly be. So this, because it is not impacting a lot of major areas, there could be some impacts with this. I'm probably going to stick with this storm for quite some time. 51 mile per hour delta velocity, 46 mile per hour delta velocity. That is a 97 mile per hour delta velocity storm right in there, or winds 46 miles per hour, winds 51 miles per hour, in and around there. 97 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So something to keep in mind. This cell probably could form. It actually has echotops over 4,000 feet too. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through in that general area. So really interesting rotation to point out here. If you know anyone who lives in these areas around I-90 and stuff like that, tell them the risk isn't over for them. There is still some sort of activity in and around those areas. So, people need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. So something to keep in mind as this moves toward the east. Just still some sort of rotation in and around here. Eve, you did sub, but your subscriptions are probably private, so it didn't pop up. Or at least I don't believe it did. How is St. Francis, Kansas? I'd have to take a look for myself. Wait, is St. Francis, Kansas, the storm that's forming out here? No. Oh, St. Francis is north of that. Yeah, there might be something in there. There's even a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado watch, obviously, as I have mentioned, the cell will probably, continue to move in. And all of a sudden, you guys can see that my face starts beaming due to the fact that I've been pretty consistent with that prediction, and now there's a tornado watch in that area. So, really interesting to monitor that. I actually do want to see something real quick. The probabilities of this are 40-20. That's respectable. Mainly because of the fact that there are only 1 to 2 cells. So something like that in and around that area. Really interesting. I question as to whether or not they will update the convective outlook. I'm not sure they will, but they might. And they probably will issue a meso discussion in and around that area. I actually want to see that for myself. Those Goodland storms are getting strong fast. Yeah, I know, right? It's starting to pick up. Meso low over northeastern Colorado has backed low-level winds over the last few hours. Moist upslope flow is helping to initiate thunderstorms along the dry line west of Goodland. Favorable vertical shear for supercells and tornadoes will likely develop this evening along a warm front and wind shift, necessitating a tornado watch soon. Oh boy. Yeah, basically Golden Triangle area. I've been eyeing that area for quite some time. Let's go back to the cell over here in Texas. Really interesting rotation in and around that area. Still quite stationary. No, I don't even see a correlation coefficient drop anymore. There's just so much hail in here that I can't even tell. But yeah, that storm in Texas. Granted, it is over rural areas. Won't really see a lot of activity, in my honest opinion. Let's go back. There is now a severe thunderstorm warning on the cell. This is for DeKalb, Kane, McHenry, and Boone counties, and that'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There is a tornado possible on this, so right here, thank you to whoever said that I had to watch McHenry. You are a champ, but here covering the storms before the National Weather Service does it. So without you guys, this wouldn't happen. So thank you so much. But definitely something in and around there. People need to continue to monitor. I'm going to take away Milwaukee's. thingamabobber here. There we go. Took away Milwaukee, we took away Indianapolis. So now we have Chicago, Lincoln, Lubbock, Midland, Odessa. Oh, God. Yeah, I want Midland, Odessa. And then we want, what was it, Goodland? Goodland. Oh, I can't spell, apparently. We want Goodland. We'll actually turn the sound up a bit more. Hey, Nate, how are you? I'm doing fine. I mean, the stuff around here for tornadoes and stuff like that may not be, great for anyone else. But I have been predicting this for quite some time. Told you it's going to pick up around 5 to 8. Yep. Welcome to the fact that I'm possibly getting a bit more accurate. There's actually a bit of rotation on that cell already. The one already in Kansas, there's already some rotation. It's not good rotation, but it's starting to develop. So my goodness, stuff is starting to pick up completely. If I just want to say, all right, I just want to say, if this stuff happens, I'm probably going to, cry for a bit. I probably will. You will probably see me cry on stream. I am not joking you, because this means the world to me in trying to get stuff right, and trying to help people. And with how many people have said nothing's gonna happen, nothing's gonna do anything, it's just many job I find. Reports of a wall cloud near Hampshire, Illinois. Yeah, I agree. This cell right around here, this is in Hampshire, Illinois. You can definitely see the rotation, the red's moving away from the radar and the green's moving towards. Right in that area is where the rotation would be. So something to keep an eye as that continues to push on through. If you know anyone who lives in this area, tell them, I'm not joking, that there's going to be some sort of area to watch in this general vicinity. Especially, anyone who's in the path of this. I want to mention that I'm obviously still going to be streaming this, so if you think people will be more better associated with my live stream, feel free to send me their way, send me a link, or send them their way a link and stuff like that, so that they will be able to be informed to the best of their ability. I do believe that they will be able to get as more information than most people out on YouTube, or even their local weather people. So I know that's a bold statement to make, but I do believe in my abilities, and I have prepared for the last week and a half for this day, and so I do believe that I am up for a challenge. And there was 6 to 7 tornado warnings earlier in the day, so I do believe that I can start doing some stuff. Let's see. Oh, Texas PDS again. I gotta actually here. We'll put this over here. This cell doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot, in my honest opinion. It's doing stuff, but it's not doing it correctly. So, the cell might be dissipating as we speak. Definitely something that probably won't, probably won't sustain after quite some time. I do want to take a look. This is probably going to change back to all the stuff that's happening over here, and then I will turn, I'll have this over here. I'll change this cell over here. I'll move this over to Texas for you all. Let's see, so Texas, we'll go Lubbock. There we go. So this cell is now my priority. This cell right here is indeed my priority, that I will continue to watch as this continues to move on through. And I also will have the IEM bot on here. Let's see. A lot of flash flooding in the Illinois area. As a matter of fact, this area down here in Illinois, definitely a lot of flooding in around there. And then Kenki, flooding has never been this bad. Water has eroded a stream through the field, and it is flowing heavily. So there is some flash flooding down in the Kankakee and over in those areas. So definitely something to keep their precautions in and around there. Something to keep in mind as that continues to push on through. Still, this area, how's the cell in La Porte looking? I've got, I'd have to take a look where La Porte is. Give me 2 seconds as I pull that up for you. Porte, Illinois. Okay, so this cell over here, it has some gusty winds. I don't think it's going to be tornadic in any sort of fashion. It could potentially along the lines, but I don't think anything's supposed to be tornadic with this cell. Although there is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely something to keep an eye on as that continues to move on through. But as I said, definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves on through. So I honestly feel like there will probably be a bunch of gusty winds. You might see an embedded rotation within the line, but honestly, a lot of gusty winds and some spotty hail south of La Porte or La Porte, either or. Tornado warning, there it is. Tornado warning for DeKalb, Kane, and McHenry counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. As I've said, and as I've stated, that this could quite possibly turn tornadic, and here I am for you all. So tornado warning for DeKalb, Kane, McHenry County. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The reflectivities show you a really nice presentation here of the classic hook characteristics here, moving right across the I-90 area, eventually moving off into the US 20 area. So people over there need to go ahead and take your precautions. The velocities show the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle, where the pixels are touching, is where the rotation would be. No correlation coefficient at this time, but people around there need to continue to take their precautions as this will continue to move off to the north and east. So let's go ahead and get some timings out here. I do want to mention that if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take your precautions now. Either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. So as I've mentioned, that this will continue to move on through. This will go to the north of Hampshire, just to the south of Union, and it'll be crossing US 20 in about 10 minutes. So 5 to 10 minutes is where you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. And then this will be going to the north of Huntley in about 30 minutes, crossing State Route 47. So people need to continue to take your proper precautions as this continues to move off to the north and east. You're a huge fan. Thanks for keeping people safe. Yep, no problem. I really do appreciate that. So as I've mentioned, there needs to people need to continue to take your precautions there. The tornadoes over by Janesville, by the way, that has kind of dissipated for quite some time. So over there, you're out of the clear. You're out into the clear, I should say. The people over here, though, in Illinois, are definitely not. Look at this hook right within there with the classic base velocity in and around those areas. Let's actually take a delta velocity of this. I see 50 miles per hour, and I see 41. Gate to gate, that's 79.8 knots. So that's 50, that's 41. That's 91 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So I wouldn't be surprised if something tries to kick up in and around that area. And take a look, the spectrum width is now starting to lower, which means that there could be some sort of lowering in and around that area. People need to continue to take their precautions as this will cross the I-90 area. So people need to take their proper precautions. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get to their safe space. If you feel like that it would be beneficial for them to watch the stream, send it. Just tell them somehow that there is something heading their way that is tornadic. So please, please, please inform them of something that's going on in and around that area. South Dakota is blowing up with hail. Yep, I predicted that would probably be a hail risk. But down south in the tornado watch, the thing that I've been watching for about a week and a half, definitely something that is going to continue to blow up for quite some time. I'm going to do a 3D of this cell just to see if we can find an inflow notch. And yeah, we can indeed find an inflow notch, a relatively small one, but still prominent. Definitely something to where it can continue to intake a lot of inflow in and around that area. So something to keep in mind. But one thing, because of this, it'll most likely be more of a high precipitation based supercell. So something like that's where people won't be able to see this cell moving across Interstate 90, which is very, very dangerous, and all the more reason why you should take your proper precautions. So DeKalb, Kane, and McHenry County in Illinois, this is where the tornadic rotation is, and you need to take your proper precautions as this moves off to the north and east. So we will continue to stay with the cell as this continues to function, and the velocities now indicate a bit stronger on the outflow per se. It's about the same actually. The inflow is relatively strong, the outflow is relatively strong. They're kind of balanced in a way, so it's definitely something to where people need to continue to take their proper precautions as this moves off to the north and east. Where are we on this map? This is northern part of Chicago. If you take a look at what we're looking at here, Chicago's right here, and there is the tornado warning in and around that area. So people need to continue to take your proper precautions. This is going to be just to the south of Union. Definitely a situation where people should not take this lightly. So people, if you know anyone, as I said, I have to continue to inform you all that this is a tornado warning in residential areas. So if you know anyone who lives in here, or even just you can tweet this to anyone, that there could quite possibly be something moving across Illinois right over Interstate 90. So something to keep in mind, that this is a storm, that it's not done. The event in Illinois is not completely done. All right. I did say every now and then that there could be some storms in behind the original line that could form and produce more cells. But as of right now, this cell over here in Illinois continues to produce some tornadic rotation. What do you think about the Berrien County in Michigan? That's where you live. I will definitely take a look at that in a second. But as of right now, we do have the tornado warning in and around here. Let's see. The tornado warnings down in Texas have expired. I will mention that. So something to continue to look at for you guys. Definitely some sort of tornadic rotation in here that will continue to sustain. Definitely rain wrapped. You can kind of see how these pixels, the ZDR measures rain moving up into the sky. So if you see a lot of them, if you measures rain going up into the sky. So if you see a lot of them, obviously, how the tornadoes can swirl in and around and rise the rain in and around these areas, around the tornadic rotation. You can see how the rain is starting to wrap into the actual area where the possible tornado might be. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. General rotation in and around here, but 92 knot delta velocity. I wouldn't be surprised. That looks to be, yep, that's 106 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. Spectrum width does seem to be seeding a little bit, which is good news. I do not believe that it, after this, it will continue to sustain, unless if it decides to recycle, but something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Sent me a video of what I've already seen that one. Yeah, we saw that in the beginning of the stream, but thank you, Travis. So something to keep in mind as this thing continues to move on through. This is definitely rain wrapped. This is definitely high precipitation, and as we've continued to monitor this for quite some time, this will continue to move off into the general vicinity of Huntley. So I've mentioned that if you were in US 20, you guys should already be underground. But now, around State Route 47, you guys need to go underground. So definitely one of those things where you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. You do have a bit of time. Huntley, you do have a bit of time. So, granted, you can take your proper precautions. It will be quite some time before Huntley will be impacted by this. And they may be just brushed a little bit by the rear flank downdraft. So something that people need to continue to monitor as this continues to move in. I do want to take a look at 3D again, just to see if I can find a better inflow notch. And indeed, I can. The inflow notch is a whole lot better. Still relatively small, but you can see that classic arch that I have mentioned previously with other tornado warning storms. And in there is where the inflow can surge in, and the storm can continue to feed on whatever energy is out in that general vicinity. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through with these storms. If I were to take a look at the rotation and see that, look at that, that is some large rotation moving up into the cell. Really intense rotation, or confined rotation, if you will. Not really intense per se, but something to keep in mind that this storm is continuously rotating all the way through. You can also tell that this is inflow dominant just by the pixels here that I have shown. All of these reds are going away from the radar, and that just so happens to be the inflow. So people need to continue to take their proper precautions in and around those cells for me. People wanted the link to my Discord. I'm going to post that in here. You can also go into the description down below, but that is the link to my Discord channel for the people who needed that. How's the Kansas cells looking? They're still there. They're doing their own thing. Nothing really too large, in my honest opinion, to look at that yet. But whenever stuff does hit the fan, I will be able to show you all what exactly is happening. But as of right now, oh, look at that lowering on the spectrum width. Yep, so actually, I wouldn't be surprised if this was briefly on the ground for a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if this was on the ground for just a bit of time when we were talking about it with the spectrum width. So something to continue to monitor as this moves on through. Definitely be some sort of possible tornadic rotation in and around that area. So, yep, there is indeed a tornado warning for McHenry County. I am covering that to my to my fullest, to the best of my ability. Definitely still some general rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And if you take a look at reflectivity, matches up pretty well. Correlation coefficient, there's no CC drop as of this time. I wouldn't be surprised if this as if it was on the ground for a short bit, but definitely one of those things where it is definitely wrapping itself around in rain, and it has became high precipitation based. One thing that's really interesting, chat, that I want to mention is that as I take a look at this, usually when this thing starts to wrap itself around, it could also be hail wrapped. Now, I don't believe it is hail wrapped to the abilities, but I do want to mention that there is a donut right here in the ZDR, and the ZDR can tell you sometimes if there is no rain in the center, which is typically where the tornado is, that is where the tornado would be. And there is a donut in and around that area, and there is possibly a tornado that could be in progress moving off towards Huntley. So something to keep in mind. We do have a donut in and around that area, and people need to continue to take their precautions. This will be moving across State Route 47 in about 15 minutes. So people need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. So let's see.
Police! Police!
Whew.
Police! Help! Police!
I mean, wow.
Police! Help!
Whew.
Help! Police!
Dexter with the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for supporting the stream. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, just some really nice general rotation in and around that area. You know, I mean, look at that. Normalized rotation's pretty nice. KDP shows some high precipitation in and around those areas. I would not be surprised if something happens in and around that. DeKalb County has been canceled.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
I do want to mention real quick. By the way, Dexter, thank you for the $2 super chat again. Thank you for the donation, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I do want to mention real quick that DeKalb has been canceled. DeKalb County in Illinois has been canceled, but Kane and McHenry still is sustaining it's tornado warning. So something to keep an eye on. There's also been reports of hail up to the size of eggs and golf balls up in Andrews and Pecos County in Texas. So down there, massive hail threat. Definitely something to where people are going to want to monitor that as that moves off into the moves off towards the north, maybe even northeast and around that area. So definitely something to where people are going to want to take precautions and keep in mind this current situation. You should buy food at every fast food place in your town. I might. There's a Mr. Beast video, but we'll talk about that later. Yeah, Texas and Arkansas was really interesting yesterday, but today does seem to be this cell right in here. You can kind of see the actual the hook right within here. The inflow notch starting to become less occluded, and that is starting to get scary, chat. Whenever the inflow notch starts to become less occluded, it means that it's starting to intake a lot more energy. And within the next couple of scans, I'll be able to do a 3D with this current scan, and we'll be able to see something in and around those areas. When does it supposed to get bad in Atlanta? Atlanta probably won't get bad in my honest opinion, but along the line you could see something in and around those areas. You said Berrien County. I just do want to take a look just for reference. Yep, you guys are definitely getting some heavy rain in Michigan. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys got some wind gusts around there too. So something to be interested in as this continues to move off through to the east. But this cell right here, really broad rotation, I gotta say. Maybe even some gusty winds with an embedded cell. Wouldn't be surprised at the slightest if that's what was happening, if the cell was actually gusting out. But really interesting. Storm near South Bend, Indiana, starting to look mean. I'd have to agree with you to a certain extent. Actually, what I may do, the Texas cell is completely collapsed on itself, so I probably won't even stare at that anymore. Just for reference, this is the cell now. It is really kind of died out, in my honest opinion. So Texas, probably not the area that I want to look at anymore. I am going to take a look at probably, let's see. We'll take a look at Fort Wayne, Indiana. We'll take a look at that radar. So we'll be able to monitor that one heading towards Elkhart and South Bend and stuff like that. But definitely some sort of rotation in and around here with some gusts right here on the leading edge of this cell. If I quickly switch over to the correlation coefficient, nothing in here, in my honest opinion. There could be some rotation right in here, some tightening within the actual rotation. So if that continues to move on through, we can possibly see another tornadic supercell going in there. So really interesting. It's supposed to be 70-mile-per-hour winds in Barron. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I would say that it could get up to like 60. Have you done any simulations today? I had to factory reset my computer a couple days ago. So I don't have CM1 on here, and I probably won't download CM1 until I get my new computer, which will have amazing quality and processing speeds that will be able to run simulations probably within 5 minutes. So I'd rather do that, not to clutter my current computer, because this one's going to be for streaming, so I can stream what's on that computer, and continue onwards to improve the quality of the stream. I do want to see something real quick. Cape numbers starting to range up to the 2,500 joules per kilogram range in and around those areas. So definitely something in and around there that could possibly form. So really interesting to watch. But as of right now, it does seem as if the priority is this tornado warning storm with a lot of gusty winds in and around this area. Outline that, show you all that it is relatively gusty winds. Yeah, really interesting. Wisconsin's not getting anything right now. There's going to be some gusty winds, possibly some storms. But other than that, nothing really too interesting in my honest opinion. Do I play any video games? Yes, I indeed do play video games. I don't play a lot. I used to play a lot, but, way back when I used to be not really a professional YouTuber, but I used to be a professional Fortnite player in my region. That's pretty nice. Yep, the Threadripper. That is indeed what I have. The Threadripper is what I'm getting as a processor. It's gonna be nice. I think it's what? I-28 or is it I don't know. I think it's 28. I think it's 28. And I can always upgrade it as I continue to move on through. Yeah, so as of right now, it doesn't seem as if anything too big is happening. Could be stuff along the line, but definitely some gusty winds moving in right here, surging these winds out. Let's see. Yep, definitely some gusty winds. This might be gusting out completely. So Huntley and actually Lake in the Hills and Algonquin could see some really gusty winds relatively soon. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. Texas Storm may be trying to get its act together. I'll take a look at that every now and then. As of right now, this is the kind of the either priority and stuff like that. What PC do I have? I have an Inspiron i5 core. Dell Inspiron gaming PC that I bought. But I'm going to be putting together the PC, the new one that I buy, which is going to be like $3,200 and some dollars. Half of that money is from you all, so thank you. I told you all that I would put it to the quality of the stream, and indeed that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to be buying a green screen after that as well. Fortunately, I don't have a bank account because welcome to the quarantine where I need a valid driver's license to make a new bank account, and it just so happens that my birthday was when my driver's license expired, and it was in the middle of quarantine when the DMV was closed. So, welcome to life. Game restores a bunch of playtime. Yeah, indeed. Do I have rare skins? I mean, I have the older ones. Yeah, I don't have season 2 battle pass skins because I was an idiot and decided not to buy it. But it's pretty fun. Way back when I played. I even played every now and then with my little brother, and I'm still surprised that the skill level hasn't increased whatsoever. Yeah, there could be something in and around there that's gonna be really interesting. Definitely something I'm going to continue to monitor. But I do believe this is starting to gust out and it's starting to occlude itself. So we'll take a look at this. I'm actually going to put this over to the side. Have this on the sidebar so that I can continue to monitor that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the models, see what they're saying about this event tonight. So, give me a second. 22Z, that's about right now. These cells will eventually be carried off. Yep, so that's severe. Oh, crap. And then this cell will be put off. So more thunderstorm initiation will happen. Marginal tornado for that. But this one right here will probably become, yep, there's the tornado. Look at that. As that continues to go into Nebraska, another tornado sounding with that. My goodness, that thing is just mental at this point. It really is. Bulldog, see you later. Thanks for coming out. Let's see. Storms in Kansas are struggling. Yep, they are. Indeed, they are. But just wait for it. That's not the official party. How much money are we on the stream? I got no clue. I've got no clue. I try not to count, specifically because it's not a priority to me. Oh boy, yeah, that's a sounding and a half. Look at that. That right there is not capped. Yeah, boy. Look at that photograph. Ow. Woof. That stuff's crazy right there. Sheer across the board is insane. Lapse rates are 7.5 up to 8.5, even almost 9 in some spots. That right there is crazy. Yep. Definitely something to where I'm going to continue to watch that. Michigan's not going to be doing well. I mean, it'll be doing stuff every now and then. What is this cell? Hold up. What is this, boy? Okay, that's bit capped. This cell right here seems to be having a whale of a time, though, I will say. It gets into Nebraska, and then Nebraska kind of sets it off. So there's going to be something that happens in there. Are you soloing the streams now? I know around Easter there were some other people's around. I'm not soloing the streams. I'm still allowing them to do stuff every now and then. You know, but it's really their decision if they want to come out to the stream. So it's not. I never force them to come out, but you know, I assume that they have time. They don't have time and stuff like that. You have a TBS on the Illinois tornado warning. You know, ooh, it actually could be trying to recycle. I thought it was Left for Dead, but it's actually trying to surge its outflow again. So that's something that I'll be looking at. How 5.5 Fahrenheit is the theoretical? I don't know. Any EF5s? EF? Oh, yeah, that's true. Jeez, bunch of stuff happening in and around to that. Still, the tornado warning for Kane and McHenry County will continue until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm going to show you all my opinion on this storm real quick. So obviously you guys can see, when I was talking to you guys earlier, I saw that there was a little bit of a rotation here, but I also saw that this was gusting out a bit more. However, there's a new area of rotation down here where the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that tries to form out there. If you get some sort of surging winds, you could definitely get something, and take a look at that. Look at that. Starts to surge its outflow in there. Take a look. Definitely starting to pop off a bit. Definitely starting to pop off a bit. Sheesh. That's crazy right within there. Yeah. I mean, if you have some winds that surge out, surge in, definitely you could see something in and around that area. Gusting out, in my opinion, still, but nothing really tornadic at the moment. It could potentially try to if it surged its winds out a bit more. Definitely some sort of inflow. Definitely something there. Actually, I'm curious as to a 3D on what that would be telling me. Algonquin should be under a warning. They probably should, honestly. Interesting inflow notch here, and I'll say it's a really interesting inflow notch, and I'll tell you why. All right, you see this arch right here? Okay, presume that arch goes all the way into here. Okay, presume it does. There is another one right here, right there that I have marked. You see that arch right here? That one goes all the way into there. So it has two inflow notches. Two. All of the same storm. Which is telling me that this thing is trying to sustain while it's rain wrapped. So that's really interesting. Anish, you can't say the word bust if it's a 2% risk, buddy. Buddy. I also get pretty triggered for that stuff out there because I've been trying to predict this for a week and a half. So I hope it doesn't bust on my part. Only I can say the word bust for that event because I'm the only one that really saw it. What happened seems legit and Stewie. Haven't seen them in a while. I honestly have no clue. I didn't do anything to hide them whatsoever. I'll have to take a look, but I haven't seen them in quite some time. One thing I will say is that they apparently were accused of going onto other people's streams and self-promoting my stream. So I was going to talk to them about that after the stream, but I haven't personally done anything to put them down. Not sure about my mods, but I haven't. Um, let's see. As I take a look at more stuff, hail size, bunch of hail, bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Not a lot of tornado possibles on that though. Tornado possible in the storm for Garza and Lynn, Texas. So that sounds about that. What about? Is that from Marvel? Is that actually a place? Hold up. I gotta figure it out. I might just be the most gullible person in the world. No, Wakanda, Illinois. Sorry for making fun of your place. That is an amazing town name. I gotta say, I want to live there now. I don't know. Well, anyways, Wakanda's having a whale of a time. They're probably gonna get some gusty winds. God, I want to go there now. It's really interesting though. I gotta say, you'll probably see some sort of gusty winds, moving into that, moving into Wakanda in a bit. But at the same time, nothing really too organized at the moment. I'm gonna have to say. You guys will probably get impacted in around 30 to 35 minutes. So definitely something where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. But you guys have time. You guys have time. You guys will see the thunderstorm push on through, but then, you'll have to see. When that other dude that I said was him, I don't know. Let's see. Spam stick town names. I mean, I didn't really care. People could do whatever they want in the chat, so I didn't really bother. But there's definitely something in and around here. Definitely something that could continue to push on through. I don't foresee anything to happen too big in Wakanda, but could still see some gusty winds in and around that area. So wouldn't be surprised. That's definitely still some rotation, broad rotation, but still some there. He called Patrick Starley. Seems legit. Yeah. Yeah, there's still some rotation near Algonquin. I don't know. I question as to whether or not something could form in there. Because it seems as if all of this is just the inflow notch to this new storm. Unless if it produced a new meso handoff. If it produced a meso handoff that I could understand. Guys, let's not berate other members, please. That'd be great. Yeah, that's definitely something that I'll continue to monitor. Cells in Kansas are starting to pick up intensity. Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope. I need to see. There's something over there that's happening, and it's trying to do things. It's trying. He. If I predict this event tonight, I hope you guys know that I am never going to, let this up. I want to say I deserve it, but it's just, definitely something pretty interesting, especially since I forecasted that something like this would happen this far out. So, be pretty interesting. 22Z shows nothing developing in Kansas. What do you mean? I saw it and it developed. Hold up. Give me a second. There it is. Look at it. Big boy developed. 23Z, 0Z. And then it moved in here and said, hey, how do? Brothers, I'm going to associate you with all sorts of chaos. This little storm right here is probably going to produce something. So that's going to be really interesting to look at. Granted, it is capped. It's forecasted to break through the cap. So that'd be pretty interesting. Big Daddy Cell, do something. Look at it. Yeah, it feels really nice, though, I gotta say. Welcome back, Big Daddy Cell. It's been a while since I've seen you. Use some hail? Yeah, definitely a lot of hail in and around that area. Not too much hail, but definitely some. Very gusty, though. I gotta say, a lot of gusty winds. How's Frankfort, Kentucky looking? They should be fine, honestly. I don't think they're forecasted to get anything. Oh, this is the 18C model run. I'm having a whale of a time, aren't I? Well, it didn't update, so give me a second. HRRR. My heart hurts. Please. So your iPad died, same person. Oh, okay, that's fine. Hold up. Okay, wrap latest model. Okay, there's something that still forms in southern Nebraska, so it'll be fine. Eden's not impacting you all too much. There you go. Wrap still says that something's gonna happen. Who knows? HRRR, there might be something that happens in there, so we'll figure it out as that gets there. But I'm not too worried about it right now. Tornado warning for Garza County in Texas. That'll be in effect until let's see, 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I do want to take a look at this just real quick. This is from the cell that did have a couple of tornadoes, and it literally is now producing so much flash flooding. There it is. It is trying to produce again. Really interesting hook, gotta say. Look at that. Really interesting hook. Really interesting hook. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing could be on the ground soon. So, it is now starting to intensify a bit. And is it still moving stationary? Moving northeast at 5 miles per hour. So that sounds about right. Let's see. Play Storm Chasers. I'll do that eventually. Yeah, there's still this cell that's continuing to do this. It's definitely starting to try and produce some sort of rotation in here. And it actually is moving off towards the north and east, towards US 84. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions, because the velocities are now starting to show that this could possibly be churning a bit and could possibly produce a tornado really soon. So really interesting to say the least, in and around those areas. Even then, still some really, I don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet. Don't see any of the sort, but still something that we need to continue to monitor as we continue to push on through into the evening. The cell over in Indiana still has some gusty winds, but I think it's going to mainly just be a gusty wind threat. Might possibly have a tornado warning relatively soon, but as of right now, doesn't seem as if that's the case at the moment. I think there's a possibility for a tornado in Wakonda. I don't believe that. I think there could possibly be something in and around that area, but as of right now, it does seem to be just gusty winds forcing all of this out. Yeah, so a lot of gusty winds. Wouldn't say that there could be a lot of tornadic potential in and around that area. And as a matter of fact, the tornado warning is now expired for Kane and McHenry counties, so this has officially been put down as for right now. So I believe it would be mainly gusty winds. You might see a tornado warning again, but as for right now, you should theoretically be fine Harriet. So, but I will definitely continue to keep an eye on it as that moves on through. So, let's see. Hail size, more hail, more hail, more hail. So, let's see. I'll continue to look at this. Um,
Here we go.
let's see. Seems legit. Let's see. Let's keep this up. Yeah, storms in Texas are going crazy again. They really are. They are now moving off to the north and east. Wouldn't be surprised if something could be possibly on the ground along this. Um, but I guess we'll have to see. Really interesting inflow though. Really nice inflow notch, outflow. Definitely something in between, where something could continue to possibly produce as that moves off. Forecast potential areas of thunderstorms for tomorrow. That'd be from possibly Iowa down into here. Actually, the Storm Prediction Center basically nails my prediction off the head. That is what I think is probably going to happen tomorrow. Boom. All that right there. So, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas City, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, down to Oklahoma and Texas. Boom. Nails it right on the head. You gotta say. This storm right here continues to do stuff, and actually might be attempting to try and form another rotation in behind it. I'm not too sure. There might be something in and around right here. Latest scan just came in. I don't see any correlation coefficient at the moment, so nothing really too much that I'm seeing tornadic wise. Spectrum width obviously is going to be crazy as it continues to move on through, but nothing that I see at the moment. Do you think there will be a 10% chance of tornadoes tomorrow? Probably not, my honest opinion. Probably won't be. But you could see some stuff in and around those areas, in my honest opinion. So, I mean, you could, but probably unlikely. Let's see. Have anything looked as bad as it was expected? Illinois exceeded my expectations, actually, to be completely honest. Let's see. As for, just stuff in general, nothing really too much, to be completely honest. Still watching some of the cells in Nebraska attempt to try and form. So there could be something. Could be something that tries to go. But as of right now, it does seem as if, stuff's kind of on the low end. I'll have to wait until the 23Z HRRR and stuff like that comes out. Will there be any storms in southeast Wisconsin tomorrow? Southeast Wisconsin, I don't believe so. I think southeast Wisconsin will be spared tomorrow. Honest opinion. Let's see. General rotation in this area. General rotation. Let's see. There is the one cell that's trying to sustain, but the other one to the north seems to have died, in my honest opinion. I actually do want to take a look real quick at those cells. I'm going to take a look at them a whole lot closer up. Nope, okay. Well, we just need to take a look the best we can. This cell kind of just fizzed out. The other one is still trying to sustain itself. So hopefully something happens in and around there. Hopefully we get some more thunderstorm initiation. But there is the dry line. The dry line does form. So there could be some other cells that form in and around there. But as of right now, the main concern is down in Texas. So what is the situation to my northeast Illinois Algonquin? Okay, so Algonquin right now is currently getting a lot of gusty winds. A lot of gusty winds. Maybe some spotty hail, but it's definitely a lot of gusty winds. Quite possibly, you can get some and upwards of probably here. Let me get a storm motion for you. Upwards of probably 30 to 40 miles per hour, maybe even 50 in some spots when it's gusts. So you're definitely going to get some gusty winds, some really intense rainfall. There was a tornado warning just for your north. I don't believe that will be occurring anytime soon when it comes to something tornadic. So you guys should be fine in and around those areas. So, yep, that's the good news. Your area up and around there should be fine. Let's see. What's the situation in Pilot Point, Texas? Give me a second so I can look up where that is at. Okay, this is North Dallas. You guys should be fine today. You guys probably aren't going to get any storms whatsoever. It's all the stuff to the west that's going to be impacting those areas. So should be all right. You guys should be okay. Let's see. Still some really mean supercell characteristics in here. H23Z just started. Oh boy, that's gonna be something I'm gonna stare at. What is your opinion on the NBA return? I hope it does, because you're a Bucks fan. 53-12, baby. Yeah, I mean, I can I would want something like that to come back. I even want the hockey season to come back for me too. So, do you pay attention to the H? If do you actually Colton? Do you live in Wisconsin? Because I would ask if you pay attention to the AHL. Let's see. I want to continue to take a look at the cells. Are they going to continue to sustain or not? Maybe. There might be something around there that kind of tries to form. Yeah, well, that's going to be really interesting to look at. There's plenty of energy in northern Kansas, southeast Nebraska for big tornadoes, just waiting for the upper forcing come in and break the cap. I agree. Any tornadoes before just joined? Yep, indeed. There has been multiple confirmed tornadoes today, including one that hit the Chicago metro. So definitely a day that has been really interesting. Don't be my boy. Don't be my boy like that, Mother Nature. Give him a chunky boy in Nebraska. You're telling me, but that'll happen. That'll happen later. I have to see if my prediction is correct from a week and a half out. You guys have to also realize how hard predictions are a week and a half out. You know, it's pretty hard to stay consistent, have consistency with that. It's still running. What are the conditions? How strong were they? There were some that got up to about what was that, 115 miles per hour in the metro? That was the strongest ones. And then there's another one that was down in Texas. Actually, it's the same cell that's down there in Texas. This has been stationary the entire time. This one right here had like a 160 mile per hour delta velocity, something like that. Dryline tonight, however, moist air mass will drift into in the next 96 hours. Yep, true. I guess we'll have to see, chat. Whether or not my prediction holds, I guess we'll have to find out. But new tornado warning up north This is for Donley County, and this is going to be in effect until it seems to be 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I might as well add the Amarillo IEM bot now. Amarillo. Let's take a look. The reflectivity is quite interesting here, with the hook wrapping around and the inflow being unimpeded whatsoever. The correlation coefficient, if I take a look in that area, doesn't seem to be anything interesting. But if you take a look at the velocities, the green's moving towards and the red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just off the area of US 287 to the west of Clarendon. So people over there need to continue to take their proper precautions. If you're in Donley County along US 287, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornadic rotation as possible. If you live in Clarendon, you guys probably should go ahead and do so. I'll go ahead and get a track out for you. These things are moving really slow. So slow to the point where weather spotters reported a funnel cloud, and this is moving almost stationary, and it's moving just out to the south and east. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. People need to continue to monitor that. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I wish the AHL didn't cancel the season. Hope the Bucks basketball. Yep. Bucks definitely were pretty good. Same with the Admirals. The Admirals were pretty nice. By the way, this is Epic Pen. For the people who asked as to what this was, Epic Pen is what I use to draw my stuff. So, yeah, definitely something in there. Really interesting rotation, going in and around. But it does seem as if this thing is relatively stationary, I have to say. So, yeah, pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. Whether or not this thing sustains, I guess we'll have to find out. But, yeah, it is what it is. Here it is. It's running. Oh boy, my heart. Okay, so as of right now, nothing forms, but there could be something that forms right within here. So let's take a look for ourselves. What's HRRR say? A little bit of caps, but it needs that forcing. So let's see stuff around the dew point. Reports a funnel cloud in Amarillo right now. More reports of a funnel cloud. Let's see. The dews are quite weak right now at the moment. So that's really interesting. We'll figure it out, chat. We'll figure it out. We'll find out if the cells will continue to sustain or not. You know, but all we can hope is that the prediction is on fleek. Chat's disconnected. Liddy. Gotta love when chat is disconnected. Dryline in the Texas Panhandle, I agree. There we go. Reconnected. A whale of a time. Finally got it back up there. Second cell Northwest Kansas holding on right now. That's what I'm saying. Stuff is just going crazy at the moment. But as of right now, it is doing its own thing. Why does sometimes the tornado warning go to the pink polygon warning? What's up with that? Yep, that's whenever tornado goes confirmed, either by radar or by confirmation. And then if they go big, big chunky boy, and it could be like a deadly situation, they put two pink lines next to each other. So really interesting. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else across the board. The severe thunderstorm warning that's heading towards Wakanda. Definitely still some gusty winds. Probably nothing tornado in and around there. So people over there should be fine. Illinois probably is finally not getting the risk anymore. I think they're finally done. So I guess that's finally over there. Took them a bit. Um, took them a little bit. Let's see. Surface-based cape numbers. Kansas. Let's see. Change sector. That sector right there. Oh, okay. We're starting to get numbers up to 4,000 joules per kilogram. Sounds about right. Sunday, we'll see dew points go up by nearly a.m. More active stuff in Texas, Panhandle, Oklahoma, Kansas. Yeah, they probably will. See something really interesting in and around that. So, I guess we'll figure it out. But as it continues to move along, um, yeah, we'll see. Still funnel cloud in and around these areas. Not really a lot that's happening right now. Slow moving storms in Texas. Illinois is dying out, and we're waiting for Kansas to do something. 8-hour 3 in southwestern Nebraska, 23 HRRR. My God, oh my. Whenever people say stuff like that, I start to get pretty interested. I can't see it yet. I can't see it. I can't see it. There could be something in around here. Could be. Could be. Giannis, Kobe, and James over Jordan. What? What in the world? Honey, Sean Gowan and Gurney, Illinois, keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorm cell in your neighborhood. Yep, I'll definitely take a look at that for you as well. I can actually page over to that for you real quickly. There it is for you. There's the severe one cell that's kind of, having a whale of a time. Nothing really too big up and around there, but you definitely could see some stuff. You possibly could. But it'll definitely head into your general vicinity relatively soon. So do make sure that you watch out for it. You'll definitely see some gusty winds upwards of 50 miles per hour, maybe even 60 in some spots. What's causing the storms to die out? Mainly because there's no more energy out here. No more energy and the boundary is gone. What's causing the storms to die out in Kansas? There's a lot of cap inversion. And it's kind of fighting with a bunch of that cap inversion. So I'm hoping that there could potentially be something in and around there. There's something that forms. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Timeout, chat. There's still. We're not done. We're not over. We're not over. North Platte. North Platte, guys. Hold up. Timeout. We still got action, boys and girls. We still got action. Hold up. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows. What is going on? What is this? Timeout. Oh, yeah. Timeout, chat. It's not over yet. North Platte. North Platte. Let's go, people. We're still on strong with our main prediction. Woohoo! Let's go, baby. We gotta continue. We're trucking on. No one knows what's going on. Cabin version courtesy of AZ westerly flow over the moist stuff. Yeah, I know. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Tornado on the ground in Kansas reported. Was there really? I don't think there was anything reported with this. Really nice oh, there's an outflow boundary in Kansas because the storm that was originally there basically formed in and out there. The first storm is helping the second cell, Northwest Kansas, get better organized. I know that's starting to look interesting. I'm eyeing that cell. I'm not going to lie. I'm keeping an eye on it. Time out, chat. We still got stuff. Mike's reacts to music. Welcome to the stream. Unless if you've been here earlier, then welcome back. The overview basically of what all is happened today so far. There was a 10% chance for tornadoes in Illinois. And I believe that verified. A lot of tornadoes out and around there. Nothing really too significant. But just some tornadoes across the board and around there. 2% chance of tornadoes from North Dakota all the way down into Colorado, and then another from Texas up into Oklahoma. But I predicted that there would be something in and around here, and the models are conflicted. So stuff is happening. Definitely gonna be something to where Spotter Network, Kansas storm on the ground already. What is happening? I am freaking out, chat. Here it is. Here is the little mini cell. Irish Spring green. Yep, look at this. It formed an outflow boundary that might be forming storms along the outflow boundary, chat. This might be the forcing that we need. This might be the outbreak that the outbreak that we've been talking about. Oh my goodness, chat. I don't think you guys understand how excited I am right now. This is interesting. Oh yeah, that thing is definitely supercellular. I would not be surprised. When's the next SPC outlook? In 47 minutes. Now 46. Chat, it's starting to get interesting. It is starting to get interesting. NBA start back up next month. Orlando, Florida, empty arena. I would probably say. Bad at math, hate myself, you're stupid. Well, I mean, don't call yourself stupid, first off. And number two, a lot of people hate math, so you're not the only one. You're not the only one that doesn't like math. Oh boy, guys. It's time. We're getting there. This is, yeah, I do be vibing. This right here is starting to get interesting. And I'm starting to get excited. I am honestly starting to get really excited. So as I said, could be something right here. And the HRRR, the one thing that's really accurate when it's up close, says that something could happen. Look at this. Woohoo! My goodness, it's time, brothers. It's time. And there could even be some stuff happening in Kansas. Yep. Look at that. That storm's starting to form along the outflow boundary. Look at that. Predictions on what they'll upgrade it to. They'll probably have added 2% around there just for laughs. They'll probably add a 2%. Sarah, welcome back. The weather game math is all rage. Oh, yeah. I heard that is all intense. Oh, boy. Yep. Welcome to the day, everyone. Gusty winds all the way through the night. Dry above 700 millibars, too low. Yeah, that's true. This is starting to get interesting, though, I gotta say. That is a typical hail spike. This is the typical dry spike, dry air spike in and around there. That is going to be some large hail, I gotta say. Probably some really large hail in and around there. Why haven't we had any major tornadoes like last April? Because nothing. Well, first off, because we're in a La Nina now. Second off, we just haven't had really a lot of patterns. But right now, bunch of stuff happening. Guess we'll find out because the models actually don't know what's going on. This is just a live reaction, isn't it? It's just a giant live reaction to all the chaos that could be happening. By the way, the tornado warning down in the southern parts of Texas has expired. This storm is continuing to attempt to try and do rotate, but it's just forming a bunch of storms, so nothing really is happening with that cell. We're just basically going to try and forecast this as best as possible. So I'm going to continue to look at all this large hail with all that. My goodness. I mean, forcing functions are not good enough for big twisters. Probably not for big twisters. Well, not as of late. 16. Yeah, something could happen. 27. What in the world? That's a little bit capped. There could be something that form along there if there's an outflow boundary. Yeah, something could form. Yeah, something could form all along those areas. I'm not going to lie. If an outflow boundary gets going, then we have our forcing. We already have this storm forming down here, so that's having a whale of a time along the outflow boundary. This storm kind of just, after this one died, this one kind of sustained, and the new one formed. New one formed down to the bottom. My goodness. Oklahoma Panhandle. I'll take a look at that in a bit. Actually, I could take a look at that one right now. I wouldn't be that bad. Okay, there it is. Storm Chaser reports a tornado, a brief land spout in Sherman County, Kansas. That's what that storm up there. So, indeed, a land spout is up there. There was at least a tornado. I mean, that's not, I don't really count that, but I'll count it if nothing else happens. You know, I said that something around there was going to happen. But let's take a look. Oklahoma Panhandle. There could be something in and around there, but I don't really foresee anything to be popping off there. Although, one thing I will say is that this is supposed to transpire into some sort of, like, gusty wind, stuff like that. You know, just push off towards the north and east. Might be influenced by the dry line, some sort of forcing in and around there. So, be pretty interesting. Oh, what's your vertical vorticity? Just severe stuff, but no twisters. There kind of is some, kind of. Cap is not breaking, by the way. The cap's not going to break. The cap's going to continue to limit this entire thing. It's just a bunch of forcing from the outflow boundaries that'll set up the updrafts, and then it will eat all the cap. Or at least the stuff around there. That is what I've been kind of thinking as of late. Let's do something right here, though. There's enough there. There's definitely enough there. Especially since the lapse rates are pretty high, too. Gotta say. That's fine. Stuff will be doing stuff. The lapse rates are more for hail, per se. But there's definitely some stuff there. Yep. I would not be surprised. Let's see. Bunch of stuff. $50 size hail. Severe thunderstorm warning. All sorts of hail. Stuff like that. Having a whale of a time. Gotta say. Photograph is beautiful. Yeah, I know. That photograph is too nice. Too nice. Where the heck is the bulk shear? 0 to 6 kilometer. We need that. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, there's enough there. There's enough there in Kansas and Nebraska. Yeah, that's fine. Something might form in around there. See sometimes in the sky, possibly. Nate, did you know what Jarrell was? You know Jarrell was a land spout? Basically, yeah. Cap breaks in Nebraska, all hell breaks loose. That's if it does. If it does. Still trying to. Yep, there's the brief land spout right there. I'm just excited. I'm just excited. Hopefully, this doesn't impact anyone's livelihood, but I'm excited. Tornado hit ground in Mississippi. Yeah, it did way back when. Not right now, though. So it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, I gotta say. That's South Nebraska. Looked kind of dead. Maybe minor hail. Yeah, South Nebraska specifically. It's not supposed to pop off until a bit later. That'll continue to move in through though. We'll figure that out. But something to continue to watch. I wanna see what the NAM says about that as well. Can you forecast me tomorrow? Pick 3 lottery numbers. Oh boy, seems legit. Reason why Jimmy not to understate land spouts. Yep, I agree. I agree. Be pretty interesting. Uh, um, yeah, I don't see a lot afterwards. Drill tornado was big, weird looking. Yeah, true. Just sub. Thank you, Caden Squad. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. What team will win the NBA championship, and what team is dark horse? If you're asking me, hmm. Honestly, I thought Milwaukee was going to be pretty good this year when it comes to that. To the left, sat pick there shows a lot of vertical shear. Yep, indeed. A lot of it. Um. mm, let's see. I honestly thought. Now, honestly, because LeBron's probably going to have. LeBron's going to try and, like, use, no offense to Kobe or whatever, but he's probably going to use that to try and, um, use that as an influencer, and trying to get stronger and stuff like that, stuff like that. But every now and then he just kind of like didn't step up to the plate. Bucks dark horse is the Celtics. Celtics are not that bad, especially with Kemba. Um, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff in there. Surface and then upper level. Yeah, definitely some really interesting crossovers. I gotta say. Gotta say.
Here we go.
Woof. Joseph Eister, S tier, I should say. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, just by taking a look at this. Wind shift. Ooh. So this storm down here is starting to blow up. There's a new cell in Kansas. It's gonna try. I'd call it technical on any player with no mask. Yep. Sounds about right. You think Lonzo Ball can be an NBA player one day? No. Nope. Don't believe so. But this cell is trying. It's the little cell that could. Oh boy. Thank you for being a friend. That's hilarious. People are saying that there are a bunch of storms in Nebraska with rotation. I'm not sure if that is true. Baby cell? Probably a baby cell. Hold up. You're not lying. I do want to take a look in Nebraska. These other areas. They had marginal tornado soundings, stuff like that. So maybe something around there. Smiley face, welcome back, welcome back. A lot of the gusty winds, I gotta say, what the heck is that? Oh yeah, there's definitely could be something in there. What in the world? Could be some sort of rotation near Sydney. I wouldn't be surprised if something forms along that. I wonder if there's a tornado possible. Let's see, this is Cheyenne. Yeah, so let's add Cheyenne's IEM bot to the thing. Cheyenne. And then we will go into, what is it? Is this North Platte that has, we got some storms forming in Kansas along the boundary. Yep. I'm starting to get pretty interested. Not gonna lie. North Platte, there we go. Set it up. Now we've got the IEM bot across the board. So now all the cells, now we can take a look for ourselves. But this is starting to get pretty interesting. Chicago, I'm going to abandon now. It does seem as if Chicago has kind of died out a bit. Second dark source that pictures the thunder. Yeah, no one really thought they would go that far. Lincoln's gone. Yep, so now we got everyone in there. I wonder what the KDP is like. KDP is not bad, especially for the Northern Storm. Northern Storm, if that starts to get active, then that'll be pretty interesting. But this bunch of stuff that might be happening. How is Indiana looking? Indiana is fine, in my honest opinion. If you're talking about specifics in Indiana, let's quickly take a look at that. Amarillo with the new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 2-inch size hail for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, and Gray counties in Texas. As it gets cooler after sunset, West Nebraska will go active. That ends possibly Central, and I am kind of interested as to see how the discrete cells will form out in front of all this. The cells in Indiana, depending upon where you are, if you're towards the northwestern parts, you could see some stuff up and around those areas. Real gusty winds out in front of that. So definitely could see some sort of gusty winds. Maybe even some spotty hail. Can't rule out a tornado, but it needs to form, and it doesn't. I don't see anything in around there. C-Story, what's up? Nate's #1 fan. I haven't. There isn't really a lot that you have missed or anything, stuff like that, as of this moment, I should say. So, you're fine. Yeah. Indiana, other than that, should be fine. Yeah, pretty interesting. Guys, don't go to Sydney, Nebraska on May 23rd, 2000. My goodness. Worst mistake of your life. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be 2020, but that's 19 minutes from now. If you are a time traveler, then spill the tea. Sydney, Nebraska. Oh boy. Yeah, that's Sydney. My goodness. Yeah. No, that's gonna be pretty interesting. That's gonna be pretty interesting. NFL and Packers should tank for a wide receiver in the 2021 draft. It wouldn't be a bad idea. My Baltimore Ravens right now are trying to run for a Super Bowl. Every single time we played the Chiefs, it was in Kansas City. Now, for once, they actually come to Baltimore, and we could probably beat them. I'd like to apologize for what I did earlier in the stream. Should have not, and thought it would be funny. Truly am sorry. Well, I feel like you should probably apologize to them. The people that you did it to. And if you have your friend there, or if Seems Legit is your friend, You know each other somehow. You know, probably should tell them you're sorry. Oh boy. I'm trying to stretch. Dryland cooler for Sydney. Nada after tonight. Yep, indeed, indeed, indeed. There is something in and around those areas. Wouldn't be surprised if something tries to attempt to form. But we'll have to see as we continue to sit and watch. Yeah, the new storm tries to do it. Look at the full HRRR model now. Oh boy. What's happening? There are actually some cells that try and form in Kansas for a little bit. That's not bad. Leave forever because you cause more trouble. I never said that you should leave forever. I just said that you should probably learn from your mistakes. So I appreciate you having around. You're quite fun, but you probably shouldn't, do stuff like that. You have to think of the feelings of other people too. Um. Now, obviously, I can't stop you from leaving the stream. I can't stop anyone from leaving the stream. So all I can say is that the choice is yours. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of rotation in there. I actually would be surprised if they go Tornado Wind on here. Right around in Winfield here with an inflow notch. North of Hebron, you guys need to kind of just, take the precautions around that area. Now I'm starting to get cold because the room got cooler. It's not as warm outside. I may just turn the fan off for now. What does this say on my my Galileo thermometer? It's 75, 74 degrees. What about Panhandle, Scotts Bluff? I will definitely take a look at that for you. Wait, Panhandle. I'm assuming that's in Ohio, in Oklahoma. So give me a second. I don't know where Scotts Bluff is, but let's take a look. I'll try and look it up for you tomorrow. I'll take a look at it for you. Oh, Nebraska. This is what I've been watching. Yeah, I've been watching this area for quite some time. I'm going to be completely honest. Let's see. So Scotts Bluff, up here, you guys should be all right. You guys might be getting some more thunderstorms every now and then, but other than that, you guys should theoretically be fine. Come in. Come in. Is this Agua?
No.
Yeah, it is. Do you mind? Thank you. Oh boy. Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty interesting in and around there. Some sort of rotation around Sydney, Nebraska, though, I gotta say. Watching because you are 1.5 hours from Sydney. Yep, so that'll be heading away from you guys. But something around Sydney definitely could be possibly attempting to try and form. But yeah, it does seem as if Scotts Bluff will probably be out of the risk. You might see a couple scattered storms, but nothing too much. Let's see. We've got reports of a 66.8 mile per hour wind gusts in Sydney, Nebraska. So Sydney, Nebraska is currently getting almost 67 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's something to keep in mind in and around that area. Definitely want to stay inside. when it comes to potentially destructive tornadoes. True, but at the same time, it's used for experiments all the time, and I'm technically experimenting with my knowledge. I did try to predict this event basically, a week and a half out. It could hook, given a 30% chance of it happening. Suppose we'll see. Yep. I'm still worried about this storm right here, chat. Something right here might happen. We got 3 cells north of Goodland. Hold up. Time out. Could see some stuff. I wonder what the National Weather Service is thinking about this. Is there even a meso discussion? I want to know. I want to know. What is this? What do the forecast models look like for Dallas overnight? Is there going to be another line moving through? Nope. Does not seem as if there's going to be anything moving through Dallas tonight. But yet, Nebraska is... Oh, a meso discussion, yeah. Continue. Some intensification across the southern end of the watch. Storms, warmer and moist air, large hail, severe winds will be the main threat. So possible tornadoes too. Possible. Lapse rates will be relatively high. Wind threat as outflow consolidates. So that makes sense. Yeah, they don't have a meso discussion yet on the cells in cells down there. There's a meso discussion down. Wind damage threat will continue for a few more hours, but weather watch unlikely. Okay, so there's probably some sort of wind risk down in Alabama at the moment. But these cells down here, I'm continuing to watch, and I did. This is going to be really interesting. I'm going to continue to take a look at this for quite some time. Let's see. More wind gusts. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Briscoe County, Texas, and 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Reagan County, Texas. So a bunch of the cells down there that are literally stationary are kind of just doing its own thing. Look at Dallas-Fort Worth sounding and jet, likely north that area, nothing to concern. Yep, nothing is really happening. Nothing's really going to happen in Dallas. It'll be pretty interesting, though, gotta say. Cheyenne. Another wind gust of 67 miles per hour located Sydney Airport in Cheyenne County, Nebraska. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Still some sort of general rotation near Sydney, I gotta say. Still is something around there. Apologize to everyone now. You're on the way, Nate. See you. Yep. Stewie, always willing to allow you to come back into the stream if you feel like you need to. Gotta say. Cells are just standing there. Yeah, it's massive flooding threat right now in Texas. Raiders trade, what? No, that's not going to do it. They need Rodgers to mentor that dude that they selected, so no. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh my goodness, so many reports. Special weather statements, flash flood warnings across the board, flooding across the board. As I've mentioned in Texas, a lot of flooding happening down there. Definitely not surprised of that happening. Definitely not surprised. Yeah, there's the wind gusts right there. 67-mile-per-hour winds. That's really interesting. Texas turning into the main event. 3-2-1. Texas is just doing its own thing, to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean, it's been doing things, but nothing has been too interesting. It's just mainly a wind and hail risk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this all the way up here, up north. Post is starting to rotate again. Sounds about right. And then the stuff in Indiana, that will continue to stay there just in case if they do. Why is this not a tornado warning? Let's ask this. Why is this not a tornado warning? You got the greens moving. Wait a second. This is Fort Wayne. Yeah. Greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Echo tops up to 40,000 feet. Yeah, the real question is, why is this not tornado warned? Gonna be completely honest here. They probably should have done some sort of warning, but you know what? It is having a whale of a time. Actually, it seems as if it's a bit more outflow dominant. I don't know. Let's take a storm motion, see exactly what we're looking at. Nope, it's inflow dominant. Definitely inflow dominant. Stuff is definitely happening up there. Climate reports across the board. Train spotter, hail size up to an inch. In Cheyenne, so a lot of gusty winds. And a lot of there's a lot of quarter-sized hail. So stuff like that across the board could be really interesting for the people who live in those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through the evening. Let's see. Yeah, this is I'm just looking at the I'm moving this over here actually. Just for the fact that I want to see on multiple monitors what all could be happening. This is northwestern parts of Indiana. So northwestern parts of Indiana. This is near Winfield, Hebron, north and west of Coots, south and west of Valparaiso. Any of these storms could hook 30% still, I predict. Yep. I still think that this actually is a prediction. Actually, what I want to do here, so I'm going to go, Fort Wayne. Wait a second. Chicago still roams this airspace? What? Well, isn't that great? That's nice. Well, I guess we'll definitely be able to take a look at that. I think it's gonna rain in Indiana, guys. Yeah, I believe so too. Can I give you what you find? Sure, why not? Why not? You're back. Yep, I do remember you, Mimi. I do remember you. You came in the beginning of this the stream, or at least somewhat in the beginning of the stream. So I do remember. 40,000 feet is too low. Not out there. Depends upon what's actually supposed to happen out in those areas. So if I took a sounding right here, it'll show you that the equilibrium level is right around 200 millibars. And for what all that's happening out there, not supposed to get any higher than that. Especially with the with how skinny the cape is as it continues to get go further up into the atmosphere. So it's supposed to be pretty. I'm not surprised that there's some thunderstorms up to 40,000 feet around that area. Real quick as I do this. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I'm gonna be completely honest. You think it's hailing outside, but you probably are gonna want to stay inside until it stops doing that. I think the cells in Kansas are dying. I mean, could be, very well could be. I mean, it still has some sort of supercellular characteristic. It's just it's not overshooting at the moment. The dew points are quite low, we'll say. But the dew points as it continues to get further out into Nebraska are still like mid-60s. So that's something to keep in mind, especially with Cape going further up and up. So that's something to continue to monitor. Dallin Gonzalez, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I really do. More wind gusts of 67 miles per hour at Sydney Airport, so that's nice. Sun is coming out in Watertown, Wisconsin. Good, good. That's very good for you all. Let's go sub-regional. Yeah, that's good enough. It's still got some thunderstorm initiation down and around. There could be something that forms in Nebraska. Do you think the severe weather threat on Sunday for Nebraska, eastern Nebraska, southwest Iowa, it's going to be more of a hail threat, damaging wind threat, or a flash flooding threat? I mean, it probably could. It's raining 6.6 inches in a second, 10 miles away from Post, Texas. That is too much. Overshooting top, northeast Nebraska. Yeah, or northwest Nebraska, I should say. It's definitely overshooting around there. But the cells down near Kansas can't do that quite yet. Probably will be some, though. So give it some time. I am your sofa. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it could. Definitely probably more of a gusty wind and maybe a hail threat. If you guys stick around to the end of the stream, actually, I'll be able to tell you all my final thoughts when it comes to what happens today, what happens tomorrow, in the next 3 days, stuff like that. Let's see. Still no tornado warning out there for that cell, but definitely something to continue to monitor. I'm gonna take away the cape for now, actually. Yeah. So you still got these cells. This cell right here, I'm watching. This cell right here, I'm watching. And then this thing right here is gonna be pretty interesting too. So who knows? Definitely something that I will continue to monitor. There's a tornado watch for Chicago, Illinois. Yep, there sure is. Will this trade happen? Bucks trade Giannis for Curry. Money. Probably not. Giannis will be the staple of Milwaukee, and I'm pretty sure Milwaukee will never want to let him go. Sounds about right. I will say the Storm Prediction Center does update their day one outlook in 10 minutes. 10 minutes until they update it. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see if they add a 2% down there. I'm still saying that it'll probably be a 5% chance for tornadoes down and around there, but I can understand a 2%. So definitely something in and around here that I'm going to be watching. Dry slot coming out of Colorado. There might be data in the west. Yeah, possibly. David say it's a hook. Where? Oh, is he talking about the one in Illinois right now? Yeah, there is kind of something that happens around there. It's hooking, but there's a lot of thunderstorms that are occluding it right now. Take a look. Look at those thunderstorms. They gotta go merge with them. They having a whale of a time. Yeah, so when will I end the stream? Who knows? Whenever the event is dead or I feel like it's dead. Something like that. That's the rule. If I were GM of the Bucks, I would have Curry, Thompson, Wiggins for me to do that. Probably not. I mean, there's some sort of rotation in and around there, but I don't think that the stuff it's doing all too much, in my honest opinion. So it's okay. It's okay. Definitely some sort of velocities here, though. Really interesting velocities with the thunderstorms now trying to merge and occlude the inflow notch. So that's really interesting. But yeah, that's probably gonna merge in. This is gonna probably merge in. That's just gonna continue to move on through, and that's gonna be pretty interesting. Yep, still waiting for the Storm Prediction Center. There's gonna be possibly something for. Actually, I want to see the wrap. The new HRRR is running. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be interesting. Wrap says that something forms in there. In Carpentersville, possibly. Look at that. The wrap still says that something tornadic's gonna happen. I'm very curious. Let's see. I'll take a look at where Carpentersville is. Give me 2 seconds. I'm assuming that's Indiana. Yeah, that's Indiana. Carpentersville seems to be more per se to the north than that. Well, to the south of that. So something really interesting. Rotation developing in northwest Indiana. Yep, indeed, I do. I do kind of agree. Dakota Carter, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. No, bro, what are you working on now? The day that I have been waiting for the past week and a half. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. If it is true, if my forecast is correct, there could be a tornado threat right around North Platte, Nebraska. I'm just constantly staring at all of this. I'm literally just like, I'm so ready for this because I have waited for a week and a half. Is there still a tornado threat? Yeah, there still is a tornado threat. Yep, indeed. There is indeed still a tornado threat, in my honest opinion. There could be some stuff in Nebraska that could continue to ramp up. But as for Indiana, there's actually some sort of inflow notch in and around there. So I do have to say, there could be something that tries to form in there. But there's a lot of thunderstorms that's trying to merge and all of that. 400 more subs. What? Mm, 427 more subs. That's about until the room tour. That is the deal. Missed my last comment. I'm terribly sorry. Let me take a look. Let's see. Says there is a 4 to 8 day 30% chance for severe storms, 5% chance of year to. Really? Huh. That's interesting. Mesoscale concerning severe potential, watch probability 95%. New mesoscale discussion in Nebraska for North Platte. I don't know if this is a tornado watch that's going to be issued, but watch probability for over there. There's also a dust storm advisory in Glasscock, Howard, and Martin counties in Texas. This is going to be pretty interesting. It's coming down to the wire, chat. Let's hope that my forecasts are kind of correct. If it is, then I'm getting there. I'm getting better. Saying that something could happen right there. You reached 100 likes again. I hope you get back to 120. I mean, I hope so too. For all the people who are new to the stream, please go feel free to hit that subscribe button if you're new to my channel. Be sure to also leave a like as well. Even hit the bell when you subscribe so you can get notifications as to what all happens. If you want to see me in my live analysis, that's usually when I'm at my best, then feel free to do so. And then share the video with friends and family who may like it, like my content. That'd be greatly appreciated. And go ahead and ask your comments and stuff like that if you ask questions in the comments or the live chat, and I'll be able to communicate with you all to the best of my abilities. PA had a twister today. Seems legit. Kind of want to take a look at that for myself. Do you think tomorrow we'll see a 5% chance for tornadoes? Possibly. It possibly could be something around there. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. Who issued this? Northern Indiana. Need to see IEM bot. Northern Indiana. There we go. Alright, so now we got Northern Indiana's IEM bot. That was up near Scranton, the New York border. Oof. North Platte. Those tend to be very bad. Yep, in my opinion, that's going to start ramping up a little bit, chat. There's an enhanced chance for tornadoes. It hasn't updated yet. Time for me to head out. Have a good night, everyone. Be safe. Yep, see you, KG. Thank you. Supposed to have been raining for over 2 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. Mesoscale discussion. Oh, boy. Oh, wait, that's all across the board. That's probably a severe thunderstorm watch. Downstream. MCS. 2 points. Upper 50s, low 60s. Robust updraft. Prominent linear mode. New watch. Okay, so possibly a new watch down the stream and around that area. Let's see. 74 mile per hour wind gust in Harrisburg in Banner County, Nebraska. That is crazy. Logan, welcome back. I mean, that is crazy. I wonder if these storms will attempt to try and maintain themselves. I question as to whether or not that could happen. Do you want to see? Actually, I don't want to just stick to what I was doing earlier. Hold up. Getting bamboozled a little bit. Oh, wait. They're literally just the same radar. Great. There wasn't a tornado in PA near Scranton, was there not? Oof. Where's your jet stream? Just to the north of the track, the best of the area for bad stuff. Jet stream, give me a second. Oh, yeah, that's right. The ARRR. Let's find out what happens. The cells still form. Hold up. We still got an event. North Platte. North Platte. This is going to be interesting, chat. This is really going to be interesting. The cells in Kansas don't form. I mean, they kind of do, but they don't at the same time. Mainly because of how capped it is. Not a lot of forcing there. The dry line's not really moving so fast. Unless if the outflow boundary forms stuff along the line there, then you could see some stuff. But other than that, you know, you could see something. Could see something. Malaus, welcome to this. Welcome back to the stream, I should say. Anyways, Jetstream 500 millibars. Just so happens to be right here, my friend. There's your Jetstream. Decent wind profiles. Actually, some pretty nice wind profiles. Actually, let's take a look at 850 millibars. Northern Indiana. Wind damage. Trees across the road, Grove Street and West Benton Street. Across the board. You have to do 0Z, Nate, not 23Z. Well, it was 0Z, but what it said before, that was basically the wind stuff. My goodness. 500 millibar winds just completely increase exponentially. Now that's probably the reason why all this stuff happens in Nebraska. And then there you go. By the way, the jet stream doesn't change no matter what model you do. That's what you want on a jet. Yeah, basically. That's about right. Oh boy. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Let's take a look at the significant tornado parameter. I never use this thing unless if it's like, you know. The tornado potential went down up there. So probably not as big a tornadoes. Probably not as big a tornadoes. But still could be something. Still could be something, theoretically. If this has some sort of forcing out in here, then there could be some sort of tornadic potential in Kansas. So possibly something in and around there. Maybe. But I guess we'll have to figure that out as that continues to move on around. Can you check the Waukegan, Illinois again? Please, sorry, wasting your time. Kind of skeptical. I think there's hailing, thundering in the skies, weird orange-yellow color. The orange-yellow color is just because of the time of day it is. But I will definitely be able to check out for you guys as to what all is happening out there. Okay, Okay, so that's back over there in Chicago. Yeah, right now you guys are getting some gusty winds. Nothing really tornadic though. Some gusty winds, maybe a couple things of hail every now and then, but no tornadoes. So you'll be fine. You'll be fine for now, in my honest opinion. This cell in Indiana's died out a bit, so there's that. Um, Pretty interesting. Um, let's see. Dew's still in the 60s. Advection is still 67 in that spot. Something forms right there. It's going to be big. Can feel it get windier. Northeast are probably helping out the Kansas storms. Yeah, probably. Guess we'll have to see as that continues to move on, though. Let's see. Mesoscale discussion concerning severe potential watch probability 20%. Alright, I'll definitely take a look at that. That was for Goodland, by the way. That was for our cells that were forming in and around that area. 0Z radar showing up more cells than before. Depends. There it is. Convective outlook. Slight still across the board, according to this. Yep, everything is a slight risk according to IEM bot. I'm not sure if there's a 2% chance, but that'll be pretty interesting. You know, when Rocky County had a tornado earlier, I live 60 miles away northeast. I was getting a little scared. Well, hope that didn't impact you in any sort of way. I really do. I really do. Severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado possible. We'll take a look at the day one outlook eventually, but yep. The enhanced removed, yep, I figured. Wouldn't be anything down in there. Of course, light across the board. Well, yeah, but who knows if there could possibly be a 2% chance for tornadoes towards the middle. Has there been a tornado? Yes, there's been a lot of tornadoes today. I can't remember how many reports there has been. There's been 17 tornado reports. So that's interesting. Land spout. Across the board. Do Bucks trade Bledsoe for Levine? Maybe. Even filtered, there's just... Still 17 reports. If we get one more, then I'll feel special. I don't know. Missed the last comment again. Did I really? 2 minutes ago, Storm Chaser went into Storm Nebraska. Said 93 mile per hour wind gusts. What? There's definitely some of 75, but I didn't think there was gonna be 93. To be completely honest. Let's see. Surprise, it was just a marginal risk. I mean, the tornadoes did its thing. It did its thing all the way in and around. Denver now? I gotta add Denver in here? Are you kidding me? What in the world? FTG. Okay, we got that going there. What damage 110 mile per hour winds do? That's EF1 damage, and then if you add one more mile per hour, that's EF2. Maybe looking at 23Z radar. I'm saying 0Z. Yeah, I was looking at the 0Z. Look at it. 0Z. It's having a whale of a time. It's not as strong as it once was. Not as strong as it once was. There still could be stuff out in front of it, gotta say. Wrap hasn't updated. I do want to see that. What in the world? Isolated severe threat should continue across parts of southwest. Hail threats weather expected to be. The situation will continue to be monitored. Kansas might be getting into the action if it breaks the cap. Maybe. Maybe. It seems as if there's a lot of inflow moving into these storms, so I wonder if they'll attempt to try and sustain. I wonder. You're done for the night? Okay, see you, Civ J. Thank you for staying around. I actually kind of want to go downstairs and get something to eat. Like, real quick. You know what I mean. It's not loading. It will not load. Maybe. Is there anything in Chicago? There's some rain, some gusty winds, but nothing at Tornadic. As you can see, here is Chicago. Here is the storms. And that'll just move on through as gusty winds. Maybe some spotty hail. No tornadoes, in my honest opinion. This is... There might be something that forms in and around here. Maybe. It'd be pretty interesting to look at, though. There is an outflow boundary moving through Goodland. So maybe that will kick some stuff off. Maybe. Get some hot cocoa. Yep, that's good. Anybody remember the Easter tornado outbreak? Yep. Watching that from just sitting in here is crazy. Lightman did this forecast. That's interesting. If I was able to see, then maybe I would be able to, give my opinion on it. Yeah, I still don't know what's going on. What paint tool am I using? This is Epic Pen. Epic Pen. Oh boy, more stuff. $50 size Dale. Heavy rain. And just more. Great. You're getting our brandy. Some such shit. I just want to see what this convective outlook is. I don't care, about, all that stuff out there. I just want to see what it does. How's Bama, Mississippi border doing right now? A lot of gusty winds over there. Bunch of rain and stuff like that, but other than that, nothing really too much. Damnness, haha, weather machine go burr. Actually, I haven't taken a look at the NAM in quite some time. Hold up. I am curious. Let's see. There could be something that forms in central Kansas. Sounds about right, we'll be completely honest. Amarillo, more stuff. All the severe thunderstorm warnings are expiring. What's Obama's last name? Oh, it just so happens that the significant tornado parameter maxes out. What is this? I'll definitely be up for quite some time. Probably will. Nate, what do you think about tomorrow? Big line of cells, tornadoes possible. Yeah, that's probably going to be the thing in and around there. I don't think it will be a large line per se. Definitely some stuff that happens in Texas again, I will say that. But it won't be anything. It might be a little bit tornadic. Might be a little bit tornadic, in my honest opinion. Let's see. Girdland, special weather statement. Liddy. Love it. Nice. Yeah, there might be something in Texas. Might be something in Iowa. Yeah, there probably could be something in Iowa. Southwestern parts of Iowa into Nebraska. And then that'll push off my legs. You ain't fitting no rest tonight. It seems legit. Never did on Easter, did I? Why not stop now? I'm just kidding. I'm not stopping. Maybe it was a bus compared to Easter Sunday. True, true. But we are in a La Nina, so there's that. Yeah, it does seem as if there could be something that forms. Nothing really too big, though. Oklahoma doesn't seem to be in the major parts of the risk. Kansas seems to be spared again. When will I be able to see this? Easter Sunday could have been way worse if there was not any early convection. Well, the thing of it is that the early convection didn't do anything, which is the reason why it was as bad as it was, which is probably the reason why it should have been a high risk. But no, no high risk. I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, I still can't see any of this, so that's fun. Tornado. Nope, can't see anything. Remember the derecho of June 29th, 2012? I do. That was enjoyable. And when I mean enjoyable, I mean, I just basically stood back and watched. If you need to stay up, get a Red Bull. I've got some water right here. Whoa, what the heck is that? Hold up. Thunderstorm initiation out behind the cells. Huh. Love how the helicity is in the negatives. I don't know what this storm is doing. Why isn't there 5% chance for tornadoes in Texas? Because that cell was mental down there. Probably because it was just one cell. It was just one cell. It wasn't like a couple, so it's fine. Yeah, it seems as if this line just continues to develop. What about the cells out in front of this? Marginal severe. You could possibly see something, maybe. More marginal severe, of course. I mean, the crossovers aren't that good with this down in Kansas. So it's really just the storms that end up developing in Nebraska. Nebraska and Kansas, I should say. It updated. Did it finally? Did it finally? I don't see too much there. Seems as if that storm has died off, so there's only the one that'll continue to move into the very favorable area. Tornado watch gone for Wisconsin. I didn't expect 4 tornadoes in Wisconsin today. Yeah, there was a couple. Definitely a couple. My goodness, this thing just does not want to update. Let's just get a new storm prediction center thing. Very large hail, severe winds affect the plain, affect parts northern central plains. Few storms linger across Lake Michigan vicinity. Yeah, for good reason. Slight risk. Still 5% around there. The 2% got extended, chat. Look at that. Not enough for a derecho. Yeah, nah, definitely not today. Nah, definitely not today. Still for 5% around Chicago, though. That's kind of funny. Definitely something in and around there, but I don't believe that there's going to be anything tornadic. I mean, there might be. There might be. I don't think that's really going to happen. 2% got extended, though. I will say that. So that's something pretty interesting. But we're still waiting for still waiting for all that stuff. Not giving up yet, chat. I probably will get some food though. Just recorded a cool wall cloud roll into northern Chicago. Oh, did you? Nice, nice. Very nice, gotta say. This was not tornado outbreak, but I said earlier severe weather outbreak. Yeah, severe weather, probably some sort of severe weather event. You know, some sort of severe weather event in and around that area. Definitely really interesting. Um, it's still 5% right around that area. I still think right there. We're getting 80-mile-per-hour warnings in Kansas. Woof. Really? Hold up. Kansas? What is this? Oh, that's Dodge City. Look at this cell that tried to develop. You'll post a wall cloud video in our Discord server later today. Yep, that'd be great, Radio Boy. That'd be great. Do you want to take a look? Nebraska has gotten 80-mile-per-hour severe warnings. Yep, indeed. This thing right here, I wonder. Welcome back, Ryan. Welcome back. We are currently waiting for the overall outcome to see if there's possible tornado events that could happen, just like for one cell. Because I need to see if I am correct. That would be great. So there's that much. Order Grubhub from Hard Rock Cafe. I don't even live near one. Oh, you meant Nebraska. Oh, okay. Just depends. We're forcing. Yep. There was a derecho in Charlotte yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Does your satellite still show vertical shear? That will help initiate. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. It's fine. But as of right now, it's just there's a lot of cap for it to attempt to try and break through. You know. So it's kind of interesting. Did you get any other donations when you were gone? No, I don't believe so. You might have. I don't know when you left though. But still waiting for this thing to do stuff. My stream tomorrow, and if so, what time? I might stream, but I don't know. Probably in the afternoon sometime for that stuff in Iowa. That stuff in Iowa is gonna be pretty interesting. But I'll update you guys in the community tab. Saw rotating wall cloud for the first time. There was a warning on it a couple of minutes later. Yeah. I missed your last comment. Did I really again? Of course I did. Of course I did. Having a whale of a time. This is not a tornado outbreak. Wait, where is it? Ski story. This is all the way. Yeah, they're having a whale of a time. No, I saw that. Sometimes I just don't read every single one. Feel bad to read some of the SBC upped it to 10% when he already had his plans. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. 7 hours, my goodness. I streamed for this long, you know. I streamed for 35 hours straight in the Easter outbreak. That's commitment. So I want to make sure that you guys get all the information we can. Alright, well, this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm still waiting on the 0Z for the NAM to update. But, you know what? I guess we'll have to find out whenever that, pops off. So we'll see, we'll see. There's still a bunch of different stuff in and around. Here in Glenville, Illinois, and it's pouring really hard, like mental. Yeah, over there is still a lot of gusty winds and possibly some torrential rainfall to cause some flooding. Could see a few tornadoes. I doubt this will be an outbreak in the plains. Oh no, I doubt it too. But I still need to. I need to verify my. I need to verify my prediction. If there is at least one cell, it could possibly be large. I will say that. Possibly. So, you stream for 35 hours and we don't have the stream anymore. Well, the first part of the stream was there. The 10-hour stream the day before in Texas. It's just the stream afterwards. The second one that was 24 hours and like look at that Sunday moving into Monday. Yeah, that was done. That was gone. More stuff across the board. Tornado possible with severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, that stream disappeared. That's because YouTube lost it. YouTube doesn't like me streaming for over 18 hours, so it just deletes the streams. Which is the reason why if there are some instances where I have to stream for like 10 hours, I'll obviously do that. But then if I have to start streaming for like, 14, 16, 18 hours, stuff like that, I'll just separate them into 2 streams. Just so that I'll be able to get everything. Gala should be concerned. Yeah, they probably should be. They're dropping the rest of the night. The hook echo risk down to 10% now due to no heat loss. I mean, zoos are still up there, I will say. But the temperature is starting to kind of diminish a bit. South central Nebraska is the area. ARRR has a big line of cells for tomorrow. We may see a few tornadoes, honestly. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised, too. There could be some stuff that form in the southwestern parts of Iowa. In and around those areas. It's going to be pretty interesting, I will say. Still 2% risk. I do want to see if there could be something in and around those areas, so we will continue to stream. I probably need to go downstairs and get some food. I'm gonna be completely honest. So I'm gonna quickly do that. Put a loop over the area that I think is the most active, which is probably this one. Let's go North Platte. North Platte will probably be the best. Cooling a loft will make up for the lack of surface heating. Yep, probably. Well, yeah, I agree with that. So we'll find out. 2011 strong La Nina. Yep, it sure was. And if we're going by that logic, then still got some stuff ahead of us. I still think June's going to be just as bad as this May, so we may see some stuff in and out of there. But you know what? I guess we'll figure that out. Welcome back, Colton. Welcome back. Where's the rest of my crew? They're not here for today. I typically give them the chance to join every now and then, so it's really at their discretion. But I guess they're just not. They didn't want to join today, so it's just me, myself, and I guess. Alright, I'm gonna go downstairs, get some food. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Alright. Mission successful. I've brought back the food. I've brought back the food. We are still having a wait. Just original potato chips. Nothing's really happening right now, Gibbon. I indeed brought back the food. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss your last comment. Unless if it's the retracted one, then you just pinged me, so. Other than that. That's true. I know, I finally got food. The consumption of something. Such a waste of a setup. True, but there is a lot of capping inversion in and around there. Not my fault Mother Nature wants to torment me. I enjoy Pringles, though. Pringles is pretty good. Kansas Cell's gone? Of course it is. Of course it is. That's just severe thunderstorm watches, I gotta say. Crystal, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, definitely something on here, gotta say. Texas Panhandle looks promising. But yeah, this thing is kind of dead. Yep, it got carried. And it's dead. It's dead for realsies. Could have sustained. Something was trying to form there, but it just decided to say, hey, we're capped. You could possibly see some initiation off of that outflow boundary. Hello from Lincoln, Nebraska. Hello, hello. Currently trying to forecast something for Nebraska. I said a week and a half ago that something was going to happen. When I post my base reflectivity, the color table on Discord, how much of my base velocity? Reflectivity, I'm probably going to like give out something like that. I mean, maybe. Oh. Screw it. It'll be fine. I'll send it out anyways. Pretty interesting cell though, I gotta say. It probably will do something. If there's some sort of thunderstorm initiation in North Platte, chunky cell. Chunky cell. Well, like thunderstorms having a whale of a time, so I've seen. Base velocity, okay. And even then, I'm still gonna fix my base velocity. I'm gonna fix some of the reds on there. So, it might be something. Oh my god. Why does my Discord server have to be so weird? Can't call my games, give up too much for me, too much coding. Just take a break, take a break. What cell are we talking about? The one that's not alive. Although everyone else is talking about the overshooting tops along the line in western Nebraska. The only reason why these exist and these are overshooting tops is because the lapse rates are mental. Rap! Rap still says that something forms out in front of it, so I've got faith. I have faith. Yeah, something develops at like couple, like an hour and a half from this. I'm gonna be watching that area. Ooh. There might be some Q fields starting to possibly spurt up in behind this. Might be a possible opportunity to do stuff. You predict this event today, right? Kinda. Not really. Said something was going to happen here. 1.5 weeks ago. And so far, nothing's happening. There's a singular cell that's literally on life support. So if it moves into a more favorable area, which it's starting to, then it will probably start to kick off. But as for right now, it seems to be dying off. I'm going to continue to stream anyways, just see my verification. If 2 2s is called 22 and 2 3 is called 33. And then shouldn't 2 1s be called 1d1? Shouldn't that be called, if you put 117, shouldn't that be called 11d7? Math. Tiny cell next to El Reno, seems legit. I seriously recommend covering the severe thunderstorm warning in western Nebraska. I will definitely do that. Oh. It's definitely having a whale of a time, I will say that. A lot of a gusty wind threat. Those are transitions. Ah. Delicious. Is Jack Cohn a steal or a bust? He's middle. He's alright. Something interesting is happening. Even if no tornadoes are reported in Nebraska, I still say it was a remarkably long-range forecast for you. Called out an area almost 2 weeks ago to the T. I mean, yeah. But I still want something to happen around just to verify. If literally one cell, even if one cell goes severe warned in here, I'll be happy. Oh, some area right in here. I'm still waiting. Until this thing comes all the way over, I ain't budging. I'm still doing my stuff. I can't even see what's going on. I wonder. Confirmed F for baby cell. I agree. Baby cell is dead. Look at it. It's dead. The one hope is dead. Ah. There still could be something around that. Yeah, today wasn't supposed to be a lot of big tornadoes. It's supposed to be small tornadoes. But the only thing about it is that there still could be storms that could initiate in here, which is the reason why I am still hesitant. I'm not willing to give up. Not putting it down. I'm gonna try for Nod. I think it would be good to position your 4 team. That doesn't change anything. If you join my Discord server in the description down below, I'll be putting up an application for moderator on YouTube. soon. I just don't have it right now. I'll be creating it eventually. Oh, maybe there's some energy stable air east the front. Maybe some unstable energy, some untapped air. Hold up. Actually, I want to see something. Extremely capped right over that area. But not capped at all over here. Maybe the wrap wasn't very far off. Yeah, a lot of capping around there, though. A lot of capping. Missed my last two comments. Boy. Give me a second. Missed the last comment. Sorry for pinging you so much. I'm pretty sure you haven't said. You said true. You said true. That's all you said. There could be some stuff that I just don't have to say out loud, you know? It could just be like, the end of a conversation within that, you know? That's not, you know, I don't have to respond to every single comment. Share is what I want. Gotta have that energy. Yep. Well, yeah, let's bring Brewers to, Brewers have their issues, man. Brewers have their issues. Heavy precipitation nearby you. Well, that is as expected. Possibly. Possibly, Reese. Could be something out here. Promise you all, could be something. I'm not giving up yet. Could be some sort of initiation out in front. 30% thunderstorms in Ohio tomorrow? Really? Oh yeah, that's probably from their thunderstorm outlook, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What do you mean, Nicholas Nixon? Nobody hates you. Nobody hates you. Nobody hates you. Any tornado warning going on? Nope. Here's all the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I could probably get rid of northern Indiana. Get rid of Chicago. We'll possibly see some out in front of it. Bell is going to get its gluteus maximus handled to it. Seems legit. Clear night sky here. Might go lay on the wet grass and cry because Milwaukee can never turn the tile. Anybody still play Fortnite? Every now and then. I just help my little brother get wins, in my honest, to be honest. Used to be a player way back when. Twitch did pretty well for me, I gotta say. Road is underwater. Woof. That's crazy. Hmm. What is that? Whoa! Hold up, chat. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We can't see anything in the lower levels right now, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet, chat. We still got a ball game here. I may be going mental, but I've got to say that right there. Let's go do that. Eyeball this area. Meso discussion for Texas, but oh, what is that? Look at this. What is that? What is that? Whoa! What are those cells doing, chat? That's if that develops and the Q fields actually billow up. My prediction might not be off. Might not be off that far. What are these thunders? What are these clouds right here, chat? Because they start to develop. What is that, chat? And not to mention, we can't even see what's happening under this. Something is really interesting here, chat. This isn't a merge. This comes out of thin air. Look, this wasn't there. If you look at my line, nothing is there until those clouds start to form. This might be the forcing that we're looking for, chat. What is this? 500 millibar rapid analysis. Yeah, there's still some real gusty winds at 500 millibars. Hold up. Moisture divergence. I mean, yeah. Hold up. Vorticity, I need to see. I mean, it's there. That's going to be really interesting. A derecho didn't happen on the 12th. It was the 8th. That's the only derecho that I will ever acknowledge. What in the world is happening there, chat? It's what, right here somewhere? Does that mean storms for south central Nebraska? Yeah, but they're going northwest towards Ogalla. Ogallala. Ogallala. I'm not budging. I'm going. Keep going. I don't care if nothing's happening here. Like right now, stuff will maybe, possibly happen. Look, what? That may just be me, but this may just be me. But are these oranges starting to come back? Look at this. Is that just me, chat? Is that just me? Wisconsin tornado wind storm. There's a funnel cloud. You have to scroll, see it. I saw it every now and then. It could be all sorts of stuff around here. This may be just an abnormality. Might be. All right. And, you know, the fact that these clouds started to form. Yeah, this was fading away, but then you can kind of see how it starts to build its oranges back right here. Oh my goodness, what in the world? Just me? Okay, yeah. It's trying to sustain itself. It's trying. You know, it'd be really interesting if this thing creates an outflow boundary for this storm, starts producing naders all along here. That'd be kind of interesting. Ping pong ball sized hail, Liddy. Hmm. I'm not budging. I'm not budging. The tornado watch has been canceled. That's mainly because it's been pushed out. It's no longer in that vicinity anymore. Depends upon if storm motion moves it. It just depends upon if they get there in time. Yep, the tornado watch is indeed canceled, but that's because it's moved out of the general vicinity. I don't know, chat, but I still got hope. I honestly still do. Every single thing is updating. Okay, let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Survey says, NAM says it's not going to form. Okay. So strike number one. In the NAM we trust, first off, I have to say. Although probably a tornado threat all the way throughout, even with this bow echo. So you could see some tornadoes off and on, even with all of this. So I will say that. We'll say that. Strike one. Strike. Oh, yeah, that's right. The NSSL said something pretty interesting. Okay. Apparently, the NSSL says that we're not going to get anything either. That sounds all too familiar. Tuning in family was here longer than expected. What have I missed besides a bunch of tornadoes? Nothing really too much. Nothing big. Okay, strike 2. H triple R. That's the 0Z. I need to see 1Z. That can load, please. Any tornadoes today? Was F5? Nope, I don't believe so. For until later, so we could see something. Well, it depends upon what all is around there. Anyone got a Torcon for Sunday? I don't use Torcon. It could be something in and around there. All right, let's take a look at the wrap. Let's take a look at the wrap. I mean, it's interesting. Wrap said something was going to form, which is interesting. I don't know. What the H triple R V4? The H triple R V4 says something's gonna form as well. In an hour. Okay, we're on second base. We're on second base. We're eventually getting somewhere. What about the Nam Nest? Nam Nest loves to, like, put things down. Okay, so there's, like, these little outflow boundaries that form cells! Third base. This might not be over, chat. We might still have a ball game. The discrete cells out in front of it. Oh. Um, I hope to God this isn't memeing with me so that I just don't stay up, until Kingdom Come. What about the H triple R? What? 1 hour from now, it has something forming. If that's the case, I'm not gonna stop streaming. Satellite imagery updated. Any confirmed tornadoes today? Yes, indeed. We've had 17. Go into this. Please don't be messing with me. I swear. I need. That's not what I needed. What in the world is going on, chat? Why hasn't this cell died? Why is it not dead? You know what? It's elevated. It's elevated. This is cooling. You know what? That's the reason why everything's going to form. Yep. Yep. Look at that! There's cells that are already forming! What? The reason why there's going to be something that's going to be forming in here is because these clouds literally cool these areas. There's a warm pocket of air that's literally somewhere in there, okay? So I'll show you what I mean. All right? I need to get into, no, I don't want to contact. Give me a second. HRRR. Look. Cells form. You want to know what so this is what I mean, okay? So the temperature right here, this temperature line, this red line right here, this indicates the parcel going up into the storm. Imagine if you have a weather balloon that's going up, and then in time everything just stops and the parameters just like stay as it is, so you have CAPE, literally everything just goes up and it measures something that goes straight up, okay? Imagine that, all right? There's a warm area there's a warm area in between 700 and 850 millibars, okay? So this is the area that's the reason why this entire thing is capped, okay? But as of right now, the storms have formed, right? And the level of free convection is right around where the capping is. So, theoretically, if the storms form and there's already some cloud cover around there, that's going to create a lot less heating. All right? Because, everything is more compact to clouds, and clouds are typically cooler. There's a lot of precip, which is going to cause a lot cooler air. So what that's going to do is that's going to basically make this a lot cooler and cause thunderstorm initiation. Okay? Which will mean that there will be some thunderstorms that'll form out in front of this. Now, one thing that I will say is that it probably won't be as big as I thought it was. Okay? There's probably going to be some storms that'll be like severe, maybe one or two that's tornadic. Okay? But there's going to be something around that 850 to 700 millibar range because the clouds already pushing in and around those areas. There probably will be some sort of thunderstorm initiation in around those spots. Yep. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. You want to become a weatherman in the future? Yep, I'm studying meteorology. Well, I'm going to be. It'll be my first year in college next year in Penn State. Being sucked in the big cell with energy, got the smaller one. Actually, all of this is just storm motion. It just so happens that this is all being carried out. But that's the reason why stuff is going to form right here. And there will possibly be some sort of severe threat in North Platte. Yep. Yep, that's absolutely brilliant. This might not be as bad as I thought it was. I knew I had faith. Uh-huh. Yep, the event's not over, guys. Or at least I don't believe it is. I'm going to continue to stream. You guys can go to bed if you guys want to. I'm going to verify this for myself. I need to know if my prediction is somewhat accurate. Yep, that's fine, Brady. You can come back whenever you want to. I'm going to continue to stream. Oh boy. There could be something up there. North and North Platte, actually. Yep. Right in there. The cap inversion will be eroding because of those storms forming up to the north. Or not to the north. The storm motion to the north based off of the thunderstorms that occurred in Kansas. That's interesting. That jet not too strong, 50 knots at 300 millibars. Yeah, but 300 millibar wind isn't really, that much of a factor today. It's more the 500 millibar winds, which is really what I look at. And the 500 millibar winds are 45 to 50, which is good enough, especially for how these are already moving already over through that area. Plus, one thing to mention too is that the planes typically don't get these steep jet streams and stuff like that. David, by the way, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. This has been a boring evening. Nothing's really happening. Yeah, nothing is supposed to happen until quite some time. Probably another hour, in my honest opinion. That's when some thunderstorms will begin to initiate. So if you guys want to come back by that time, there's already some thunderstorms that are beginning to initiate in and around here, out in front of the actual line. Then you guys can. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to cover this as best as I can. See if my prediction is correct. If you guys want to go ahead and go to bed, feel free to do so. If you enjoyed the content, feel free to subscribe, leave a like, stuff like that. Inspiring meteorologist, hopefully. I'm trying. Yeah, the storm sustains itself. That's the thing. Yeah. That's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna enjoy this one. Check my last comment and read out loud the story of the Ghost Supercell. Sounds about right. Hold up. Let's see. Once the supercell traveling into Nebraska, the National Weather Service was watching it. Within a minute, it was gone. Now it's come back for revenge. Seems legit. Oh, why? But after the initiation, I had a bad feeling in my stomach because everything's coming together so perfectly. Even though nothing happened, yet we still can't rule out a strong violent tornado. I agree, which is the reason why I'm still skeptical. Especially since with the model saying that something's going to form out in front of the line. Something isn't right. What happened while you were gone? Absolutely nothing. What about the NMMB? What does this say? Yeah, something forms out in front of it. There it is. There it is. Something forms. You can possibly see something. If I get one tornado, I'm gonna be more than happy. Like one tornado warning, I'm gonna be more than happy within that area. You know? Yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting as I continue to watch that. Yep, something's right there. So we can assume that something along the line could be attempting to try and stir, maybe. But there's a lot of cooling in right here due to the clouds moving into that general vicinity. Yep. Possible. Possible. Yep, so if you guys want to come back, you guys can. I'm just gonna be chilling out right here for now. Nothing really nothing all really is happening. Gotta say that much. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. That's gonna be pretty interesting, boys and girls. I'm still waiting. I'm still standing. Yeah. Thinking the tornado happens in the next 2 to 3 minutes for Nebraska. No, it won't happen in the next 2 to 3 minutes. It'll happen within the next like 45 minutes. At the top of Texas, and we had a wind burst from hell from storms south of us. Prayers for everyone. Yep, I agree. Which, by the way, speaking of prayers, what happened to Bowie? Hold up. Did Fort Worth come out with a damage report? Whitesboro, Cook County. EF1 confirmed in Bowie. The other one was straight line winds. So I wonder which one was which. Do I plan on going to the football games while at Penn State? Probably. I probably will. Golf ball size tail with that QLCS, by the way. Yes, allow. According to the meso-analysis, all the Cape is in eastern Nebraska. Yep, but Central's having a whale of a time. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Lit. Bowie EF1? Yeah, I saw that, but the other one, second damage survey confirmed that the damage in Whitesboro, Cook County was caused by straight line winds during last night's storms. Is Bowie, Texas in Whitesboro or Cook County? I believe it was in like Cook County or something like that, right? Wasn't it? I'm not sure. Chase was in Bowie and had on video. Yep. Oh, for sure. For sure. There was a stream last night. I was having that. I agree because everything is actually coming together so perfectly with the parameters and such. Do you feel like even one storm could form a very strong tornado? Yep. That's the reason why I'm still streaming. If it was just one tornado, I probably would be just leaving. I would have just accepted that my fate is dead. You know, and I made an incorrect prediction a week and a half out. But first things first, I do want to say either or. I will still have some sort. My prediction will still kind of verify due to the fact that there is still a line moving through. But I did want to see some discrete cells out in front of it, and that was the prediction that I kind of had. So it's just like 45 minutes before the tornado strikes in Nebraska. Yeah, it's just the ticking clock now. Clock is ticking. Whoa! 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 Oh. It's not over yet, chat. It's not over yet. Oh boy. Baby Cell is here, chat. Baby Cell 3.0. Actually, it's 4.0. Baby Cell, baby. Let's go, chat. We're not done yet. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. We still got something. We got something. Let's go. That Baby Cell, baby. Dude, Baby Cell, I need you to form. Please. Love of God. Are the storms over? Nope. This is not over. This right here is what I've been trying to predict for quite some time. A week and a half in advance. Please. Please. Baby Cell. Do something. Do something. Look, it intensified. Come on, Baby Cell. You can do it. You can do it. You're heading into rural areas. This is where you can intensify and grow. Do your thing. Do it. Please. Please. Do your thing, Baby Cell. Can I get some baby cells in the chat? If this thing forms, we'll get merch of baby cell. Let's go! Trevion, hello. Baby cell forms in tornado. I will Venmo every. Ooh, come on. I'm not gonna try and jinx this thing, but please. You're heading into rural areas. This is where you can grow. No one will be impacted. Absolutely no one. There's no one that exists in Ringgold. There's no one that exists. I mean, there's people that exist in Stapleton, but this isn't heading towards them. This is heading towards Ringgold. This is where you can do things. Let's go. This is not going to turn into an EF5. This will not. This. Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Look at it, chat! Look at it exist! Look at the pink! Ah! Oh my gosh! Look at the Echo Tops! 36,000 feet! This thing is gonna try! Come on, baby cell, come on! We believe! I believe! Oh boy! It might be trying. Yeah, I agree. Let's hope it doesn't impact anyone. Although it's heading into rural areas, which means that unless if it goes over to Stapleton, it will continue to head over to Ringgold. It won't impact anyone's livelihoods. Come on, baby cell. This is where it's your time. A prediction from a week and a half out must continue to sustain. I need to see some sort of improvement. Come on, baby cell. Go severe. It's not going to be impacting anyone. It's not going to be impacting anyone. For research purposes, this prediction needs to be correct. This thing needs to go and develop. So with that being said, baby cell, I am allowing you to blow up. No wish casting here, my friend. I predicted this a week and a half in advance. Let's go, baby cell. Not to mention every single model's in agreement with me right now. HRRW. If the HRRR does something, look at it. It forms. It's not going to be big, but it's not supposed to be big. This will at least sustain. This'll make me happy enough to say that my prediction was actually okay. I'm not wishing for any destruction or harm whatsoever. This is over rural areas, complete desolate. No farms here whatsoever. It doesn't seem as if until it gets closer to Stapleton and Ringgold. But still. There's hope. There is still hope. Be careful what I wish for. I agree. Be careful what I wish for. However, what I basically said early about maybe 30 minutes ago was absolutely true. The cell forms out in front of it. What I'm talking about here is that the tops of the cell start to extend and they start to get carried by the shear, the 850 to 700 millibar temperatures out in the middle could be something really interesting as that continues to move on through. But the tops will cool the environment at that level. We could potentially see some sort of thunderstorm initiation around there. It's already producing hail, chat. Baby Cell is making a comeback, guys. If this turns severe, we will make merch of this thing. We will make merch. We will make emotes of this thing. We aren't dead. It is still going strong. It goes pink. Oh my good lord. Baby Cell is located to the north of North Platte, Nebraska. There is some hail in Baby Cell. There's more forming just to the southeast. There is. Hold up. This thing is going mental, I gotta say. That's something I'm gonna continue to watch. If there possibly is more that's forming, if an entire line forms, I will be ecstatic. Oh boy. I don't see any other storms besides this one right now. This one might be the only one. There's a couple cells that are forming next to it that could possibly do something, but I only see this one right now. It's all up to Baby Cell. Baby Cell's still doing its hail thing. All we can do is sit and wait. If it goes severe, I'll be happy with my prediction, chat, and I'll be able to go around and triumph that I made some sort of prediction from a week and a half out, and some sort of discrete cell out in front of a line did something. Whoa, what is this? There's another one! 1, 2! There's 2 of them! Let me see if there's anything that this cell could impact along the way. Callaway has some residential areas that could be impacted. Arnold, Myrna. Yeah, this one probably, I wouldn't want this one to form, but still, there's 2! Another one, do to do to do. Look at the 3D, the cell, some structure doesn't really hold up. If it does, I'm going to freak out. Interesting characteristics, I must add. Nothing organized right now, but I will say there is something in and around that. Nothing in spectrum width. Definitely something in velocities, I will say. Okay. Okay. All right. It's got its own little mini anvil characteristic, I gotta say. The overshooting tops are extending. There could possibly be something. What's the product I use to get hail? That's maximum expected hail size. Where is this? This is in Nebraska. This is north of North Platte. For you guys, it may look like I'm just hyping up over these. I'm just getting all overexcited over these small storms. But if you guys only knew the backstory, I made a prediction the middle part of last week. And I said that there would be some sort of discrete cells out in front of it that could be severe, maybe tornadic. For the research aspect of myself, I hope that prediction verifies. So, something to keep in mind. I don't want this to impact anyone whatsoever, and if this does turn severe, I'm going to inform everyone to the best of my abilities. But interesting. What happened from 8 to 9? Not a lot. Not a lot happened from 8 to 9 besides a tornado warning in no, not a tornado warning. Just some cells, doing its own thing up and around. Whoa! What is this? Velocities haven't updated, but this cell has decided to go 3 of them. Guys, this is going to be pretty interesting. I put him down, chat. What is this, chat? What is this? Yeah, by the way, I put him down. He's high. He's hidden. Guys, squall line could get longer. Probably not. That's as long as the squall line's gonna get. Nothing really too much when it comes to gusty winds. But this thing out here, something that I have been watching for a week and a half. It's time, my brothers. We must hope and pray, or at least I'm doing so, that my prediction is somewhat okay. I can work with cells that go severe. I can work with that. Okay? I can work with that. Definitely nice downdraft characteristics on that thing. Definitely have to say. What about this thing? This thing already has hail. You can't see it right now, but it has hail. A little bit of upper level rotation. What in the world is this? Oh boy. I'm hoping that this verifies. I'm hoping. This thing's starting to produce some hail, chat. The other one is not producing hail anymore. 41,000 feet up in the sky. Come on, baby cells. You know what? We're going baby cells out here. Plural. Come on. We can do it. We getting merch of baby cells. There's even some stuff forming in Kansas. Something apparently is forming down here in Kansas. And I want to take a look at this real quick. And then I'll leave the baby cells up here. We'll get 2 different radars. What the heck is that? $43,000 feet! Come on! You can do it! I don't care if it seems like I'm overreacting. I need this prediction to be somewhat plausible. You can do it! Also, this thing is happening down here, which is kind of interesting. This little baby cell. But it's okay. It's not as interesting as this thing, though. Look at it. It's having a whale of a time. Can you predict my future with your expert clairvoyance? Baby cells. We're gonna celebrate one more time. Celebrate and dance so free. Come on, baby. Music's got me feeling so free. This thing can reinitiate, I believe. Come on. This thing's doing a whale of a time. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. What are good hail products? Virtually integrated liquid. Your SDP. Are you using off of Radar Scope? Because Radar Scope doesn't have a lot of hail products. KDP shows you. I believe you have KDP. You have KDP on Radar Scope. If there be like some holes in here where there isn't anything, that would be some hail and stuff like that. Louis Brioni, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Come on. Baby Cell actually has a really nice downdraft. I'm not going to lie. And I'm also very concerned at the fact that there actually is some really gusty winds in and around this area. So if this thing continues to grow, we could possibly see something in and around there. Satellite storm with 43,000 feet is visible. Is it really? It is! If it can form an outflow boundary, it's forming more storms. HRW NNB latest phase, please. Yeah, no problem. I got you, Sauce Boss. Everything's going chaotic. Bunch of flash flood warnings in Texas, but we're concerned over a baby cell. Look! The thing kind of just goes out in front of it. Yeah.
Police!
Oh my god.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Go baby cells.
Yes, no baby cells. I'll literally throw the donation at him. That'll probably persuade them to want to do more, honestly. Come on, babies. Woo! Maximum expected hail size of over an inch, chat. If this goes severe, my prediction is somewhat okay. And I will be happy. If this goes tornado warned, then my prediction is accurate. If this goes severe, though, it's plausible. And I will be okay with that for a prediction that was a week and a half out. For everyone who decided to stay with me, over 100 people, and believing in me, based off of my predictions, I give you baby cells. Whether or not this thing does anything, that is the real question. If you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, be sure to show me some love. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. Hit the bell if you want to see my live stuff. You know, I'm obviously at my best when it's live, and you guys probably get a bunch of laughs in my honest opinion. And then share the video if you feel like comedy is worth it. So, my goodness. Baby cells doing their thing. I need to see something real quick then. I need to see something. It updated. Let's see. Storm relative velocity 0 to 1 kilometers, 318. Mixed layer cape 1973. That's good enough for a cell. That's good enough. Maximum expected size hail from RAP and satellite analysis is 1/2 inch. I'm not hoping for a tornado. I'm just hoping that this cell does mature a bit. For the research aspect of this, I hope that my prediction is somewhat accurate. Is there any lightning in any of these? Nope. I'm going to turn these on, see if I can get some, if there's any lightning in these, then it's intensifying. Come on. HRRR updated 1Z. I gotta take a look at that now. The 1Z HRRR. The cells literally form. Look in the entire one? Okay, I will. Yep. New satellite, I'll take a look at that. Baby cell, come on. Forming squall line's got a hook, does it really? I gotta see for myself. This thing still is getting more maximum expected hail sizes. It might even go tornadic. This is not funny anymore. Baby cell, what are you doing? Reason why I say that, chat's because it's starting to get a little tail right within here. Oh boy, what is this? Yep, it's agreeing. This is now saying that stuff will probably hit the fan relatively soon. You can kind of see how the brighter greens and the darker greens, you can get some sort of overlapping mixture right within here. So right there would be the rotation. If I were to show you the normalized rotation, it doesn't show you anything right now, but definitely something that I'm going to keep an eye on. No, baby cell, you produced on Easter. I don't want to hear it from you. I'm making merch. I want to see it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we gotta watch all of it. NMB. We're looking at the entire thing. That line of storms, though, with an outflow boundary. That's a lot of outflow boundaries right there. Gotta say, that's chaos. I'm not going to lie. Shows lightning on baby cell? Hold up. You're joking. I gotta see this for myself. Latest maximum expected hail size 1.3 inches. Let's go. I'm not bullying you. You literally form whenever you want. Oh boy, latest one came in. Maximum expected hail size of an inch and 2/10. This could go severe warned, chat. This cell right here could go severe warned. Look at that downdraft. Look at that. I don't see any form of inflow notch right now, but it still is doing something. Baby cell is strengthening. We're getting there, chat. I'm gonna try and pull up radar scope. Yep, there's definitely some lightning with this cell. Radar scope does say that. My goodness. You better not drop a tornado soon. Has it been 45 minutes? It has been 45 minutes. I've been pretty spot on with that thing too. Give me my money. I'm just kidding. I said 45 minutes until the storm starts to produce. Ow. I'm starting to get a Charlie horse in my foot. Sounds about right. What do you mean help, Fire Flames? What do you need? Daniel, welcome to the channel. Welcome back. We possibly have Baby Cell doing his own thing. Biceps for Baby Cell. If it does what I think it's going to, then maybe. Better not. Rapnate. No, this thing needs to produce first. Yeah, 1.4 inch size hail with this thing. This is really interesting. This cell is now starting to do things. And I am really interested as to whether or not it could continue. Baby cell number 2. To be fair, baby cell number 1 died. Although it kind of died for a bit, and now it's trying to structure itself. Who joined? Daniel did.
All right, I want to put that out there. I hate every single one of you. Next person to spam gonk in that chat is getting banned. Straight up.
Not everyone's in the Discord server, so you're probably gonna have to go into the voice unlimited. But right now, significant weather advisory. Dude, they issued a significant weather advisory, chat. It's happening.
Wow.
The baby cell is sustaining. Give me a second. Doppler indicate radar was tracking strong storms. Nope, never mind. This sucks. It's not for this cell. Wait, Southeastern Lincoln and Custer. Wait, what is that? I don't even know what these counties are. Wait. Lincoln and Custer. Tracking a strong thunderstorm 11 miles north of Brady. Yep.
Fucker, did you
Dime-sized hail. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour will be possible with this storm. And now everyone in the chat is saying, look what you did. Look what you did.
What, me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
You literally said the next person that says gonk gets banned, and every single person in the chat started saying gonk.
No, I don't care about your chat. If you spam it, I'll block you in his chat. I'm talking about his Discord server.
Oh, well, yeah, probably should have made that clear, to be completely honest. Yeah, there was a lot of lightning strikes along, well, not a lot of lightning strikes. There's 2 with the one cell, 3 within another, across the board. Oh, boy. Think about Bay Area cells, very, very conductive atmosphere tornadoes and even strong tornadoes. That's why the cells have very high potential for tornadoes, and that's why we are worried. Yep, I agree. This is going to be interesting. The cell continues to show that it is supreme. It is continuing to blow up. This might cause a chain reaction of a bunch of other cells. But my goodness, 1.6 inch sized hail around those areas. Maximum expected hail size according to satellite and RAP analysis is 1 inch, an inch and just 1.41. That's really interesting. Gaithersburg got nasty. Yeah, I'm telling you, people. More cells have developed. What? Don't tell me.
Tell me it ain't so, baby.
Do you mind? I'm just kidding. These other cells are kind of just trying to fight with their lives due to the fact that there is the anvil in and around there. This unimpeded air mass, these clouds cooled the atmosphere, and now thunderstorms are initiating around those areas. Daniel.
I've had it, Nate. I've had it up to here. I'll come to your stream tomorrow.
Seems legit. Whoa! According to Radar Scope, that cell has now got severe thunderstorm warning! Let's go! Yes! 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 Let's go! Turn up in the chat, baby, for the ultimate prediction a week and a half out! Let's go! Let's go!
Your parents must be so disappointed in you.
Turn up in the chat, baby! Turn up in the chat! Let's go! Woo! The prediction is plausible. It's feasible. We got something. The prediction is okay. We got something. Woohoo! Oh my god.
Nate, do you have nitro?
No, because my bank account is currently dead. And
Breaks my heart.
well, actually, it's mainly because I don't have a. My driver's license is expired, and I was moving my bank, and then I realized I can't do that.
Breaks my heart.
Let's go, chat. We got a prediction here. It's got a 2% chance of producing a tornado, but I don't really care about that. More or less the fact that. Let's go. The prediction is actually feasible. I would say some sort of discrete cells would happen in southwestern parts of Nebraska. Around North Platte. And look what happened, chat. Look what happened.
Wow, goddamn it! You're already a forecaster. Wonderful. Why don't you go put out your weather?
No, Hook Echo. Yeah, stuff might eventually go down there.
Nothing in San Angelo. Good.
Boys and girls,
Ladies and gentlemen,
I
we
shall
got 'em.
take a picture of this cell now for the screenshot. Just so I can cement this in my memory forever. Any bad tree damage that you know in Arkansas over the past few days? Yes, there's been some tree damage in western parts. I may be special, but let's put it this way. Okay? That right there is a prediction and a half. No city names. No county names. We are taking. Hold up. No base counties. We are taking a screenshot of this boy and saving it forever. Snipping tool. Actually, what I may need to do is I may need to turn off the roads. There we go. Where's the snipping tool? We're getting the merch, baby. There it is. It may get swallowed up by the QLCS, but I said discrete cells in front of the line could be severe. We're saving this as this is baby cell. Goodness gracious.
Ow! Nate has begun his satanic cult of worshipping screenshots. I feared this day would come.
Woo!
Isn't that a lazy
Rotation
eye
right
condition?
now?
Something
Wait,
like that? I
what?
can't remember.
Yo, guys, there actually is a downdraft on this thing. There's actually some decent rotation. Wait, what? Hold up. Time out.
Disrespectful.
Give me a second. I gotta regroup here. There's actually a hook on this thing with an inflow notch. Um, it's definitely got to get bigger though. The helicity is there for it. The cape is there for it. It's definitely got as much stuff as it needs. A lot of lightning with this storm. It's continuing to intensify. This is going to be really interesting. I will say this, chat. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size tail. Let's take a 3D. There is indeed an inflow notch. There is indeed an inflow notch. To the rear of the storm, there is an inflow notch. This is starting to get interesting. It's very weak. I will say that. But the velocities are showing some really intense winds no matter what. It's definitely intaking a lot of energy. Whether or not this goes tornado warned, that is the question now. But as of right now, it is severe. We'll keep this up just so I can get some live analysis based off of other things. But as for right now, allow me to show you Baby Cell. We shall make merch. I will literally cut all of this out with Photoshop.
We're gonna cut? Awesome. Cool. Our arms
And
are our
then
legs.
the merch will be made. This will be Baby Cell. Whenever we get merch lines, we will do that. Guaranteed. I might even make a Baby Cell pin. That'd be pretty cool.
Nate, you are so proud of this thing.
I really am though, because it's a week and a half in advance. I haven't done this ever. And as a researcher in weather, oh god, my phone. Is it a girl or a boy? I've got no idea. I'm gonna be completely honest.
It's a storm. Stop giving it a gender.
Um,
There are, after all, only two genders.
seems legit. Looks like Africa. It kind of does in a way. I'm not gonna lie. You've been saying
Africa. Then a bunch of words up there.
Definitely
Super
intensifying.
boring
It's
after
doing
that.
its thing. Check the QLCS in South Dakota. We have like 5 or 6 spin ups going unreported. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff going around down here. I don't see anything all too much when it comes to Nebraska. What I will do though is I will send another radar to go investigate. This cell down here in Kansas has died as I figured it would have. So let's send this radar to see what's happening there. Daniel, that was a bit far. That was a bit far.
I am making fun of them because everybody posts this and it's starting to get on my nerves. Actually, you saw what happened with Sammy, right?
What did he do?
Twitter.
What did he say?
Well, like, what didn't he say? You gotta check out the tweets sometime. He
I
got in a
probably
fight
will.
with like 5 different people.
Mm. He's saying that his Facebook group was saying that there's going to be a tornado outbreak in Nebraska. I said that there could be some sort of severe weather outbreak.
Can we confirm that Nate is chasing
Who?
AJ?
No, he's not. Whoa, what is this?
It's a radar image.
This thing is definitely trying to figure out what it's doing. It's trying to figure it out. Actually, it's probably a good idea if I just went over to the actual. Here, we'll go put this at Rapid City. There's more that's forming. Guys, there's more. Massive hail in this storm.
Look at that high risk. Look at that's the purple line. That's a high risk.
There's more. There is not a new tornado warning. There is not. Don't
There's
play
3.
games with me. No tornado warnings right now. I'm literally staring at North Platte's IEM bot. They haven't told me anything. Oh boy, this is starting to get really interesting. The story.
No, spam the N word in the chat.
No,
area.
jeez, Daniel. Professionals have standards.
Yeah, and here we are.
Well, I at least am worshipping a baby cell. Yeah, I know, bunch of bras.
Bro, you don't even worship Cthulhu? What are you doing with your life?
I'm actually concerned for this cell right here near North Platte. Something that I'll continue to watch, but that is really interesting.
Who else do I know that who else do I know that has nitro?
Let's see. More stuff. A bunch of cancellations and stuff like that. Check the velocity in South Dakota not reflecting. I'll take a look at that in a second. I have a plan to destroy every house you meet. Don't do that. That'd be great. I don't see a lot of stuff happening in South Dakota. I feel like it's just mainly located in Nebraska and stuff. Yeah, the two cells are literally forming. One right here, one right here. Professionalism is a must. I agree. I agree.
I doubt it.
That's how I gained as many as I have.
I'm pretty sure you just kidnapped like half of them, but if that's how you want to spin it, okay, cool.
Seems legit. I mean, there could be some overlapping of winds right here.
Oh,
Could be something.
We have 5 on the ground, hundreds dead.
No, it could be trying to do something. Yeah, there's some general rotation right here. It's still sustaining. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, take a look at that fat fucking EF12.
Seems
Bro, if your tornado isn't an EF7, don't even bother me.
sounds about right. There could be something. I'm not gonna lie. How large is the hail? It was around an inch. Now the maximum expected hail size, according to rapid satellite analysis, says that it's an inch and 9/10. Do a 3D on baby cell? Indeed, I shall. Yo, this thing is chunky. I'm not gonna lie.
It's got the chunky funky.
What? There's some upper level rotation with this, but nothing too strong. You always have to have a little fun. Yeah, this is my fun right now. This is me trying to forecast far out in advance. And if this works, well, actually, I'm pretty happy in itself already. More like a teen now? Yeah, you're telling me. It's the angsty teen. It's having a whale of a time.
Bro, we are a family. Actually, I'm just kidding. We're cold. You've all been shanghaied into service, and now we need to start burning barns. We're going to war with the Amish. I hope you know that.
Alright, the warning has been updated. Lincoln County, Nebraska no longer is getting impacted. However, Custer County still continues until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time with hazards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2-inch size hail. So, still, big chunky storm. This is interesting. My friend in South Dakota, would he be fine? Yeah, but he's probably gonna get some like gusty winds and stuff like that.
Who subscribed me on YouTube and why?
I don't know. Be happy. More
Bro,
people.
I'm sus. That's sus as shit. Nobody subscribes to me for like 2 years, and then someone subscribes to me. This is very sus. Who's Jeff Brewer?
That's oh yeah, that's a moderator in here.
Nate, are you modding around? Do you have other moderators other than AJ and I?
Yeah, have you not noticed them?
Oh my god, I can't believe you do this. I thought you loved me.
Well, first off, you're never in the stream as much. And second off, you guys even said that it would be okay for them to be in here. Hello, mother.
Wow.
Guess what's happened?
This
I already
was
have
a
water.
test.
It's lemonade.
Oh, it's lemonade. Beautiful.
Oh, can I have some lemonade, please?
A sandwich. Delicious.
That's what's happened.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is it a grilled cheese sandwich?
welcome.
If so, I'm gonna
My
take it.
prediction from a week and a half out
Mm-hmm.
is verifying with this thing.
I want the sandwich.
It does look strange. Possibly could be tornadic. Possibly.
Possibly could be an elephant.
Honestly, you're not wrong. I can see that. Here's the snout right here with the ears, you know, the little tail, and feet. Yeah, could be an elephant. But anyways, I'm already really happy with the fact that this thing turned severe and that I at least got cells out in front of the line. So,
Please try to go to sleep.
oh, I'm probably gonna go to sleep after this.
No, he's not. Your son's lying to you, ma'am. He's never gonna sleep. This dude stays up till like 3 a.m. consistently every single day.
True facts.
Who else has nitro that I can harass?
Ever needed the mod? Like, the guy can annoy him. Seems legit. Hail size of a house on baby cells seems legit.
Wait, who are we tossing houses on? Oh, look, it's a little storm penis. How cute.
Inch and a half maximum expected hail size. Mm-hmm. Baby cell is here. And it has some decent rotation. Look at this, chat. Gusty winds moving into the storm. The grays moving away from the radar. Right in the middle is where there could be some potential rotation. Might be a bit of a stretch because it's a bit weak right now, but still. Something to keep in mind here. We got some baby cell action in here. They could potentially. Let's put it this way. If it goes tornado warn, then my prediction is 100% correct. And I am more than happy, and I am like,
He's gonna gloat about it for the next 3 months.
I'm actually going to gloat about it for the next couple of days. And then do it again. Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably not.
What's the most high risk, low reward thing you've ever done? Walking around my house as a confident 15-year-old with a cigarette in my mouth, telling my dad things are gonna change around here.
Seems legit. You've been streaming ever since you left for a fishing trip. Come back and you're still streaming? Yep, because I'm trying to see if my prediction will verify. And take a look at this, chat. Look at the reflectivity. The screaming eagle, as people would typically see.
The screaming eagle? Nuh-uh. That's a little storm penis right there, I'm telling you. Nate?
Mm-hmm.
Nate, are you alive?
No, not quite. Not quite.
Oh, okay, cool. What happened?
The fact that this thing is intensifying pretty nicely.
Bro, Bob is taking pot shots in the staff chat.
48,000 feet up in the sky. $48,000 up in the sky, chat. It increased to a 3% chance of tornadoes. Baby Cell 2 joined the server. What is going on? It is definitely inflow dominant. Give me mod, I did my job, okay? You'll be good. No, you see, you gotta go through an application process here. You're verifying my prediction. Check Georgia,
Bro, Bob's
please. Is
taking
Georgia
pot
even
shots at the
doing anything right
moderators.
now? Hold up. Huh?
I can disable your video functions? Bro.
Better not.
Never said I would. I just said, my man.
But yes, you could. If there's
Disable my video
if there's any emergency situation.
Bro, hang on. I'm who wants to be the unlucky person that gets okay? Joe is tonight's unlucky victim.
Wait, what?
No.
No. There's a couple cells that could be impacting Georgia, but other than that, nothing really too interesting. I mean, baby cell's definitely trying to do something, chat. It's definitely got some sort of hail, but it's got some decent rotation too. And apparently it intensified. I am now starting to question life.
Bro, the obvious answer is you're an oracle from the future.
So much lightning here. Echo Top's almost 50,000 feet. Chat, I'm not going to lie. This is starting to get really interesting. .3 knot delta velocity.
Did you say La Nina?
56.3 now, so 58.2. That's 64 miles per hour as a delta velocity. It's still up. Oh my god, normalized rotation went to 1. What is going on?
You're on pot. That's what's going on.
Take another bite of my sandwich. What is going on?
Yeah, what kind of sandwich is it?
It actually seems to be some sort of like ham and cheese, or I don't know what this. I think this is a ham.
Grilled cheese for the win, man.
Tornado. Georgia's fine. Georgia's just gonna get some hail and wind. No tornadoes. Not as bad as Nebraska. What is going on? Jeez. If this goes tornado warned, I'm done. I don't think I need to do anything else.
Cool, you can log off and tell me what's going on in Torrads.
I don't even know
Like you
what's
said
happening
you were
in
going to do a
Torrance.
couple days ago.
Here. A lot of pictures. No conversation whatsoever. More pictures. Historical things. And yeah, that's basically it. It has now a 5% chance of becoming Tornadic, chat. It has a decent inflow notch. What is this, chat? Baby cell. Big Daddy Cell 5.0. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Do you think that the warm front will initiate storms in southern Nebraska? Probably not. Okay, the rotation kind of died out a little bit. But one thing I do want to mention, it's formed an outflow boundary. Which means that there is some sort of rotation there. Do want to mention that. Outflow boundaries do... Let's put it this way. They are caused by rotation within a storm.
Can I start some drama with Sammy and Storm Central?
No.
Damn it. That was going to be the answer. I was just going to say, don't overhype storms or start Twitter fights in your sleep.
Oh no, I've already talked to him about stuff like that. Yep, there's just a bunch of rain in Georgia, but right now, take a 3D.
Bro.
That's a good idea, chat.
Georgia isn't... Okay, yeah, Georgia's real. All right. I'll let Georgia exist, but that's it.
Inflow Notch City. Will the Inflow Notch fire more storms? Possibly.
Yep.
No room tour. We're not at 2,000 subscribers. There is... No, we're not doing it early for Baby Cell. Baby Cell's getting its own merch. We're buying that stuff. I'm literally just doing everything. Oh my goodness. What is this? There's the inflow knots that you all wanted. I'm just kidding. There's the 3D. And you can definitely see the inflow notch down and around in there. If it wraps around its downdrafts, chat, you can expect to see something across the board. Maximum expected hail size of 2 inches according to GR2, and a maximum expected size hail of 1.64 according to Rapid Satellite. What is going on? What is that?
It's a storm.
It's
Nathan.
wrapping its downdraft around. Rear flank downdraft. Chat, look at the velocities. Yes. Everyone's spamming tornado in the chat. Realistically, that could possibly
Yay.
happen.
Nate, be proud of me. I'm moderating.
What do you mean? Where?
I'm moderating your server
Oh,
in aggressively rude ways.
I mean, it is what it is.
I've got that crackhead energy. Check the punishments channel.
Wait, what did you do? Unmute him, please.
No, look at general too.
Well, that's gonk. You got it happened.
I do it once. I'll say one gonk every once in a while. I will not have them ruin my trend, my fad. Oh, my friend responded.
All right, fine. That's fine. I mean, chat. I'm not gonna lie. This has really interesting characteristics here. Where is it heading towards? It's about to cross over State Route 40 near Callaway in Nebraska. This is in Nebraska, everyone.
Bro, let's lost my train of thought there.
Nebraska, my goodness. It's trying. It's trying to do something. All it can do is try. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at the birth of our cell. Let's take a look at the birth of it. Actually, turn on warning window. Turn on place file manager. We'll turn off all of that. Bear witness to the birth of baby cell. It's trying. Little engine that could. Yep, people need to chill out with the spam now. It's fun while it lasted. But until something happens, no spam, no dice. As soon as I said that, my goodness, the velocities have now picked up. This is 4,000 feet up in the sky, but an 81.6 knot delta velocity. It has a TVS, chat. It literally has a TVS now. I probably don't agree with that correlation coefficient drop, but it has a TVS. 20 miles per hour. That is a 94 mile per hour delta velocity. Fade Penis, you're fine. Nothing is happening in Georgia. That thing just decided to explode. I'll take a look at Georgia for you. Absolutely nothing is happening in Georgia. You're fine.
You're already dead.
Seems legit. Georgia across the board is fine. This cell, however, is having a whale of a time. Normalized rotation of 1.2. What is going on? Explain TVS. TVS is a tornado vortex signature. Something that I would typically look for in supercells to try and find tornadoes. So tornado vortex signature would be the classic thing where I describe the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. And then a TDS is a tornado debris signature, which is the reason why I look for the correlation coefficient.
Fucking love Oakhurst.
Miso, hello. Sandwich, I ate it all. True facts. Call on National Weather Service to put a tornado warning on the storm. Don't do it. They will probably dislike you.
Kill him. Chew it.
Lamau.
Grill it. Blew it.
No.
Kill him.
Normalized
Oh,
rotation
wow.
of 1.32. Let's take a 3D of this, chat. It has an inflow notch. An inflow notch and a half.
Bro, Nate, is there no way for you to put like the chat in like slow mode?
What, for YouTube?
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, but... True, the chat used to be great when it comes to its professionality, but now nothing really too much. However, I gotta say, the enthusiast in me is saying that this is starting to be really interesting. And if it does go tornado warned, then I gotta say, I'm not gonna lie, I probably will cry. Yeah. One thing I will say is that this does have a little spike in here, meaning that the inflow is consistently pulling into the storm. Be pretty interesting. Can I put this in slow mode? I need to know. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can put it in slow mode. Location of the storm is north of Gothenburg and east of North Platte. This thing is definitely attempting to try and do something. Whether or not it will sustain is the real question. But 49,000 feet up in the sky is really interesting.
Oh god, we've summoned AJ.
Is he here?
He's in general. He's starting drama.
Oh, well, to be fair, if you could put in, Nate says that he didn't actually make it public that he was going to hold a briefing. Stretching. 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 Stretching.
Stretch for me, Nate.
Seems legit. Supercell intensifies. It's having a whale of a time, I have to say. Significant weather advisory for Keith County until 10. Let's see what this says. Tracking thunderstorm. Big Springs. Where is that at? 50 to 55 mile per hour winds will be possible with this storm. So across the board, something is forming. Whether or not it becomes tornadic is the real question. What in the world? Radar update. Yep, I'll definitely take a look. Look by the storm in North Platte. There's a couple of storms in North Platte. There's a couple of them that actually have some okay areas to look at. Possible rotation. Across the board might be a couple supercells. I gotta say, this something did split from this storm. Eastern Cherry, Hooker, Northwestern Thomas. I don't think that's a part of any of these areas. So this should be fine. But hail, now over 2.13 inches. My goodness, this is definitely starting to become really interesting. There's now a 10% chance of tornadoes on here. And the storm relative helicity at 0 to 1 kilometers is 200. There's still enough CAPE in the atmosphere, and there's actually enough more CAPE for this thing to continue to sustain. It will probably do so until it actually merges with the line.
Bro, did NWS Dallas actually do that? Oh, I gotta see this. I have got to see this. Twitter. Tweets and replies. My man's actually did it.
And now an 11% chance. What, on Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Ethan. Ooh, chat,
Oof, size
chat. This is
large.
okay, chat. This is actually pretty serious now. Chat, this is pretty serious now. I'm not lying. 93.2 knot delta velocity. Um, um, possible debris signature. Possible correlation coefficient drop. I don't know, chat. This is stunning. 71, 106 or 107 mph delta velocity on this storm. Massive severe thunderstorm warning here. New severe thunderstorm warning for Custer, Lincoln, Logan counties in Nebraska until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Guys, this is starting to get scary. The inflow is starting to it's starting to become inflow dominant. This is starting to become really interesting. AJ, if you are new to this entire fiasco, as I told you, I made a prediction a week and a half ago that there would be some sort of discrete cells to form in Nebraska. Well,
Bro, sure. Go ahead and just ignore that perfect hook west of Guthrie.
Guthrie? Where? I don't even know where that is. But the entire point is that this thing's starting to look interesting. If this sustains on velocity, by the way, this will probably go tornado horned. Probably. Not going to lie. $3D, yep, good call, people. Let's 3D this thing. Oh yeah, it has an inflow notch. This definitely has an inflow notch. Not as strong, but still an inflow notch. You can kind of see the smaller one right within there. If I take an ISO surface, yep, there it is. There is the inflow notch in and around that area. Fade, pianist, please do not spam in the chat. That would be great. Let's take a look at the rotation. Yep, that spans up relatively high up. Take a look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at that rotation. Literally, I'll draw a line up. That's how high it goes. Whenever a tornado warning or another warning gets issued for that area, I'll be able to know. But as of right now, definitely some areas of interest right within there that could possibly be tornadic. Extremely interesting.
Nathan, AJ's here with us.
I know, but he's not talking.
Well, fucking talk,
Talking.
AJ. Where is he? Where's Spain? No, we can't hear you.
Fuck.
Oh, now we
Oh,
can.
there he is.
And
AJ, I hear you. AJ, speak again.
Hear me now?
yes.
Yes, again. I miss you.
That's fuck.
Chat. It has been a week and a half in the making, and these cells are continuously producing large hail. There's also 17% chance for tornadoes of this, according to rapid satellite analysis.
Can I delete other people's messages? I can.
I did ask for the baby cell. I did. Is it rain wrapped? It does seem to be kind of a little bit. Does have some sort of high precip around. Oh, he left. F. I mean, new rotation behind it. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. If this thing just recycled until Kingdom Come. Yep, it's continuing to sustain itself. I have to say that. Imagine if some people were chasing this thing out at night. How is this not tornado warned yet? Probably hasn't sustained, or maintained its strength. Still decent helicity, over 2,000 joules per kilogram, mixed layer cape, still fine. Still has a lot of ways to go.
Jesus, those are the wind farms.
This thing isn't moving that fast either. The MCS isn't moving all too quickly. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar size hail. Moving northeast at 25. Yeah, this thing isn't moving too fast, chat. This thing could stay here for quite some bit. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation in here, chat. Not going to lie. Is this a supercell that started in Texas earlier? No. This is completely new. What is this? Still 17% chance. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hooker, Keith, Lincoln, McPherson, Perkins, Thomas County until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and an inch and a half size hail. Something to keep in mind. Large hail across the board with these storms, I gotta say. I mean, look at that. This is... Okay, it is trying to organize again. It's definitely got its inflow winds being mental. Yeah, this thing is just doing its thing. Gonna be completely honest. This is going to be pretty interesting, especially since the downdraft is kind of just funneling in here. Could be something along in this area. Looks like a smaller supercell. Yep. I mean, just in and around this area. Really nice rotation. Gotta say. It even goes up to a normalized rotation of 1.64. I'm done. If it wraps around its outflow boundary, this thing is definitely going to start to go. Yeah, this thing's out of tornado pot probability of 25%. Yeah, it's definitely doing its thing. I'm gonna be completely honest. We shall, let's put it this way. This stream is going to be probably one of these ones where I'm probably not going to forget for a while. And then YouTube can't take this away from me because I didn't go up to 12 hours, or at least not yet. So, baby cell is continuing to maintain itself. Starting to connect back with the main cell. Yes, it really is. Still 25% chance. Inflow is really nice. Downdraft is doing its thing. Might be trying to gust out, but it could always just do some things. I'm just waiting for it to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, actually, not even a severe thunderstorm warning. Like probably a tornado warning. If it does that, then I will say prediction 10 out of 10.
Bottle of Corona.
Normalized rotation still pretty interesting, I gotta say. I mean, either or. This still was pretty cool. I'm quite satisfied with tonight. Can you tell me why Memphis never gets any stronger weather? It's not whether or not they get strong weather. It's just depending upon, you know, um, the patterns. So it depends upon, timing and stuff like that. And it just so happens that the timing isn't always in your favor for you guys to get severe weather. Hmm. Reports of quarter-sized hail from this thing. Reports of quarter-sized hail from Keith County, 5 miles east-southeast of Llewellyn in Nebraska. Definitely has hail across the board, I will say that. One behind it has a hook too, does it really? Yo, it kind of does. That thing might have some rotation as well, chat. Andrew does make a good point. Pretty nice inflow, outflow. Right in here, the general rotation. It's gonna be pretty interesting. And then this one right here. This is pretty interesting. If you did, then good job. Good job, Nate's #1 fan. That's funny. 48% chance. This one has a 48% chance of producing a tornado, and this one has a 34% chance. The logic is flawless. I question as to why they think that. Shear's 40 knots, 9 knots. Growth rate, this is a mature storm, and this, not applicable. So why does it say... Okay, yeah, it's starting to do things, chat. It's starting to do things. It tightened. It tightens, chat. It tightens. You're fine, Fade. It tightens. That boy, there goes that man. There goes that cell. Oh no. Oh no, it's definitely trying. Misty Sowards, thank you for the congratulations. I really do appreciate it. It wouldn't have been without you guys either. Okay, I'll take a 3D. I'll take a 3D. Calm down. Calm down. Baby Cell's just doing its own thing. And, yep, there's definitely an inflow notch right in there.
I'm off for the night, man. Take it easy.
Yep, take care. I mean, that's just crazy in itself, chat. I'm gonna be completely honest. Definitely an inflow notch in there, though. Definitely an inflow notch. It is spinning. And that boy is cranking. Can't produce a tornado yet. Listen. Not exactly elevated completely. You could see. Let's put it this way. All right, let's turn on the stuff. Let's turn on the stuff. Give me a couple seconds. Let's get live satellite and RAP analysis to assist us. And apparently this thing has a 50% chance of producing a tornado, according to live satellite and RAP analysis, giving us 178 M2 S2, M squared S squared storm relative helicity. With mixed layer CAPE at 1,891 joules per kilogram in that levels. Eastbound shear 39 knots. That's pretty good. Actually, 40 knots. This is actually pretty good. Can't produce a tornado. That's your opinion, my friend, and you're entitled to it. However, it does have really nice rotation with it being inflow dominant. Outflow being produced by the downdraft in and around that area with... I wonder if it actually has a ZDR column, because if it has a ZDR column, then your point is invalid. It has a ZDR column. Your point's invalid. Oh, goodness gracious. Give me a couple seconds. Why? There we go. Yeah, that ZDR column is nice, though. 20,000 feet up in the sky. Yep, that's classic rotation. Classic stuff. Having a whale of a time, gotta say. Come on. Can I just see? That's it. I'm putting down every other radar that's not mine. Yep. Still sort of, still something right within that area. Not an opinion, it's a fact. That, well, people can believe that. And I believe that this thing will quite possibly produce a tornado. Or not really produce a tornado, but it does have tornadic rotation. Let's see. Lubbock still has a lot of hail in and around that area. It's north of the warm front. Actually, that is not correct. Specifically because, well, it's kind of north of the warm front, but at the same time, the dews also spiked up into the mid-60s in and around this area and has sustained that, as well as there being a lot of forcing with the outflow boundaries that it has also created, as well as the original storms that formed in the Kansas moved off and has warmed the warm pool in between 850 millibars and 700 millibars, creating initiation in within those storms can definitely make it so that it is not elevated anymore. It has now got a full shoot, as all the models have said as of late, not elevated anymore whatsoever. So there's that much. Trust me, as a person who's been watching this thing for the past week and a half, I've seen every single outcome from the models. Every single one. So I know how this will go along as it continues to move along. It's so late, yet I agree. Happy New Week in East Sunday. Seems legit. Yep, it is Sunday. Do you mind? Let's see. Outflow from the QLCs could help enhance the tornadic threat with the discrete cells ahead of it. Not really. I mean, there is an outflow boundary out there, but it probably won't do anything of interest. If something decides to try and form, it'll immediately get eaten up by the QLCS. So these are the only cells that will really be able to do so. Well, at least do something. You're good, weatherman. Thank you. Yep, no problem. I'm trying my best. All right, I'm trying my best. By the way, if you are new here, feel free to hit that subscribe button and hit the bell if you want to see more of my live analysis. I typically don't do streams as long as this, but you know what? We've been doing it. There's a lot of cells forming in Texas and Louisiana when you get a chance. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Brady. But yeah, if you guys do enjoy that, please make sure to hit the subscribe button and then like the video, share it with people if you think they're going to be doing stuff. Well, I think they'll enjoy it. And then, yeah. Kansas temperatures are in the 70s. It's so obvious. Temperatures here in the 60s. So evident that WF is in North Kansas and not Northeast. Well, it won't really matter anyways, mainly because the dry line initiated these storms. But there were possibly 2 warm fronts. So, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. And even then, you don't always need a warm front to make everything go boom, because daytime heating. And that continues to sustain, obviously. Oh, look at this! It just so happens that at 0Z, everything was 72 degrees, and then everything started to get around the upper 60s. It doesn't really matter if there's a warm front. It doesn't matter whatsoever. Everyone thinks that there needs to be a classic setup with a warm front and everything. That's how you need to do it. Triple point, blah, blah, blah. That's not how that works. You need forcing. If there's already daytime heating, then stuff will continue to explode. Not to mention, it's already warm up in Nebraska. Yeah, congratulations. So you just proved my point. Warm front is not needed for anything whatsoever. It helps, but it's not going to do anything. It just so happens that there is a giant omega block anyway, so the heat's just kind of been stirring up for quite some time. Never said this thing could produce a tornado, but I said it would help my prediction from a week and a half out. Actually, it would make it accurate if stuff like that happened. Wet bulb at 0 degrees Celsius is actually 9.3 thousand feet up in the sky, so it's not bad. I'm not thinking it'll go tornado 1 because the line moving towards the baby cell, unless it picked up speeds, changes route. It still could potentially do something. It just needs to get some more energy. Still has a lot out around it, and especially since advection already is pushing energy into that general area. It could possibly do something, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be doing a lot. Required for tornadoes. Okay, that's not true. That is not true. Warm front is not required for tornadoes. A typical setup, if you want widespread tornadoes, you need a warm front to be present. Condensation going literally cannot reach the ground. Okay, then explain the fact that there has been spectrum width values 16 knots across the board, with even some condensed values prior at 21 knots. Yeah, it can do that even without a warm front. Not everything requires a warm front when it comes to tornadic cells. If you want a classic system, then yes, but this isn't a classic system, buddy. That's what I figured out a week and a half ago. There would be discrete cells in front of a QLCS with no warm front even present across the board. There's not even a warm front at all. The warm front was over in Illinois with that low that was carrying through in Iowa. So there's Gerald did not have a warm front most of those violent storms ever recorded. Mm-hmm. H-triple-R-8-3Z. Fine, I'll take a look. Take a look. That's the name. You're entitled to your own opinion, but don't make it seem as if it's always fact, because you'll never get anywhere. There we go. Yep, and then it'll turn into a gusty wind threat as it moves on through. Pink polygon looks so weird, by the way. It does. 34% chance producing, 48% chance producing. Something along these lines. Could possibly do something. Ooh. It's starting to try and do it again, chat. Here it is. Plethora of areas. It's trying to do it again, chat. Look at it. Look at it. Yep, the cell's out near it. Oh yeah, there's still a possibility for that. It's capped to hell, as I've mentioned prior, but because the worm pool has kind of been cooled down around 850 to 700 millibars, definitely could see some. Oh, I'm not saying that you're a troll. I'm just saying that you're entitled to your own opinion. And the fact that there was absolutely no warm front whatsoever besides the triple point over in Illinois. Other than that, see you later, my friend. How do, how do. Yes, I will do 3D of this storm. I also do want to take a look at the spectrum width. Lit volume shows, yeah, there is some sort of lowering in and around that area. So this still could potentially be something there. New meso discussion for that area. New meso discussion that I will continue to take a look. I do want to witness what all is happening in and around those areas, but how can you be mod? You'd have to join my server in the description down below, and I'm creating a an application for mod. Stuff like that. This tornado is guaranteed at some point. Cycled a couple times. It isn't guaranteed per se, but you know, it is looking like it could possibly continue to recycle all the way through. I think this right here is just an anomaly. I think the real rotation is up around here to the west of Callaway. So, be pretty interesting to take a look, though. Warm front start over. Not warm sector environment. Cold front is going to sweep through, but still had an omega blocking with a bunch of heat around it. Daytime heating was a thing. As I mentioned, this low wouldn't have done if it moved off a bit more to the north and east. Could have had a wider event here in Nebraska. But as of right now, this is the only cell. Elevated means not drawing inflow from the ground. It is, though. Do I have to show you what the 3D mentions? Look at this. Look at it. It even says that it's drawing inflow from the ground. Look at that precip. I provide my evidence here. Not to mention backed winds already. The fact that it's already relatively significant shows me that there is inflow coming from the surface. Which, by the way, surface-based CAPE numbers, I am very curious as to what is around there. I'm really curious. By the way, these servers have blew up. What's the link? Down in the description down below, if you want to join that. Give me a second. Cape. It's around the 1,500 joules per kilogram area. 1,000. Oh, maybe even 2,000 in some spots. Maybe. Look at the weather in Charleston, West Virginia. Charleston, West Virginia? Woof. Says dew points in the low 60s. Well, let's find out, my friend. Yeah, they're in the low 60s, all right. You want to know why? Probably because it's night. Night and everything has cooled down a bit. But that was kind of anticipated on the models here. Which is the reason why nothing was going to be too big. Now, I love how a lot of people were like, oh, you need dews in the upper 60s in order to do anything. No, you don't. You don't need dews in the upper 60s to do anything. Get some cold pocket tornadoes there. Could possibly. But still got a lot of inflow in and around that cell. So, definitely something to keep in mind. Spectrum width quite insane. ZDR still showing something. General area of rotation. With a lot of hail around this. What is Discord? Discord is a platform, a social platform where people can come in. It's like a little server, and people can just talk all the stuff, you know, do all that you want. He got banned? Seriously? That's funny. A brief tornado will also be possible, according to the Storm Prediction Center. He didn't mention that. He mentioned that the dews were in the 62s, lower 60s, but he didn't mention that the Storm Prediction Center even supported my thesis of a possible tornado. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. If this produces a tornado, I'm going to shove it in that man's face. Because I can. And then I shall sit on my bed. Over there. And I shall rest. Do you have a Discord we can join, or does it not work like that? Yeah, I have a Discord. I have a Discord server. It's a pretty nice server, actually. I do enjoy it. I'll set up the YouTube application for moderators soon. But there it is. There is the Discord server. CC drop. Oh, please, no. Oh! Yo, there is a CC drop in and around there. It died out. No CC drop for quite some time. There was something around there, though. I just don't think it was on the ground, per se. You'll need inflow mainly from the tornado. Yes, there are other things, but mainly inflow. Obviously, the storm has lots of inflow. That's, yeah, exactly. Storms you may think this is elevated as possible, but, you know, it's just doing this thing. Yep. A lot of people across the board looking at this storm. I mean, this is pretty interesting, I got to say. Inflow, outflow, in the middle, near Callaway. Nothing on the ground right now, but something that could be continuously monitored. If this actually pulls around its downdraft, then it's going to probably produce. I'm going to be completely honest. Still in Nebraska? Yep. This is the cell that we're going to be watching from now on. All that stuff down there. Doesn't seem as if there is a tornado possible on that. Nope. Now, there isn't a tornado possible on the other ones either, but, you know, my point being is that this one's probably the most interesting one and the one that I need to verify for my own, you know, for my own sake. This cell up here also has a little hook too, near Broken Bow. What is this? Baby cell kind of merged with something else and now it is trying to form another hook. A lot of rotation. A lot of areas to watch, gotta say. I don't use this, but VTB, violent tornado parameter, is between 4 to 7 around that storm. Yep, it is crazy, I got to say. Bunch of hooks around there. Yeah, a lot of hail across the board, I gotta say. Tornado warning! We got it! We got it! Tornado warning! There it is! Chat! Turn up in the chat. Turn up in the chat, boys. Tornado warning for Custer County and Nebraska. It'll be in effect until midnight, Central Daylight Time. Get that crap out of here. My prediction game is on fleek. It is on fleek. Give me that let's go. Turn up in the chat. Turn up in the chat. The one person literally came and said, "This can't produce a tornado." It got tornado warned, you donut. Get out of town. Oh boy. Baby cell. Let's go, baby. So let's do the analysis that you all are used to from now on. Tornado warning for Custer County and Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Just by looking at the reflectivity, you can see the spiraling arm coming around from the actual storm. The inflow unimpeded with a couple of spikes heading near Callaway. What you can see within those spikes is that you can see some really interesting rotation in the inflow. Is quite intense and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Taking a look at the velocities now, the greens and blues moving up towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, nothing as of right now, but if it decides to wrap around its outflow, then it could very much so continue to attempt to produce tornadoes as it has been. So if you live in Callaway, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual possible tornadic rotation. Spectrum width shows that there could be some sort of lowering in and around those areas, and there could even be another tornado warning near the Broken Bow area, so we could have two going in and around those areas. So let's get some timings out here for you all. This will be impacting the Callaway area in about 10 minutes, so if you live over there, please go ahead and take your precautions. And then it'll be impacting the Myrna area maybe in about an hour and a half. So something that people need to continue to take their precautions as it continues to move off to the north and east. There could even be another area of rotation near the Broken Bow area, so that could even be warned as that continues to move on through. But something to keep in mind that this could potentially be tornado warned as well. Let's take a look at the lightning. Definitely a lot of lightning around all the storm. I mean, all of these crosses, these white crosses, continue to show intense lightning across the board. The update actually shows something really interesting here. this interesting little hook right in here. The surging of the winds with the inflow and a little bit of gusting nature out behind it. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Funnel cloud, boys. Funnel cloud reported it was halfway to the ground, according to the fire department and rescue, in and around those areas. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I mean, goodness gracious. This is absolutely insane, if I do say so myself. People near Broken Bow also needs to take a look at this too. There could be this cell that could be moving off towards you guys as well. But just to take a look at what all has happened over the time with these cells. These cells have continuously moved in and about in those general vicinities. I do not see a CC drop as of right now. This is a lot of inflow in and around here, but definitely one of those things where you could see something around a little bit later, but nothing right now when it comes to the actual tornado debris signature. So that's the good news. It's not on the ground at the moment, but that does not mean that it could it could refrain from doing so as it continues to move off to the north. Definitely something really interesting I'll continue to monitor, however. I don't see any correlation coefficient that measures up, though. So and there's a couple of suspicions as to how this cell up to the north could be ingesting the inflow boundary. This could be the next one to go tornado warned. Definitely something that people need to continue to take the precautions, because I believe this could be ingesting an inflow boundary from this entire storm. So really, all of these storms could be seeing something relatively soon. There could even be a tornado warning off of this cell relatively soon, but I don't see anything intense when it comes to these velocities, even as I span up higher in the storm. One thing I still want to make clear is that this is still a relatively intense storm as this continues to move off to the north and east. We got reports of a 72 mile per hour wind gust from Broken Bow. Yeah, 72 mile per hour wind gusts near Broken Bow. So something like that could definitely do some damage in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. But definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. So people need to continue to take their precautions as it heads off to the north and east. Do not believe that there was a correlation coefficient drop yet. There was reports of a funnel cloud that was halfway to the ground. Yep, it's just a bunch of cells across the board right now that are kind of converging. The one here in the MCS could possibly be producing some sort of tornadic rotation, and then another one, down in the tornado warning, and another one near Broken Bow. So something that people need to continue to monitor as it continues to move on through. Let's see. Get this man a non-alcoholic beer. Seems legit. I could just go to Germany and get it. Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, this is really interesting. Hello, funnel clouds reported. Yep, indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some stuff relatively soon, but really nice inflow notch with a nice little hook right here. Continuously producing a lot of stuff in and around that area. This will be pretty interesting to watch, chat. A lot of areas of rotation here. So Broken Bow, Callaway, and then the one up to the north. that's about to cross over US 83, so something to keep in mind across the board. But buoy flashbacks, not really, in my honest opinion. I don't think. Yeah. I don't think that this could, yeah, this would be all too. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I do want to take a look. Look at that inflow, boys and girls. Look at that inflow notch. Look at that inflow notch, boys and girls. I mean, wow. That is crazy. Area north is spinning up now. Geez, these parameters have been fantastic locally here for the cells, splitting into thirds and remaining organized. I told you all. What did I say? I said if something happens, it could pop off. I've been saying this for quite some time. If you can get a singular cell out in front of the line, it could do something. And here it is. Normalized rotation across the board. Do you think Dallas could see anything tornadic tonight? Negative. I do not believe that they could see anything. They should be fine. I mean, I'm just in shock right now. Baby cell seems legit. New severe thunderstorm warning. Blaine, Brown, Cherry, Thomas counties in Nebraska until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So, take a delta velocity. I'll take a delta velocity of both of these storms. Let's see. So place a marker there. Place a marker there. 94.2, not delta velocity. That's definitely over 100. 176. 76 and 32. That's 108.5 mile per hour delta velocity there, chat. 108.5. It's pretty interesting, I will say that. Ooh, what in the world? I'm not sure if that's a debris signature or not. But that is really interesting. Really interesting indeed. Third hook, it's getting its act together. Is it this one up here near Broken Bow? Oh, Bob's getting on this train. That's hilarious. I love Bob. Bob is fun. He can be a pain in the butt sometimes, but he is fun. He's fun to talk to. Broken Bro, 72 mile per hour wind gust. Oh boy. Yeah, a lot of wind gusts around here. Gotta say. Gotta say. What's the knots in that thing? Pretty high, I'd say so myself. Any of you guys? Ooh, what the heck is that? What is this? This thing is elevated. We'll say that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Custer, Garfield, Logan, and Luke County, Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. For winds up to 70 miles per hour and 2-inch size hail. So something to keep in mind about all of that. Oh boy, there's now a maximum expected hail size of 3.18 inches. Chaos. Oh boy. um. Yep, that is nice. Uh. Uh. There's still some sort of cap inversion and all of that. So stuff in and around there could be pretty interesting. Ooh. Might be some hail in there, some extremely large hail. My goodness. 150 likes. By the way, for all the people who are watching this after the fact, I do want to tell you guys, if you do enjoy the content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and like the video. Um, you know, I do live streams whenever stuff really gets bad, so something to keep in mind as it continues on through. I don't think the CC drop is anything. I don't know about that CC drop. I think it's too far west. I don't think CC drop at all. It looks like a CC drop, but look, I'll circle this right here, and then I'll show you all the velocities. It does seem to be a bit over to the side. Yeah, something around those areas. That's pretty interesting. Oh my goodness. Oh. Um, guys, guys, I do want to mention this. There was a not 60, an 86-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Broken Bow, Nebraska. Just want to let you all know that that thing is still churning. By the way, this system isn't fully dead. Do want to say that. This thing's elevated, it can't do anything. It's kind of elevated. It's got some sort of it's got still some surface-based capping in and around those areas. It's weak surface-based capping. But it hasn't died completely. It hasn't died completely though. Still has some surface it's got some surface-based capping, so that's probably the reason why it's not reaching the ground. However, whenever that cap does erode, which probably, hopefully slash not hopefully will erode soon. By the way, this soil over here in Broken Bow is something that you need to continue to watch too. Because if that ramps up, that will definitely go on the ground due to the fact of the outflow boundary being a thing. Well, you're very talented, fun to watch. Been watching you since early March. You're gonna make a great meteorologist. Thank you, Echo PD9. Yes, I understand the 86-mile-per-hour winds were severe related. I understand that. But I just want to mention that these cells are more than severe, specifically because whenever you have wind gusts that are above 74 miles per hour in general, that is in the hatched risk for any sort of parameters of wind. So Definitely something pretty interesting, though, as that continues to move on through. What is that purple outline for? This is telling me the rapid satellite analysis, giving me a bunch of stuff that, well, just telling me a bunch of stuff across the board for the parameters around there. Mom wouldn't even let me ask her, but I would literally donate $500. Seems legit. I mean, there is still some general rotation in there. And actually, it intensified. It intensified again, so, I definitely want to watch this, especially since the spectrum width is already mental as it is. So, if this can break through that surface-based cap, then that'll reach the ground. But this weak cap is actually preventing it from going all the way to the ground. So the real thing is that whether or not it can continue to move down towards the surface. That's the real question. Wonder if that northern cell, if it were to separate completely and move further east, would be a monster. Could potentially. But I do want to mention this thing has continuously produced a lot of this has produced a funnel, and it's produced a lot of interesting returns on radar. So something to keep in mind that continues to move on through. Just like nobody cared what you said. We're here for Nate. True. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yo, this thing is not a donut hole, chat. I'd watch this thing. Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. Broken bow. Yep, baby cell continues to go mental. It literally splits off into so many and brings in so much more. Yeah, this thing is mental, chat. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing could go on the ground within the next few minutes. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Spectrum width is mental in that area. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised, guys. Good news is that it is over rural area. But donut hole and a half. Look at that, guys. Nice little rotation in and around that area. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor that. I think your live stream is close to the 12-hour mark. Nope, 10 hours, 47 minutes. Still got an hour and 15. And I'll probably cut it quits. But until this thing merges in with the QLCS, I ain't budging. J&J, you made a good prediction. It's just, I think they were implying to the other people who were saying that stuff was elevated and nothing was going to form. Where in Texas? This isn't in Texas at all, unless you're talking about the other stuff back over there. I've got no clue. But yeah, that is, that right there is pretty interesting, gotta say. Baby elephant cell for the win. Yeah, you're telling me. It's having a whale of a time. I'm gonna be completely honest. Not good for broken bow. Yeah, I know. That is some really interesting things over there. That's kind of just intensifying. I do want to take a look. It's continuously had a donut hole. Do want to mention that. If that, literally, I have some of the most knowledgeable people on my server who are probably as knowledgeable as I am saying if that meso doesn't have a tornado on the ground, we would be really surprised. So this probably could very well be on the ground. You wouldn't be able to see a correlation coefficient drop, in my honest opinion, now that I think about it, due to the fact that there isn't really a lot to shoot this up into the sky, if you will. So, you know, it's gonna be pretty interesting to say the least. But it probably could be producing as we speak. So, you want to mention that? What does the donut hole imply? That stuff is rotating around the entire cell. So let's put it this way. There's an empty area of precipitation where the rain is literally just surrounding the tornado. So, wouldn't be surprised if that thing is on the ground. Whatsoever. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. Um... The rotation down in the south does seem to be kind of weakened off a bit. It could potentially do something. Especially the one near Broken Bow, I swear. That probably... There's a good chance that it's probably producing. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, those velocities just convinced me. I mean, look at that. Literally 117.5 mile... 118 mile per hour delta velocity right there. I'm pretty sure that it's on the ground. I'm pretty sure that it's probably on the ground. So, yeah, if you live over near Sargent, around United States 183, you guys kind of need to go ahead and take your precautions. I would say you need to take your precautions. Yeah. Baby Cell has just decided to not only multiply but produce multiple cells. It literally split into so many different things. I would not be surprised. Where are these? This is in Nebraska. This is in Nebraska, out in front of the QLCS line. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. If there wasn't a QLCS here and this was during the day, I guarantee you all of these storms would be blowing up all over the place and you'd have a tornado outbreak. I guarantee you. But fortunately, it is the middle of the night. And therefore, not a lot is happening around it. It seems as if the cape, or should I say the cap is eroding bit more surface space. So it's not that bad. Yeah, that's crazy. Giving birth to a female baby cell seems legit. Sheesh. I mean, that is. I'm not sure if that is. I think that might be inflow. I'm not sure. I think that's inflow. So probably not on the ground as of right now. A lot of linear rotation on this storm still. There could be something in and around there. Could be something. If it wraps around its outflow, it definitely could do something. I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, wouldn't. Who knew? So you're late. What I did see what I did there. I see. Oh my goodness. A lot going on in these cells, dude. I told you guys. I said if something goes on with these cells, then you're definitely probably going to see something fire off. And look what happened. Something fired off, and chaos has ensued. watch me create a video of this, you know, just like an edited video of like some sort of hype up thing. That'll be great. You know, I might get something off of that. You pass meteorology with a 200% grade. Seems legit, baby cell. Seems legit. This thing's starting to intensify again. What the hell? And then that thing across the board, obviously. I mean, it's just going to continue to do it. It's going to recycle over and over. Nothing here really is elevated, in my honest opinion, anymore. It's kind of elevated, but at the same time, it's not. Wow, look, it didn't produce a tornado. It kind of... This one, I'm positive it did. I'm positive it did. You wouldn't be able to see a correlation coefficient drop. Number one, mainly because it's high precipitation to begin with. And number two, the spectrum width went mental in general around those areas. Number three, ZDR around it literally kind of, you know, circled it. So, literally right in here. So I'm positive this thing was on the ground for probably a short amount of time, but still, prediction on fleek. Gotta say, to all the people who said that nothing was gonna happen, get the hell out of here, please. Literally ate the outflow boundary and then, you know, told you all to shove it, so. I'm pretty happy with my prediction a week and a half out. Pretty happy. Pretty happy. No way to tell it didn't produce exactly. Literally, you had the lowering the spectrum width. Yeah, one more time. Discord party after this, for fuck's sake. I don't even care if I curse anymore. I'm just done. I'm gonna sit around and I'm going to chill out and I'm going to just tell. Self-absorbed much? Yes, I am. You want to know why? Because this is the first time I predicted something specifically to the point where I said, okay, somewhere around North Platte, give or take, we'll see something. And look what happened. It just so happens that this was right around oh god, no, this isn't what I wanted. Okay, there we go. And it just so happens that something formed around North Platte. Do you know how incredibly difficult it is for a prediction to be made a week and a half in advance for something this specific? I'm happy that I've just got some storms here in general. But to see this, definitely something really interesting in there. Is this your alternate account? Is this dude that said that, you know, all you need is a warm front, you need a guaranteed warm front for all this stuff? Is that who this guy is? Tornado cannot be ruled out currently because the warm front positioning. There wasn't even a warm front in the Midwest at all. There wasn't even a warm front in Texas and that thing happened. So I don't really see your points here. If anything, you know, I've proved all of mine and you've just repeated the stuff that you said over and over again. That kind of doesn't really provide any evidence. I will agree that there is some most of these storms are elevated, but But the fact that this one over here kind of absorbed an outflow boundary, I kind of doubt that this thing wasn't on the ground at one point. Speaking of which, nice little giant area of rotation for this thing, huh? It's not organized right now, but it definitely could do something, or it could possibly, maybe. Warm sector in Texas, warm front lifted North Kansas, dry line spawned the storms. Well, yes, the dry line did. You want to guess where the dry line continues to be? Somewhere up here, which is the reason why the MCSs continue to form. The dry line literally went here, and then there. There wasn't a warm front up to the north. As a matter of fact, the Omega block made everything warm out in front of it. So giant warm sector, if you want to count it, went all the way up to North Dakota. Just so happens that something formed along the area. I was hedging my bets on the dry line the entire time, and I was also questioning if something was going to form down in the southwestern parts of Kansas. But once I looked at how much capping inversion was there, I kind of decided to bet against any sort of formation. The north, however, not as capped, which is the reason why I decided to hedge my bets with, some sort of activity, somewhere here. Now, I was hoping that something around here would continue to form and spread inwards, but what I saw was a bit more capping inversion, which is the reason why, something didn't go right. However, because the storms continued to move in, there was the cloud pools that made everything a lot cooler at 700 to 850 millibars, somewhere in between. And so, pretty interesting. The dry line kind of influenced this area right here and just went boom. Although, because it was so slow moving, nothing really happened. Some dry line here moved over here, and then outflow boundary from this cell influenced this one, which influenced that one. And then this one decided to continue to move on. Made this area a lot cooler at, 800 millibars? 775 millibars. Something like that, and then basically said, hey, you know what? It's not bad. And then it formed this, which is exactly the reason why I decided to stay up all the way. Still agree that there could be some stuff in and around here, but when it comes to regarding the setup, warm sector kind of decided to just do all this. So, I don't really see your point. I don't really see your point in arguing either. Especially since, nobody really forecasted anything to happen here to begin with. Except for me. It didn't produce a tornado? I'm almost positive it did. I'd be surprised if it didn't produce a tornado. Actually, there was a little mini warm front with the occluded boundary, or a stationary boundary that went over towards... So that was a part of its own low. Now that makes sense. That's a part of its own low that kind of formed around Colorado, but then another low from Canada steepened a stationary boundary, which formed another low in North Dakota. Formed a giant cold front all the way down from the lows down into Arizona. Not bad. Supercell is the best potential, although weak surface capping inversion and a bit of substantial stability. It's good enough something on the ground if it really tries. Yeah, I mean, right now, it probably is. It's trying to do something, but as of right now, it doesn't seem as if not. It seems as if the risk is kind of dying out now. So, yeah, risk is definitely dying out now. Ooh, Broken Bow's about to get impact again. Hold up. Never mind. This thing is starting to wrap around again. I'm bad? Good. I hope I suck at my job. What in the world? Oh yeah, that's right, North Platte. New severe thunderstorm watch. Interesting. No one's spamming. No one's spamming anymore. Everything is fine. Yeah, there could be something that could reform right around Broken Bow. Oh, of course, of course. All sorts of chaos ensues towards the middle of the night, doesn't it? Anyways. Anyways. Yeah, there could be something in and around there, but something's not, nothing really is organized. My honest opinion. Anyways. Let's see. Thanks for whoever banned these David raiders. David, I don't think was raiding. I think there was just some people who were decently knowledge in meteorology, or at least they are knowledge, but I guess they're so involved with how every single parameter has to be a specific way. They don't look at the whole picture. I'm not saying that this entire event isn't elevated, but I'm also pretty sure that this was possibly on the ground entirely. It could have been. I would be surprised if it wasn't at one point on the ground within any of this. So, just wanted to make sure about that. Nope, saying elevated isn't hating. Being a dick in general is hating. Well, at least you weren't being a dick, but you were just kind of being eh. Now your complaining is justified, but well, anyways, there still seems to be some sort of updraft in and around that area. It's decently elevated. Granted, there's still some surface-based cap. There's enough within the inflow boundary and stuff like that to continue to make it just go mental. So I didn't call you names for saying it was elevated. Now you're just filling words into my mouth. God, don't we love how the weather community can't go a single day without actually having a normal conversation, like debating and stuff. Sounds about right. It's always gotta be, you know. By the way, tornado warning is expired. Gotta say. Yeah, drop the conversation. Sounds about right, because nothing's probably gonna happen from now on. Tornado risk does seem to be seeding, and too much occlusion within all of these storms to the point where it's just kind of doing its own thing. Oh no, I was just referring to everyone in general. Everyone in general just loves to, you know, and everyone can agree. Everyone in general in the weather community just loves to, you know, it's stupid. It's stupid. So, yeah, I was kind of hoping that people could incorporate their own opinions and stuff like that. You know, he brings some valid points. I bring some valid points. We both can understand that. You know, not gonna hate each other for it. That's not how it is. Good hail cores, yep, indeed. I do believe that these are some really nice hail cores, just across the board. So, barely on the live on the decks EDM seems legit. Yep, just everywhere around this area. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, gotta say. But now tornado threat, in my opinion, is kind of seated completely. You could see something to the north, but honestly, I don't think anything's gonna happen. Broken bow, probably nothing. Will be really doing anything. Yeah, as Smokejaw says, I agree. This wasn't supposed to last forever. All right, I knew this was gonna get absorbed by this linear system squall line moving on through that'll probably continue to intensify and produce winds 60 to 70 miles per hour around that. So I kind of knew this wouldn't last forever, but I was still hedging my bets that these cells specifically would form out in front of the line, whereas not a lot of models, well, some models said, but I knew that there would be something out in front of it. So pretty happy about it. Pretty happy that the fact that there was at least the tornado warning, and the fact that there was reports of quarter-sized hail. So, we have for sure evidence of it being there. We also have had a report of a funnel that was halfway to the ground. So, when does your weather series drop? The recorded video will come out in 2 weeks probably. I'm still writing my script. Basically a dumbed down version of weather where the series will basically kind of just go out, and it'll be pretty interesting. It'll incorporate my humor, and will also be somewhat accurate when it comes to weather, so it'll be really interesting. But anyways, let's get into our final thoughts of this stream. For those of you who just came to the end of the stream for the time slot that I put in the description down below, we had a 10% chance for tornadoes in Illinois, and that, I believe, actually verified. It wasn't a significant 10%, it was a 10%. And there was plenty of action in and around those areas. We actually had at least 10 reports in and around the 10% area. So something to where you guys need to continue. You guys would probably actually want to see the stuff like that, including something that hit Joliet, Illinois. It didn't hit it head on, but it went more to the south and west and around those areas. So really interesting for all of that stuff. And then we also had a couple cells down in Texas. Those were pretty stationary, in general. But there was some storms that produced some tornadoes. there was one that was completely stationary and had reports of multiple tornadoes and stuff like that. So that's pretty interesting. Um, you know, I mean, something that I continued to watch, but it didn't really pique my interest all too much because there was still the stuff in Illinois that I was looking at. But there was some really nice velocities on that storm down in Texas. I will say that. And then my prediction from a week and a half out actually verified. There was a part in the stream where I saw the storms started to initiate in Kansas, and then they died out due to all the capping inversion. And I was like, you know what? As it continued to move on through, I started to realize that the cooling right around 850 to 700 millibars would occur, and there would be some thunderstorms that would kind of occur, or at least begin to initiate right around North Platte, or even just to the south and west of that, near the Maxwell Brady and Gothenburg area. And that continued to go on. So about an hour later, those storms indeed began to initiate and continue to, at minimum, produce severe qualifications. There was at one point where I thought that there was a tornado on the ground. I would have been surprised if it wasn't, to be completely honest with what all I saw. But at the same time, it still did stuff every now and then, so it was really interesting, in and out. So, really interesting to see. But at minimum, we had some severe qualifications, and I feel like my prediction was justified. Definitely one of those things where, I enjoyed making that prediction, and because no one really agreed with me, I felt like it's all the more satisfying, to have that and to actually have that verified. It was really cool. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be completely honest. I haven't looked at all the event and any of the events at all for tomorrow or Monday. So let's just take a look. In the NAM we trust. If my computer does not want to load right now, apparently. But in the NAM we trust, so let's take a look at what the NAM says. So line of storms actually begin to form around 3Z. So for Central Time, that'll be right around 10 o'clock in the evening. And it will actually, even storms form prior to that. So, stuff around 7, 6 o'clock Central Daylight Time, in and around that. There's even a actual linear system that actually forms in around Central Texas. That'll move on through into those parts. Waco, Austin probably won't be impacted. Corpus Christi might be getting some stuff early in the morning on Monday. If I had to guess where the worst parameters were when it comes to tornadoes, I would say Iowa, mainly because of how close it is to the low pressure system, or at least if I remember correctly, that's what it was. Let's take a look at the shear in and around these systems. 500 millibars. It's okay shear. I'd say Nebraska, southern parts of Nebraska, northern parts, Kansas, Iowa, and Missouri. Those areas would probably be more susceptible to naders and stuff like that. And then 850 millibars when it comes to wind, which would be basically a low-level jet, stuff right around there. If this would load, welcome to the pivotal weather, shall we? Welcome to pivotal weather. Yeah, things just does not want to load, do they? Let's just go ahead and start closing a lot of tabs. Matter of fact, let's just close that one. Welcome to the final thoughts chat, Lamau. Yeah, so as I'm assuming that around Iowa would probably be the worst. Yeah, there's not really a lot tornadic. Definitely some drier pockets across the board. So supporting the thesis to smoke jaw EAS Arizona. Definitely some hail and all that stuff. I wonder, does Kansas have anything? Yeah, it's pretty low shear. Probably a large hail event some gusty winds across the board. Other than that, nothing really too interesting. I feel like a 5% chance for tornadoes might be a stretch, to be completely honest. But you know, it's possible you could see an isolated tornado or two cross the line, especially since the risk is so widespread. I wouldn't be surprised. Um, so um, yeah, I'd say more of a hail wind threat, supporting Smoke Jaw's thesis. But then going into Tuesday evening, uh, really interesting QLCS that kind of, well, just like, linear segment. I'm not sure if that's more of QLCS more than anything. That could be really interesting. And then a lower level, either upper level or lower level low, pushes through Kansas. That's going to be pretty interesting. And you guys could actually see 2% risk across the board around Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa again. So you can see something similar to yesterday, I believe it was, where you can have a tornado risk and stuff like that. Pretty interesting down in Texas. Probably just a gusty wind and hail threat. Actually, there does seem to be some sort of tornado threat, but I don't really see a lot of surface to 3 kilometer wind shear, so it's okay. But I mean, you could see some sort of tornadic wind threat in southern Texas overnight on Monday. So stuff like that. And then Wednesday, can't really see all too much. I do want to see out in front here. Can we not berate each other, please? That would be great. You guys are making this community quite toxic. I'm not gonna lie. Let's try and not do that. Alright, let's be civilized here. Civilized. Wednesday doesn't seem to be a lot of severe weather threat. You might see something around Houston, southern parts of Louisiana, but other than that, nothing really too much. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to either. Well, actually, the stream is ending right now, so just put it in the comments down below. Or go into my Discord server, which is also in the link down below. Stuff like that. Pretty nice community there. It's a bit chaotic right now, I will say. So, really interesting. But anyways, self-promotion aspect. If you're new to the channel, feel free to click that subscribe button. Do some really interesting live analysis on storms, chaotic or not. I also make really outrageous predictions like I did last week, middle part of last week, and that kind of verified. So I kind of want to do that again. I'll probably get devastated, though. I probably won't be able to make that, make that prediction again. But if you do want to watch my live content, feel free to subscribe, hit that bell. Also, like the video. Helps me with YouTube's algorithm, So that would definitely be pretty nice if you guys did that. And then share it with people who you think could, enjoy this content. I'll put some timestamps in specifically as to, what all to look out for. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's going to be it for me, guys. My name is Nate, Hockey Boy Nate, and I will see you guys next time. Peace. Now I'm going to finally relax. 11 hours and 30 minutes of streaming.